Check 1, 2. That's good. I'll be right back.
Every little thing's gonna make noise on that. Oh,
Then you got to keep your face forward. That's the thing.
oh well, man.
It's probably better there. But we'll see.
Let's find out.
Yeah, that's actually, that's not
Hello? All right.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I think we're good.
All right, and then it's just got a little clip on. Clip that on your back pocket. If you
What? Yeah.
front one.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, that's good.
You can stick it in there.
There. That sounds better. Nope. Not a lick of it. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can turn it off or turn it on, whatever works. I just did the presentation. That's all I need. I don't need a script. It'll just limit me to words. I just talk and talk and talk and talk. I know. Well, this thing sucks. I don't want it to fall off. But I don't want it to crush again. Awesome. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Did everybody get a good night's sleep and get to bed early? I'm glad everybody else did. We were up pretty late last night banging the drums and then talking. Once the conversation gets going, it's hard to stop it. We don't have a clock like we do here. But it was a great day yesterday. Thank you all again for being here for this weekend. I know what it takes to get here, and it's a long journey, and it's intensive to get here. So thank you so much for being here. Yeah. First off, we have Dan Richards, and he's going to be speaking to us about elongated skulls. Dan is not the type of guy I would imagine hooking on to something like this because it seems a little bit out there, and he's very down to earth and super skeptical. That's why he has the channel Dedunking. So he goes around debunking debunkers. And he's a pretty feisty guy. I wouldn't want to get in a fight with him. But he brings an intense energy about let's get down to real brass tacks and let's see what's going on. So that's one thing I really appreciate about Dan. And from here, you can take it over. Oh, by the way, Dan's a former electrician, and his work with electricity, well, it'll be in a video. I have a video coming up that we shot just before the event, and I put two of my electrician friends together, Dan and Kevin Petrilli, at the Modern Megalithic Lodge is what I'm calling it. and it has a lot to do with electricity. So that's why I'm bringing that up, but you'll have to wait to see the video to see what it means. It was a lot of fun, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. So how's everybody doing out there? I hope you can hear me all right. All right. Sonora is a really beautiful town. I like it a lot. It's a lot different than Spokane. You guys have probably seen this before. This skull was found on the border between Mexico and Arizona. This is local. And I'm sure you've seen these shapes before. If Derek didn't clue you into these things, I'm sure Brian Forrester has. But these are the elongated skulls. Now, you get a lot of, as a skeptic, I look at it and immediately I look at the counter-arguments. And the counter-arguments of a guy like Brian Forrester saying that this is another species or something to that effect, they always come down to sagittal sutures and other disagreements. The cranial capacity may or may not be larger, depending on who you ask. The eyes may or may not have been larger, depending on who you ask. And it's very frustrating for a guy like me, because I just want to know. I don't really have a dog in the fight as much as I just want to know. And that's where things get really frustrating, because while we've got thousands of these things on the record, or at least hundreds in museums around the world, the cover-up around them, again, a skeptic, when I found that there was a cover-up, I don't like to use that term lightly. I don't like to just say, you know, they're hiding things from us. That's an easy way to support any idea you want, right? And I found the cover-up so heavily in real time. This is in my home state of Washington. This is in Longview, where it was. This is gone now. This was known as Coffin Rock. And the Native Americans up there, the Chinook tribe, when Lewis and Clark came to that area, there was 3,000 burials like this, where they would take a canoe and elevate it, place it in an area that predators couldn't get to, and just kind of cover them up and lay them down. All 3,000 of those had elongated skulls, artificially modified craniums. And when I say elongated, I don't mean just a little bit, but they don't quite look like Peru. This is one of the ones that we have in the record that we still can get information from. You won't find it on Google. You're going to have to dig deep, and that cover-up is the very beginning of it. For example, I don't know how many of you have studied the elongated skulls, but I know that most of you here probably weren't aware that there was more of them in Washington than there was in Peru as far as what we have in the written record. But we don't talk about that. People that live in Washington, Derek lives in Washington. He's pretty into the skulls, and he was telling me I blew his mind with telling him that basically 2 stone throws away from where he lives, they were doing this. But it was so ubiquitous that all the Native Americans on one side of the Cascades, all of them on the east side, it was a sign of freedom. It was a sign of you were a free person. If they kept slaves, and they had a bit of a caste system, and if you were lowborn, you weren't allowed to modify your children's skulls. But if you were a highborn person, this is what your skull would look like. It was actually an insult. What, did your mom not have time to shape your skull? It was a little crazy. And so then the cover-up started a long time ago. This is Memelus Island, and Memelus is the Chinook word for death. You can see there's some white guys there that have decided to dig up everything they could on that island, and eventually one dude they found him staked to the place. The natives had it. But they were looting this stuff wholesale. And it was such a big thing. But here's one of the things you'll notice in this photo is that skull that you see in this image is quite a bit larger than the other skulls that are around it, that black skull in the center. If I go back to the one before, it's over to the right side, and you can see that it's quite a bit larger than the other skulls in the picture. Not enough larger that it's going to make it to giantskulls.com, which is why it's still in the University of Oregon's archives. I mean, they looted this stuff like it was nothing. And these skulls, again, these were all, it's hard to tell in a lot of these images, but if you look very close, you can see that they're all misshapen. This was something, again, if you didn't do this, you didn't love your kid or you were lowborn. And then people ask, well, where are all these in the record today? Why do we have none of these? And this brings me back to what I was saying about the discussion about sagittal sutures and orbital size of your eyes and cranial capacity. This stuff has been hidden from us. And, you know, if, for example, I don't know how many of you are aware, but, you know, silver quarters. I bought this from Queen Heaven out there, right? It's a quarter from 1963. And back in those days, they were 90% silver. Well, it's not like that now. Now it's all just, you know, crappier metals. But if you went to a bank and said, I want to buy 1,000 rolls of quarters, how many silver quarters do you honestly think you'd come out of it with if you went through and probably none, because for the last 50 years, people have been selling them for $14 instead of 25 cents. Good deal, by the way. But the fact that this is called selection bias. This is something you could say, in a lot of cases, we know something existed, but we also know that it's really hard to find now, much harder to find than you could have ever convinced anybody that was using it contemporarily. Excuse me. This is one of the Chinook skulls. This is, again, very hard images to find. This is from a Smithsonian book called The Chinook Sign of Freedom. And this was in 1960, excuse the marijuana resin on there. And this is from 1960, and you can't get it anymore. It's out of print. They don't even store it in their archives. Now, if you look at the skull, here we can see it's very well documented, right? And it's quite a lot like the ones we see in Peru, but not quite. It's similar, but not quite as exaggerated. And they did quite a bit of work on this. It's only about a 30-page pamphlet. But one of the most interesting things, and this is why it's important, again, that we don't have the things that we should have in the record. Look at the top of this skull where we always talk about the sagittal suture, and this is from the unknown Chinook chief. So it's just some Indian that they dug up who had an elongated skull. They call him a chief, sell him for more money. But the next one is from the famous Chief Concomly, which when Lewis and Clark published their journals, there was two Native Americans that were extremely famous, Sacagawea and Concomly. Concomly was over on the coast, and he had this elongated skull. He was blind in one eye. He was extremely smart. He was such a friend to the Europeans. He would tell the other Native Americans, like a couple of times they got really angry, we're going to go kill all the white people. And he's like, hey man, do you see how tightly woven their cloth is? Do you see how ugly and savage their weapons are? Do you see any of their women or children? You don't want to mess with these guys now, because when they start bringing their families in here, they'll just wipe us the fuck out. He's a pretty smart guy in the early 1800s. Notice he has a sagittal suture, and it's not fused. Now, if you're not aware, the sagittal suture normally fuses at around 28 to 32 years of age on average. So there's a lot of variables here. We know Concomly lived to the age of 63. We don't know the age of the unknown Chinook chief. Concomly, by the way, 3 years, didn't matter how much of a friend he was to the white man. And 3 years after he died, they chopped his head off, and the Indians hid it. They took him out of the canoe and buried him in a coffin. And they found him, dug him up, chopped his head off on that island I showed you earlier, and they sent it over, and it was in the museum in Cambridge for, I think, about 100 years before they repatriated, 80 years. But next to each other, you can see the difference in sutures between these two Native American skulls that lived pretty close in time to each other. And this is why, just one example of what we're missing in the record. When we talk about these things, we can't, does the sagittal suture not close at such an early age, or at the age of 28 to 32? Clearly not in the case of Concomly. He was 63. Well, we don't know the age of the other guy, and both of these skulls now have been repatriated. And this is, understandably, the Native Americans are covering this because, again, they went and chopped off the skulls. And so we might be really nice, and they might be thinking, man, you guys are pretty politically correct nowadays and pretty empathetic towards this, but your kids might not be. So we're just going to keep this skull where we hide it. We know where it is, and you don't get to know anymore. I can't blame them for that. So when they no longer have these things available because out of cultural sensitivity is the excuse. And if you saw me on the panel a couple nights ago, you know, I kind of call bullshit on this because it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. All across the world pretty much. The museums are like, oh, we're trying to be culturally sensitive, so we're not going to display these skulls. We're not going to put them out. We're not even going to show you the measurements. We won't even show you a photograph. And, you know, this is, for that to be a ubiquitous practice across the world, there's no way that all the tribes feel that way. And so, it's really great to meet Derek while I was here at the event. And it's great because he lives really nearby. And as I said, he was completely unaware that these skulls are in the record and right next door to him. You know, Sammy Lee is Mike Collins of Wild Wolf Productions, is his producer. She went to college at the University of Oregon and studied Native American history from the region for 2 years and had never once heard this. Again, the Native Americans west of the Cascades called the ones, east of the Cascades, called the ones west of the Cascades flatheads because they all did it. They all had some way of modifying their skull, and in a tribalish sort of way. It was all a little different, but it almost always had that bulb shape. Now, the looting of these things became a literal family pastime. So again, you can't really blame the Native Americans for not telling us where it is, or where the ones that have been repatriated are, because here again is Coffin Rock. Now, this is in Longview, Washington, and this was what was covered with 3,000 different burials with artificially modified skulls on it. Now, you can't really see it there in the bottom right-hand corner. There's a little bump there. After the story about Coffin Rock is hilarious. It had those 3,000 skulls on it, 3,000 burials with people with elongated skulls on it, and Lewis and Clark's day. But just about 10 years later, Lieutenant Charles Wilk came through on this big expedition around the world for the United States. And when he got up into that area, he went to the top of the hill. He did some astronomical observations. And then him and his boys left, and their campfire accidentally burnt the place and destroyed all the burials that were there. And there's been no skulls spoken of since then. Now, the locals say that the place was partially modified. Think Gunung Padang. It was basalt columns and laid out in a way that was potentially partially modified. On the one side, it's a little difficult to see in the older photos, but they started mining it. And as you can see there, they destroyed most of it. And in that picture, there's a spire on the top left. That was all that was left of it. And they mined it for basalt, which is incredibly crazy because the entire area is just a basalt, and they did it for gravel. But it was the Native Americans, it was a place where it was like their sacred lands to be reborn, right? They picked specific areas and they considered them very sacred, and it was part of their afterlife. You couldn't just bury somebody anywhere. You had to bury them in the right place. So when R.A. Long moved into that area, who was a Freemason, and it was Robert Long, R.A. Long. He built the place he stole a lot of their, how do you put it? He stole a lot of their, the gravel from that, stole their mojo, basically. He took the gravel from that, and this is the city of Longview, and it's laid out in the form of a pyramid. Those 4 lines that come out were all paved with the gravel that came from Mount Coffin. And there's a lot to unpack as far as that goes, but the fact of the matter is, even if you don't believe in the magical ability of being reborn with a certain rock or whatever being at a certain place, R.A. Long certainly seems to have. And the destruction of that site, nobody could buy it. They wouldn't let go of it until it was completely destroyed. And even now, there's a concrete company that owns it, and you can't go put your fingers there. And if you remember yesterday, Derek spoke about the elongated skulls, and he keeps hammering at something that I'd noticed as well. You see those, you look for big rocks. Somewhere nearby, somebody's raising megaliths. But up in the Pacific Northwest, we don't see that. And this is part of the reason why. And these guys modified this, we'll get rid of that. Now, this is what's called the Bridge of the Gods. It's a bridge that is clearly made by man, but, excuse me, it's based on a bridge that the Native Americans recorded crossing the Columbia River, and their description of it is a rock bridge that had a mystical fire in the center and a beautiful woman that guarded it, and a long tunnel that was really dangerous and scary to travel through, and was the only way down to Columbia. Now, geologists say this was just a rock slide, and there was certainly a rock slide in the area. There's no question about that, but the geologists say this was just a rock slide, this was the bridge. But this doesn't explain the woman with the fire, and it certainly doesn't explain this long, dark tunnel. They try to make it just like a little overhang. They tried to, some people even said lava tubes, which it's an avalanche of rock. So did you keep one big piece with the lava tube intact? You know, they're looking for any way they can to explain this away. So the Bridge of the Gods we don't know for certain about, and there's our Chief Conley I spoke about a minute ago. There's one depiction of him that's an artistic representation that shows him with the elongated skull. You'll notice here we just hid that. And that representation was done like 2 years ago on Instagram. If you go through the area, even at the rest stops, and it'll show a picture of Conley talking to Lewis and Clark, and it looks like a scene from Gunsmoke, even though it was drawn like in 2020 or something. The cover-up is really ridiculous, to be honest with you. And there's a reason for this. I don't know if any of you guys who know who Nelson Rockefeller is, but so he was into elongated skulls. Now, he was born too late for the mad dash in the Pacific Northwest, where thousands of them were just laying around for the taking, and the Freemasons were burning places where they were at, and the Indians were too sick to do anything about it. He's born too late for all that. So when he found out that there were skulls in Paracas, Peru, well, you see what Google says. This really quickly for those of you who like to use AI to do your research. You see how I've got it on all there, and here's the AI overview, and it says that there's no direct mainstream archaeological connection between Nelson Rockefeller and the Paracas elongated skulls. But then you click on the AI mode, and it's like, oh, his connection to the skulls has some extensive support for Peruvian archaeology and personal. Don't trust AI. But Nelson Rockefeller found out, getting ahead of myself here, Nelson Rockefeller found out that there were skulls in Paracas, Peru in 1937, and as you can see there, he abruptly decided to take a 3-month tour of South America. And that was because the museum director, Tello, well, you can see right off the bat the fuckery that's involved here. You look at the very last thing. What is the correct total, 429 or 451? That's how many bundles that they pulled out of these grave bundles that have the elongated skulls. So one of these numbers could facilitate stealing. If it was 429, well, you know, you could have gotten rid of a few of those and sold them. Of course, the number that they actually go with is 429, and they claim it's just a clerical error. But then when Rockefeller goes down there, he spent $3,000 because, well, Tello wanted more, but Rockefeller offered him $3,000 if, and this is so Rockefeller, it was only a quarter of amount, but you know, if you give me 4 or 5 of those bundles that you got there, buddy, let me come and cherry pick 4 or 5 of those bundles. And so that's exactly what he did. And out of 400 and some odd of those bundles, he got to pick 4 or 5. Now, Tello, before this, was working off of $300 a year to keep his entire mess open. So this is 10 times what his yearly budget is. So, of course, he let Rockefeller walk away with those skulls. Those skulls were displayed in the National History Museum in New York City. They were displayed in the Met. And there's newspaper articles that talk about it. There's no photographs. There's no measurements recorded. And they were repatriated. But Peru, they don't know which ones those are. They just put them on the shelf. I don't know. My skeptical side of me says they probably never left New York City. Rockefeller sold it to one of his other buddies, claimed it was repatriated because, to circle back where I started, we don't know what we don't know. We know, I guarantee you that Rockefeller, if one of those skulls was just screaming alien with big old horns hanging out and a third eye in the center, do you think he left that one? So he didn't keep that one. I'll just take this one over here. Oh, hell no. He's going to take the very best ones, and then we can't find them in the record. So as a guy who's skeptical but wants to know, when I can't find the best examples, I go back to this quarter. If they're in the record and people are talking about it, but I can't find it, and then guys like Rockefeller were involved looking for it, all of a sudden it's like, okay, selection bias is playing a heavy role here. We don't know So arguing, in my mind, a lot of it is like the discussion about the cranial capacity and stuff is almost moot, because the ones that are going to have the craziest ones, we know we don't have them. We can guarantee that. And I'm sorry, I won't make you guys read anymore. I'll start going back to images. I'm a Beavis and Butthead fan, and I'm the same school of thought. I don't want to sit here and read. I want to look at pictures. So here's a picture that'll show you some of the fuckery we were looking at here. This is from a paper that is from 2019. And you can see this is a distribution of elongated skulls around the world. And I'll give you a second to look at that. And you can see that the Pacific Islands are pretty much completely empty. You can see that the middle of the United States, there's not very much there. There's just this tiny little arrow. But you can see that it's a pretty coastal thing. Now, there's a book that was published in 1938. I'm not really good at Spanish, but this is the book here. It's a hard one to find a physical copy of without paying some money. But in it, this was the map of elongated skull distribution. So from 1938 to 2019, we lose knowledge. We lose the eastern seaboard of the United States. We lose the middle of the United States. We lose the Pacific. We lose chunks of Asia. I mean, I was always taught that science gains knowledge as we go forward. But compare the two maps. Almost 100 years passes. It's peer-reviewed published paper. And if you don't know what peer-reviewed means, that means that a bunch of these other guys got together and said, yes, you did your shit right. Good job. Might not agree with what your end results are, but we definitely agree with how you got to them. So they passed this knowing, to my mind, there's really no question at that point. They are erasing the things from us in real time. This skull was found in China. It's about 10,000 years old. There was a few skulls found alongside it, and they were mistaken for about 30 years for being Cro-Magnon, which isn't, entirely crazy. But then I want you to look again at the skull of one of those Chinook natives. Not identical, but very similar. And this is Cro-Magnon. Again, not identical, but very similar. You can see why the mistake was made. And the question about why people would artificially modify their kids' skulls, I mean, one of the contemporary reports of the people that saw it in the Pacific Northwest said that the child in the binding looked like a mouse with its eyes caught in a trap. They were bulging out, and they said it was hideously hilarious. So you can imagine a parent doing that to their kid. There's got to be some reason. Why the hell is it all over the world? Well, if they were mistaken by the experts for a different species of hominid, it's, in my mind, a pretty safe place to start anyway, that maybe they were trying to emulate these other species of hominid. So then at that point, you get to looking at these other practices of smashing the skulls. And we get the Stewie Griffin. You've probably seen these kinds of skulls before. They tend to look along, oh no, it didn't show up. They have these things in, this kind of a flattened out skull. There we go. Homo habilis. And, so when we see those skulls that are modified, that are made to look like another flat and wide, it's not a safe bet, but it's a good possibility that these are done to emulate another species of hominid. Which then brings us to these guys, because all of a sudden you're not going to find one on the record. Neanderthal had a bit of a pokey thing in the back, and then nothing like this. So that's where the skeptic in me has to kind of defer to guys like Derek and say, all right, buddy, I'll step back and let you talk about this one now, because they could be trying to emulate another species that's from outer space. And I don't say something like that lightly, and it's not something I personally believe, but it's something that I feel that is, it's being rejected without a cynicism instead of skepticism. As I've just gone through and shown you, it seems pretty obvious to me that they were trying to emulate something. And we don't know for sure what they were trying to emulate, and we probably never will. I mean, this is another great example. I promised I wouldn't make you read again, and I lied, sorry. Ask my exes, I'm notorious for that. But in this case, this is all the way in 1979. He opened, the director of the Paracas site opened 54 of the mummy bundles, and he recorded what was in 6, and he put the other 48 back on the shelf, and he didn't even identify them by number. So, guy needs some more funding for his museum. He walks to bundle number 1. That skull's not going to sell. Walks to bundle, this skull will sell. And he writes down those 6. Well, we got 6 ones. They were missing the skull, but we got some good ones here. It was the mishandling of these things has been so consistent that you really, it becomes, again, very difficult for me to not be skeptical of the people involved more, and knowing, again, to bring it back to the quarters, you could buy 10,000 rolls of quarters today, and you're still probably not going to find one of these little guys because it's been so heavily searched. And this, you could apply this same thinking even to just step off the skulls entirely for a second. You can apply the same thinking to those vases that Ben Van Kerkwijk likes to talk about. When Max Folmachev recently did his takedown of it, he went to the Cairo Museum and he measured what they had there, and he says, these are not nearly as nice as the one in Matt Bell's collection. And at the end of the day, he's not taking any of the selection bias into account, as far as I'm concerned. The fact is, we know that the Cairo Museum has been a little loose with their artifacts over the last couple hundred years. We know that Sir Flinders Petrie was talking about precision stone vases over 100 years ago, so there was people in the know and people not. And talk about an Egyptian artifact that doesn't look Egyptian, it look like damn flower pots, man. So it's the kind of thing, if the measurements weren't taken super accurately, which none of them really were up until recently, easy thing to swap out one hard stone vase for another and throw $50 to the guy that's letting you do it. At the end of the day, when we have reports of precision stone vases, and then we can't find them in the museums, but we do find them in private hands, selection bias seems to be, in my mind, far more of a likely thing that happened as opposed to just they never existed to begin with. And this, again, brings us back to the way that these skulls have been disregarded. Or, you know, we live in these times where people, they pick and choose their scientists even over whether or not they're in alignment with them, even let alone their politicians. We got to the point where you could have 2 scientists look at this same skull, and one will tell you that the DNA says X, the other one will tell you the DNA says Y. One will tell you that the eyes were this big, the other one will tell you the eyes were that big. And we've all seen this happen in the last 10 years. And it's gotten so bad with things like this that honestly, without the proper evidence out there, without the proper data, I don't see how we could even make anything except for musings and guesswork. But that's, again, when we go back to the megalithic structures, there is potential signs of those up in Washington State. They're just hidden more. By the time Washington was being settled, there was laws, nothing like NAGPRA, but there was laws against just completely destroying the Native American stuff. Not all of Washington, but by the time areas like Longview, getting a little bit inland, Portland, Seattle, all that stuff. By the time, when it was getting off the ground, there was laws against doing what they did in St. Louis, for example, just destroying all the giant mounds. So, if any of you work construction, I'll explain to you how NAGPRA works from a blue-collar perspective. Now, from a white-collar perspective, if you don't know what NAGPRA is, it's Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. From a white-collar perspective, it says if you're digging in the ground and you find any Native American artifact, you turn it into the local museum, and they come out and they evaluate the site to see if it's a grave site. And if it's a grave site, well, we've got to talk about what we're doing here. So from a blue-collar perspective, what happens is you find an arrowhead in the ground, you tell your foreman, he tells you to shut the fuck up, put it in your pocket, and you carry on digging. And so, again, we have this polarized problem where we're not getting the information that we need. And so, to circle back to Longview, by the time that people got to the Pacific Northwest and were settling it heavily, they did the same thing. They shut the fuck up and put it in their pocket. They destroyed the Native American sites. They razed them to the ground, literally, and didn't let anybody come and look. The Daughters of the American Revolution tried to buy Mount Coffin. they were turned down. Sorry, you can't do that. We need the gravel. If any of you have ever been on Randall Carlson's tour up near Spokane, you know that all of the hills in Washington State are covered in loose basalt that's fallen off. Telling me you need basalt gravel in that area is like saying I need to mine some red rock here in Sonora. This area is special for having red rock. It's like, there's some right there? Like, come on, man, for gravel? I mean, we're not talking to build something, we're talking gravel. And how good does it have to be? So ultimately, when they like to put us in the same camp as flat earthers. Put any speculation at all, they like to label it all conspiracy theorist woo. As many of you that I've had the pleasure to talk to personally at this event have heard me say now, we live in they've done this well, they've done the PSYOPs so well that the federal government can release the Epstein letters, and most people are like, oh, that's just that crazy tinfoil hat bullshit. It's like, dude, how much, when they've got you browbeat that hard, buddy, they can do whatever they want, now can't they? It's, to quote Carl Sagan, if you're not allowed to question those in authority, if you're not allowed to be skeptical of them, then you're up for grabs. And we live in those times where if you're skeptical of archaeology, which, I mean, let's be clear, being skeptical of carbon dating is one thing. Being skeptical of the story that a dude made up attached to the carbon dating is something else entirely different, right? A historian has the sense to know that their story isn't science. But an archaeologist, for some reason, thinks, oh, we wrote this story and it is hard science. And give you one example of this. It's not about the skulls before I end it here and start taking questions or let you all get out of here. This bone is way over in France. It's 35,000 years old. It's from Aubry Blanchard is the place. And I don't know if you guys saw the headlines not too terribly long ago, but where this thing right here was supposed to have been the new proto-writing, in the beginning of proto-writing. This was found in Germany, very close, the same culture, the ordination culture, found very close to the bone in Aubry Blanchard that I just showed you. Now they said that the tech marks on this, the hash marks, it could well be, Grok, Ode, Frank, 17 spear points or whatever. They look like tally marks, right? But they say, oh, the way these are arranged, and they ran it through their computer, and proto-writing's gone back by thousands and thousands and thousands of years. All right, so here's what, if you stay at Aubry Blanchard and watch the moon rise and set, this is what the moon does. This was a stone that doesn't incorporate hash marks saying that I ate 3 bowls today or whatever. This is a stone that incorporates hard data. Here's lunar data from the sky. Somebody sat there, I mean, come on, let's be clear. The lady was probably just didn't want to get pregnant, so she's just watching the moon and blacking it out. But she got it figured out. And so here we go. But this has been pretty much accepted since the 70s. And it was revised a bit in the 90s. But this proto-writing just got pushed back to 35,000. No, we've been doing this already. This is much better than the hash mark crap that we've been fed. But they don't, for whatever reason, things like this just don't seem to make the record. One of the things you'll notice a lot with the archaeoastronomy is that the archaeologists don't seem to accept it. They don't seem to look into it. And even something like this, some of them will accept it, some of them will get into it. It's more accepted than most archaeoastronomy. But it's still, I mean, this is the odds against it. You don't need no computer algorithm to suss these hash marks like you do on this other thing. I mean, which one of these looks like the better candidate for proto-writing? Come on. But the other one makes headlines, and the other one just, I heard about this thing first? Dr. Martin Sweatman, who's the Göbekli Tepe Pillar 43 guy. He's Graham Hancock's pseudoscientist buddy, despite being a real scientist. So anyway, to circle back to the beginning, what we have basically is a situation where, I find the cover-up of this stuff to be so blatant and so obvious that all we can really do at this point, all we can really do at this point is ask why. I mean, for those of you who've heard of the kelp highway hypothesis, which is basically the peopling of the Americas, instead of them taking the Bering Land Bridge, they jumped through boats from Asia all the way down. This is why they settled all of the west coast of the Americas so quickly. That's a more modern hypothesis, but just look at this map. Doesn't it scream? Either one of these maps screams seafarers, especially when you take into account the Pacific Islands that they don't want to talk about anymore. So this isn't, I mean, if you look at this, if this was the distribution of, a certain language or a distribution of a certain crop or a distribution of a certain animal, everybody would be like, oh, they traveled around the ocean and stuff. Distribution of different, nothing to see here, boys. You can get on Google, as I showed you earlier, the AI can mess with you. You can get on Google and ask for information about certain elongated skulls, and it will just steer you right back to Paracas. No, man. You ain't talking about any of those guys. You're talking about Paracas. We know you. It's divert all the attention to these ones, and since these ones attract the ancient aliens types, now they put us all in the you're all nut jobs category, and then we don't get to talk about things like this, which in my opinion, it's not as interesting as the cranial capacity or the sagittal sutures or where the spine connects, but this is, it's a pretty damn big appendix in my mind. It really needs to be stapled onto that because when you're discussing those things, when you know you don't know. Anyway, I think I babbled about that enough now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody. Yeah, absolutely. I was using this, sorry. Yeah, if you guys want to line up over here and ask questions, I will at least pretend to answer them like I know what I'm talking about.
Hello. I definitely appreciate your skepticism, and maybe we can just have a little bit of fun, imaginative hypotheticals. I'd love to hear your personal opinions and others that you've heard. If it's not some inspiration from another outer space beings or something like that, what do you think it might be? What was the inspiration that it could have been to go that route?
The Paracas ones, I assume you mean the really crazy ones. In all honesty, you could even have, it takes one Einstein, it takes one Copernicus, it takes one Newton. So you can imagine, I can imagine anyway a world 20,000 years ago where one mutant McNugget was born just looking goofy as fuck, really smart, and people are like, okay, and that just sticks. That could be wrong, but that seems like a viable possibility to me. So.
Are there any others that people talk about?
Yeah, generally the aliens is a really high one on the list. And in all honesty, again, I'm not an ancient aliens guy myself, but every time that I grab that and look at it, I try to make sure I don't do any throwing out of babies with the bathwater. And again, man, you look at Neanderthal skulls and they're a little pointy in the back, but it ain't. If you've ever, I almost put the image in, but it's so grotesque actually. There's this image from about 100 years ago. It's actual photograph of a child who's had its head bound, and man, it's horrific, man. It's the stuff of nightmares. And that still doesn't give you what we see at Paracas on the big ones. So, if I can't answer the question, I'm not going to tell somebody else that their answer is bullshit.
Great, thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate it, man.
Hi, Dan.
Hi.
I have two questions for you. Maybe we'll do the fun one first.
Okay.
What do you think about crystal skulls that are found in Mexico and other places? And how would you kind of extrapolate with the emulation of head binding? Or were these, the anatomy of a human that was that had crystallized, or is this something that was handmade? I'd love to know your opinion about that.
Well, honestly, I know that some of them they claim are hoaxes. I can't say they are hoaxes because I don't, again, like I said earlier, the scientist at this point is so polarized, it becomes difficult to trust. I know that some of them seem to not be hoaxes, but they seem to be, I honestly think that they were works of art.
Can you talk a little louder?
Oh, I'm sorry. I honestly think they were works of art, but I think that they were definitely trying to emulate. I mean, the shape of them does show that they were trying to emulate something else. Again, I lean towards other species of hominid usually when I think about what they would be emulating because what do the doctors say? If you hear hoofbeats, you think horse, not zebra, right? But at the same time, sometimes there's a zebra, man. So the crystal skulls, I'm not a big fan of the idea of them encoding data, like some people say that they could encode it in the quartz. I'm too familiar with electricity to buy into that. But I am not, they're definitely an amazing work of art, and the ones that the skeptics haven't been able to kick the tires on hard enough to make it where they can say, this is a bunch of crap, those ones are pretty enigmatic, and there's a reason they're going to sell for a lot of damn money, because that ain't going to be easy to make, with hand tools especially. Hand tools, right, back in those days.
Okay. Second question. So the first image you had on the screen was a elongated skull that was found in the dirt in Onaves, Sonora, Mexico. And the reason I know about that image is because my research of 20 years of doing field research in the Chihuahuan Desert was about the giants in Copper Canyon and the certain baskets that were found in Sisuguichi and also in Nica, Chihuahua, Mexico. And these giants, so I guess I want to talk to you about that elongated head. They were excavating a cemetery in Onaves, and that's where they found not only humans, but these elongated skulls. I think there were 27 of these non-human looking right, skulls in that area. So I didn't know if I was excited when I first saw that, and I was wondering if your research has taken you into Mexico, whether it be in the state of Sonora or the state of Chihuahua, maybe researching about some of these giants and maybe some of these skulls.
I haven't a lot. Me and Derek were talking a little bit about some of this last night and this morning, and it's. But I kind of like you probably got the impression during my presentation. Once I found the cover up, the individual sites and the data surrounding the site mattered a whole lot less to me than can I even access the data at that site. Here we are again, and that's so. I'm very interested in looking into that. He was showing me earlier today this guy who's running around Peru finding some absolutely amazing skulls, just right there for the taking, basically. To go to the giants, I don't know if you saw what I was talking on with the panel a couple nights ago, but
I did. I was here.
Okay, thank you. They really they really have some BS arguments for dismissing that. You get some guys that are just brilliant scientists, well known, and they'll be like, yeah, that guy didn't know that you stand on your tippy toes or your skull gets crushed, it's going to change. So
right.
That's one of the cover-up on that seems to be all incorporated together. It seems like the cover-up surrounding these 6'7", 7 foot tall people and the elongated skulls. And, if you were to look at it just from the United States perspective, it would be easy to say, well, it was a pretty racist country 200 years ago. If you look at Dighton Rock, which was found on the East Coast, it has clearly Native American glyphs carved into it, but they didn't believe that the dumb Indian can't carve rock with his arrowhead weapons. It's like, oh my God, but this was, so you could explain that away with racism if you were trying to look at it from just the states. But when you go to the island of Niue, you go to Australia, Papua New Guinea, Japan, you're going to find the same thing. Yeah, we've got those skulls, but what letters are next to your name? And you have to go to this museum, and no, you can't take pictures, and no, you can't. So.
Yeah. And thank you. I learned a lot about Washington. I had no idea about that. Was that called a Copper Mountain?
That was Mount Coffin is probably the best way to find it.
That's fascinating.
From Longview, Washington.
Yeah,
Thank
amazing.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Dan. Thank you so much for the presentation. I kind of have a comment and a question kind of tied into that, too, with the last day talking about the skull found in Mexico. When I was a little girl, I had a wonderful Native American history book, Meet the North American Indians, and I distinctly remember there was a chapter in there about the Penobscot, and I think they're up in Maine or Canada, and they talked about their practice of headboarding their children so they can get the elongated skulls. And I have never read anything since then about the Penobscot or any Native American tribe doing headboarding. That seems to have completely disappeared from children's books, I guess, unless somebody can say differently. And I just also wondered if you've done any investigation into the Blyth intaglios, which shows the kind of that giant human figure. And I wonder if there has been any elongated skulls found in Southern California or in the Mojave, because this seems just like a North American-wide phenomenon as well as the rest of the world.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I do think that the Native Americans down in California, they did modify their craniums. This practice was so widespread on the West Coast of the Americas, period, that if you know the candelabra of the Andes, I'm sure most people here are aware of that. That's like about 5 miles from the Paracas graves, and it's visible 12 miles out to sea. So when you look at their relatives right up the coastline, probably hop down there with boats, and this is, hey man, we don't have a lighthouse, but this tells you to just park your boats here to trade with us. So it seems to me like, again, the stuff in California gets really weird because I honestly think a lot of the things that were found over the time has been, you read the reports and when this part of the country wasn't very settled at all, they could, hey man, I found these giant bones, I'm on my way back to the Smithsonian with them, oh, they didn't make it. That's because some rich dude sent an envoy to buy them from me halfway back, right? This is, again, I get real cynical or skeptical about, I get cynical about people being assholes, I can always say, right? And as far as the head binding and how that was kind of just being erased from the books and stuff, I remember seeing, my grandpa took me to some forts on the coast, and I remember seeing pictures of Native American in the headboard and stuff. It wasn't until my friend Sean Mooney, who's a dude from Longview, who's clued me into this, and he started telling me, hey man, there's some of this stuff going on around there that, I remembered seeing some of these things and talking about it, but it just, it's cool, some of the Indians flatten their heads, great. But then you start looking into it, and it's like, again, you don't even see a picture of Concomly with that. You go, any of you in here, Google Concomly skull and see what you find, because it ain't going to be that damn picture that I just showed you from the Smithsonian book. And again, they'll say that this is cultural sensitivity. Go ask the Chinook if they care if you see a picture of that skull or not. They've got that skull repatriated, and they've got it safe. And most tribes, in my experience, living up in the Pacific Northwest, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that the more successful a tribe is, the more pragmatic they are when dealing with the white man. They're just like, like Dighton Rock I just mentioned earlier. The Native Americans went ahead and coughed it up to the people that are, I forget what country it's from, Portugal. The Portuguese population there tried to claim it. And the Native American tribes that had the real claim to it said, you know what, go ahead. Would you guys vote to let us have a casino on this land? Okay, cool. Shake hands. And so, yeah, and which one matters more? In an ideal world, you could have both, but if you have to choose between your legacy or making a better world for your kids, only a dumbass picks their legacy, right? So it's unfortunate, but thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi,
What's your name? How you doing, Tiana?
Thank you for that great presentation.
Thank you.
I think it was super insightful and entertaining. And is it possible to put the map?
Oh,
left
yeah.
map?
Could you cue the map back up, please, guys?
Thank you so much. I was going to ask you because I have the lucky chance to just recently come from Easter Island, and I just realized that most of the Pacific shore, findings of these ancient skulls is actually facing Easter Island. And I was just wondering while sitting and listening to your presentation, isn't Easter Island kind of like ground zero for skull elongation and skull deformation, because when you see the moais, and especially the ones that are close to Ranuraraku, which is a volcano, they have these incredibly long pointed heads, right? Sometimes, and it's like, we don't know what's the origin of those moais, no? So maybe there's a connection there.
That's quite, there was actually research to that under the assumption. Easter Island's one of my favorite places to look into. Like it's got a navel it's the only navel of the world that's way in a far-flung corner of any empire.
Yeah.
This is the Polynesian world, any other navel of the world is like Delhi or the Wailing Wall. It's like right in the middle of their damn culture, Sacsayhuaman, but not this one. So I think that that's a leftover from another time. But the skulls that we know of from Rapa Nui don't have elongated. They're not elongated, but they do something else that's really, really interesting. They carved these skulls after the people deceased. They would carve or do artwork on them, and the images quite frequently resemble the candelabra of the Andes, quite frequently.
Yeah.
And the Easter Island is, it was brutally looted by slavers. So they wrote down almost nothing of what they did, and given that the time that it was being looted was during, the mad dash for the skulls really got hot and heavy when, if you are aware of the now debunked science of phrenology, of measuring people's heads, and this determines the traits and how smart they are and all this stuff. That kicked off this mad dash for the skulls, and when they were doing the slave raid, the big slave raid on Rapa Nui, it was a perfect time for them to just, any skulls that they could have grabbed and sold. And like I showed you there, once there was no provenance, they just call them Indian chief, right? There's a chief, we don't know which one, but it's a chief. It gets more money. So I definitely think Easter Island was involved, but it's unfortunate that the history of that place is so just hammered.
Yeah, it's an incognito. It's something that has to be discovered. Well, thank you very much.
No, thank you. It's good to talk to you.
Wow, I'm in the limelight here. I live just in Flagstaff, and I just opened my backyard gate, and then there's a pile of pottery, and just to the other side, there's a Hopi village where the Anasazi lived, and so I'm surrounded by all that stuff. So the pottery just intrigued me to the whys and the what. Why do we have all this broken pottery and this and that? So I put in the name of the crater. There's O'Neill's crater, which is next to my house, and I get this 32-page Smithsonian article written in the 1930s that the Smithsonian people went all around these sites. There's 9 of them. There's Walnut Canyon, Wapaki. It's just a horrible thought in my head. But saying they just took the pottery and just stored it, and there's just a few things, nothing else. And I'm thinking, no, they didn't. They were looking for giants. And so this village, so the Hopi people called them the Anasazi. Then we have the Anunnaki. But the Hopi people call the Anasazi the Holy Ones. And so the reason I'm bringing this up is I spoke to Derek last night, and I just wanted to get your opinion on the thoughts of this. Is he says that the giants killed all the Anasazi, and that that's why we can't find any bones from the Anasazi. We have no grave sites from them. Now, with the tribe, so with Navajo and Hopi, they say they were taken, they left the planet. The Anunnaki, we get the same ANU that I guess they helped teach people how to grow crops. I don't know what the Anasazi did for people, but I'm assuming that's what it is. So I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts with that. Have you heard of the giants getting rid of these entire
I've heard,
people?
it's, I don't, a lot of times I'm not sure if the race of giants wasn't just part of, part of the culture at that point, where it was, some tribes were that way and some tribes weren't, the same as, some races of people look different than others today. I mean, it's why like I keep saying, it's really frustrating to me because I know that I don't know. I know that they took all the silver quarters already, so I can't tell you anything about it. And that really frustrates the hell out of me because I'm really slow to, if you've ever watched my videos, I'm probably the most frustrating guy to watch at the end of a video because I'll always be like, well, we need more research, boys. Sorry, I don't want to tell you. But that's, and so a lot of times you'll get a person like me, I feel like I need to make sure and say this, a person like me who's more skeptical and slow to make those kinds of connections and slow to accept them. I don't look down on people like Derek who are like, I think this is what happened. It's actually, we need people like Derek to say, I think this is what happened. And we also need somebody like me to not be an asshole about it, but to come kick the tires a bit and go, well, are you sure about that? And that's where the lack of evidence just makes me wring my hands in fury because I can't do it. He can do his thing, but I can't do mine, if that makes sense.
So you're saying there's a lack of evidence, just how I'm feeling about it, but the bastards took the giants out of those ruins, and I just can't believe what they did in the 1930s doing
Yes,
this.
if you know who Ailes Hydrilica is, he was a archaeologist for the Smithsonian Institution in the 30s. It even says it on Wikipedia, which is notoriously edited by archaeologists, but on this page, it's about the Folsom culture, which is, for those of you who collect arrowheads, the Folsom Point, it's after the Clovis Points. Ailes Hydrilica is well known for blocking any inquiry. If you wanted to have a serious career as an archaeologist, you could not look into deep time origins of the humanity on the Americas beyond 3,000 years. And he is the guy, when you look at he's the guy that did all the, yeah, that's not really a giant. This guy didn't know how to use a tape measure. It's one dude, and he was actually given, like, I forget the name of the award, but there's some big archaeology award. He was given an award, and one of the things that they cited was for his, like, vigorous opposition to pseudo-archaeology, or what, pseudoscience or whatever. It's just like, my dear God. But so, yeah, they've been doing this since long before I was born.
Did you think it's before the 1930s?
Oh, I think...
The Smithsonian?
Oh, I think the Smithsonian's been doing that stuff for as long, Abraham Lincoln talked about the giants and the mounds, right? And I think that, 20, 30 years later, they were starting to hush that stuff up, and then, by the 30s, I spoke about NAGPRA a minute ago, right? And, there is one organization in the country that's immune to NAGPRA, that they don't have to give Indians back their bones, and that's the Smithsonian.
Yeah.
And you can Google that, too, and look it up. Even the internet will tell you that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This might be a quick one. I recently watched Jesse Michaels' podcast, American Alchemist, on the Tridactyl. So if you looked into that, they did CAT scans on these three-fingered, three-toed mummies.
I've looked into it a little bit. Thank you for asking. It is definitely part of this whole thing. And this is where I think having empathy for and some understanding for another country, says the guy who's never been there. But, like, Zahi Hawass, to me, infamously said that, talking about Arab Spring and about how to make the most money for your country, and he says that doesn't matter what's happening in Egypt, those New Age people, they come. And when you look at it from that perspective, it's like he also talks about you don't always want quantity of tourists, you want quality. We want the Americans, we want the Japanese, we want the Chinese, we want the people with bucks in their pocket. And it makes sense. I mean, from a poor country's perspective. And so when you look at a place like Peru that we've already had, it's unfortunate because Peru isn't poor everywhere, but in places just like Egypt, it's got a lot of problems with poverty. And so, the tunnels under Sacsayhuaman or at Cusco that they just discovered, right? There's a scientist that was talking about those 20 years ago, Brian Forster, to take you a tour on them 10 years ago for $5 and a bag of rice. You get a tour of them 50 years ago. It's been, they were recorded by Garcilaso de la Vega, the half Spanish, half Inca guy that's got some of the best records we have of those times. And they just now found them. And again, I'm not skeptical. I'm downright cynical when it comes to humans being assholes. I think they gutted those tunnels, man. They got every skull, they got every rock, they got every stitch of gold, every artifact, and now it's like, okay, open these things up to the tourists. We found them, boys. So to go back to the Tridactyl mummies, it's like, these need to just be put out for many scientists to put their fingers on. As it is right now, I'm really skeptical. It's one of those things where if it's generating more revenue than it is data, I start to get a little, especially in a poor country. So I'm interested in them and I want to know more, but I am getting, the lack of independently confirmed data and the amount of money that it just keeps making kind of makes it, let's put it this way, if I tell you this is magic water and I'm going to evaluate it next week, but I'm going to evaluate it next week. Well, actually, it's going to probably be the week after that. Just keep donating money to my Patreon, and I'm just going to kick that ball down the curb as long as it takes, because the second we evaluate it, the goose that laid the golden egg just died. So I worry about that a lot, and so I'm very skeptical of those until we got more data. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Check 1, 2.
Should probably get that in my pocket, huh?
Yeah, no worries. Well, Dan, thank you so much for that presentation. It was really enlightening, educational. In case I don't get to corner you this weekend, I do want to ask you a question that we didn't cover in your presentation. Something that the audience may be aware of is in Montana, the Montana megaliths. And I believe you visited there. And I've seen video of this place, I've seen pictures of it. Some of it looks very interesting, and then some of it looks like it could have been done by natural causes. Could you tell everybody, just kind of real quickly, what is the Montana megaliths, and what is your opinion on some of the structures there, particularly the Sage Wall?
Yep, absolutely. Yes, I was very fortunate to have been invited to Sage Wall by the owner of the property, who's such a cool dude that he don't even want you talking about his name and stuff. He's just like, I don't want to be associated. It's not my place, just the Sage Wall. He's really cool. The area is amazing. It's, the wall itself looks so man-made until you look at the area in general, and you can stand at one point at it and look at the wall just going straight, and you can see where that vein of granite goes underground, and then you can see it twist underground and go off down the hill a bit. And the area, you can stand from the wall, you can look down a cliff and see other things like that, but they're all windy, where the wall is very straight. And then you look at the straight cleaves in the rock, and it's literally everywhere in that area. I guess maybe it's the crystalline structure, the amount of quartz that's in that granite, because it is really high quartz content, but it's everywhere you look, you see similar things. A lot of places, it's very clearly natural. So on the flip side, it's extremely intriguing. The Native Americans definitely were honoring some of these places. And then, I don't know if any of you, have you ever seen Tizer Dolmen?
Is that one of the big dolmens there?
Yes, the big
I've
one.
seen the really tall one, yeah, just pictures of it.
Well, that one, if you stand to the one side, it's really tall. It's, as tall as that from us to that screen. But in the front of it, the area is kind of scooped out where it looks like they could have stood this thing up in there. And if you go to the back side of it, there's actually a hill that goes up. You could, a family of 4 could make a dirt ramp that pushed that top part up in a day, and then get rid of and then you've got a pretty nice place. I showed you the canoe burials earlier. This is how you keep stuff away from the wolves, man. So when I look at Tizer Dolmen, their explanation is, the mainstream explanation is that the granite formed and then it was covered and then it broke and then under slowly erosion, it just left it that way. And I'll buy that on a lot of these dolmens that That one don't, no, that one's way more obviously man-made. And there's a few areas in that, and there's even 3 indentations on top, like the kind of thing where you maybe store something liquid or put a grain in so it didn't blow off. So it's, to me, that Kaiser dolmen is pretty clearly man-made or artificially modified, you could say.
Thank you so much for that. And real quick, on the sage wall, is that clearly man-made, or could you see a geological process to where that could have been
Yeah.
done naturally?
Did I say man-made? Because I meant.
No, you didn't, but I just want to make
I'm
sure that's
sorry.
clear.
No, I'm sorry. I meant that it's clearly geological, that it looks man-made, but it's, when you're, like what I said, when you're standing on it, you look down, you can see that it's, sorry for misspeaking there, you can see that the vein of rock goes straight and then curves and winds. The rock all over the region cleaves the same way. So it seems like a lot of these things, like the sage wall itself, in my mind, looks it looks really intriguing, but it seems very natural. But there's areas there that do look modified, like the Kaiser dolmen. Sorry about.
No, thank you so much for that clarification. Dan, this is amazing. Thanks so much.
No, thank you.
And I'm going to corner you later to ask more questions. So we've got about a 15-minute bathroom break, and then we're going to get set up for Marko Roman. So we got 11:30. We'll be back here, and Mark will be ready to go.
Jeremy. Okay.
Do a mic check, Marko. Not yet. No, not yet. It's not on yet. That dude just climbed up there. Give it a tap. We're going to get started here in about 60 seconds. So if you can hear me out in the hallway, come on in.
Testing. Can you hear me? Hello.
Okay, I think we're about to get started, everyone. So if you can, take a seat. We'll let people finish sitting down here for a few seconds. How's everybody doing this morning? Woo! Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, we've got a treat for you all today. We've got somebody sitting beside me here on stage who has done a lot of incredible work, and he's going to be taking us through a journey into his mind, into the math that he's rediscovered and pioneered for a lot of people today. So this is Mr. Marko Rhoden, and there it is, Marko, that clout you were talking about. So Marko's going to get started. We're going to have a bit of a mix of a presentation. As you guys can see, we have a PowerPoint up here, and then Marko's going to go over to the interactive whiteboard, and he's going to be doing some drawings on there. It's not going to be able to project onto that screen, so if you would like to see those a little more clearly, we can give you guys 30 seconds to kind of move over to that side of the audience if you'd like to. That's going to be about a 45-minute presentation, and then we're going to open it up for questions. Maybe it takes 60 minutes, and then we have questions, and then after that, we will go to lunch. So, Mr. Marko Rhoden, I'm going to hand the ball over to you, and the floor is yours. Let's hear it one more time for Marko.
Hello. Okay. We're going to be discussing vortex-based mathematics. I'm going to try and not steamroll over anybody. Math can be brutal. I don't have a conventional education. I don't speak calculus. I don't speak algebra. I barely made it through 7th grade, really. And they only graduated me to get me out of the school. So, the response from the audience is very valuable to me. And I know you usually wait to ask questions, but I don't mind if you had a question in a minute from now and walked up and used that mic. We can't record you from the audience, so you can't talk from your chair. But if you come up to the mic, what I'm saying is I'm extending an invitation anytime. It's not likely you'll take advantage of it, but I'm saying that I don't mind. Because this is a presentation for you, and how, if it has any impact or effect on you, then I've succeeded. If I can't do that, then I've failed. Beckett is going to keep me on the straight path. And I thank Robert, I thank Quest for Ancient Civilizations. I only have 45 minutes, so if you're interested in taking a workshop, then you should contact Ancient Civilizations. I've agreed to do it in the next 60 days here in Sedona. It'll be at one of the smaller auditoriums here, or it'll be a small thing, like 30, 50 people or something, if that many people respond. Okay, but so contact Robert directly, and who is our host today.
Shout out to Robert Dakota. Let's go. All right, Marko, you ready to get started?
Okay. A lot of people went to a lot of trouble to make my presentation for me, and this represents art from dozens and dozens of artists. My philosophy is that too many chefs do not spoil the broth. A lot of the symbols you'll recognize: Rhoden coil, Cosmati pavement with a Taurus in it. It's hard to see all this. This is Egyptian falcon, Baha'i, the Day of God. That's the logo for the Baha'i faith that I designed. This is a Taurus showing how it's compressing and decompressing. So the Ancient of Days, Spirit is the fifth force, the Quest for Ancient Civilizations Conference, May 3rd, 2026. Okay, how do I do the next one?
We'll switch it.
Cool. Okay, so she knows my work better than me, and so she'll keep me current. Okay, so this is Baha'i scripture. It says, and we have only 45 minutes, and there's maybe, last I heard, 300 slides, so it's, we possess a science which should we convey but one word to the beings, everyone would be made to believe in the manifestation of God and his knowledge. That one word is the Aleph. The major religions, most recently, are in Aramaic, Arabic, Persian, Hebrew. Baha'i faith is Farsi. And it's called the mystic word. And everything's about intonation, breathing, mantras, meditation. And there's techniques or principles or applications that none of you are familiar with that are buried in the scripture, where it takes the human temple and turns you into an antenna for you to get divine guidance, inspiration, illumination. It's called the apex of consciousness. So next slide. In the four valleys, it says, this is the apex of consciousness and the secret of divine guidance. This is the center of the mystery. He doth what he willeth, ordaineth what he pleaseth. The eternal decacubit. So this is, comes out of religion. I've rediscovered it. I could say this is my discovery, but it's always existed. It was here before the Milky Way. It'll be here when the Earth's mountains are pulled, crushing flat, and we're sucked into the black hole in the center of the Milky Way. I took what's called the most great name of God. This is base 10, base 26, base 50. My students figured out why this works and what it is, and I'll be quoting them. I could call my colleagues because they're actually beyond me now. They're professors at universities. But it turns out that I discovered that numbers are real, that nature is expressing herself with numbers. Everything, this was known in Egyptology. Okay, I better not slow down. So I'm claiming this is a secret. I'm going to be teaching what the secret of superconductivity is. Superconductivity where you have no resistance, no parasitics, no random collisions. Essentially, I'm saying I have found perfection. Okay. Next slide, please. At the end, or somewhere deep in this, I have peer review from the director of Microsoft, Russell Blake. He was very kind. Go back one. It went a little quick. And I'm already taking too long on each slide. If I'm here, I'm here. These are all the primes. No. Okay, stop there. Base 10, 3 squared. That's the first true prime. 2 is not a prime. That's a man-made error. As long as the man-made errors, math has been standardized so all mathematicians can communicate. But as long as those errors are incorporated, we're going to be incapacitated and we're going to be on a course of destruction. And I found out how to get 0 back into the center, okay? And once you put 0 back into the center, interestingly, nothing ever goes through the hole. Everything defines the hole 0 by going around the lip. It's an aperture, just like your eye. And what happens is when you violate 0 or abuse it, such as they do in pi, because you try and bisect a circle, on a this is called a toroid, or a torus, or a donut. The secret of the donut is the hole. So what happens is when they calculate pi, you can't go through the hole. You have to be offset and deflected. It's a vortex well. Everything in our culture is based on that. Are you well? It's a vortex well. Or are you having fun? It's a funnel. That hole is critical, okay? And I'm going to be explaining the relationship of 0 to 9. Apogee 9, we call it, because 9 represents an energy that we're not aware of yet today. In the scriptures, it's called spirit, prana, chi. In science, it's called monopole, inertia, ether, dark energy. Okay, so this is taking the primes, and every time you square them, you increase 2 conductors. Right now, all computers that we're using today are based on the binary code. And it turns out that I'm going to be showing you that the binary code is not binary. It's based on thirds. And my proclamations that I'm making, I know, are off the wall, okay? But I've taken the binary code, which is an endless freeway to nowhere, and turned it into a horse track. And I've shown that for every binary code, they must be in pairs. You can never have one alone. And the third component is a higher dimensional flux field. Essentially, my discovery, which was not made by me, it was made by Scott Gosselaar. His responsibility, he's a mechanical engineer, was to figure out, I took this out of the scriptures, I said in the scriptures it says this is a source of inexhaustible energy, free energy. And I said, your job is to make this, and I put together a team of scientists. And it was grueling, and what he discovered is that the base 10, 1 through 9, is not one system. 0 is not a number, it's an absence. So base 10 is mod 9, there's only 9 numbers. And it turns out that it's 2 separate systems woven together. 396 is a completely different dimension and different world. It's a higher dimensional flux field than the 124875. I'm all over the road talking when the slides do show this. This is the
Marko,
Baha'i Temple in Evanston, Illinois. It's a beautiful, magnificent structure if you ever have an opportunity to see it. This is the Baha'i Temple in Chile. So Baha'i metaphysical technology, and by decrypting the most great name of God, found the Baha'i faith sacred scriptures, I was able to create the toroid number map and tap into the hidden energy in the universe. So I'm saying I know how to obsolete the combustion engine or nuclear power. Next slide, please. Learn density mapping. Only vortex-based mathematics can chart the pathway of spirit from the unmanifest into the world of form and fully explain all that ever was, is, and ever will be in the universe. The math is completely predictive. It proves that there is such a thing as absolutes and fixed constants, that really, we still have free will, but there's nothing by accident, not even evolution. This math, I applied it to what's called the bioetheric template, the morphogenic field. I've actually found the secret of cellular communication on the microbiology level. Okay, next slide. So this is the name of God that I discovered. I call it God's light cone. All the knowledge of the universe is contained in this one symbol, this one shape, this fantastic supercoherence has existed since the beginning of time, but is yet to be harnessed by mankind, and the potential is truly staggering. That was actually said by the director of future operating systems, advanced operating systems, senior researcher at Microsoft, Russell P. Blake. He volunteered, he offered to me to be a bridge between what I discovered and mankind. Advanced operating systems is the most challenging part of Microsoft. So essentially that's where the number 9 is, that's where the number 1 is.
Do you want to
2,
draw it, Marko?
3, not yet. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I know I should be drawing, but I'm going to try and get farther into the slides because I can see I'm already like 10 slides behind where I should be for the amount of time I
Doing
have.
great.
This is where the missing 0 is. That's the 9 above it. It makes a perfect diamond. The reason the 3, 9, and 6, it's a very common mistake when people are promoting vortex-based mathematics that I see online, and I'm very grateful for the fact that this discovery has gone viral. But they connect it. It's not their fault. It's my fault because I don't do many presentations, and so it hasn't been shared. You can never connect it on the base. There can't be any horizontal or vertical line. It's only diagonal lines. Everything's a diagonal in our physical world because mass precesses. I obsolete the standard Cartesian coordinate system. I found God's own coordinate system, X, Y, and Z. You could have said 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, mod 9, reduced multiples of 2 to discrete numbers, but anyway. Okay, next slide, please. You can do, it works no matter what the control is. I'm not arbitrarily picking multiples of 1. This is the, I forget what this falcon's called again, but there you see it in Egyptology. The 3, Horus? Oh, here it is. It's called the, it's somewhere in here. Okay, but that's the 9, that's the 3, that's the 6. This is the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 as far as I'm concerned. And that's where the missing 0 is. It's called the Ba bird. There's more pyramids named Ba than any other name in Egyptology. Most of us don't know that. There's been books disclosing that. The Ba is the soul. It must descend upon the pharaoh within 3 days. That's the first half of the most great name of God in the Baha'i faith. Ba, in electromagnetic engineering, you have the BH curve. Ba is compression, H is decompression. At a later date, I'll be going into underpinning nested vortices. This is Baha'i scripture. Everything must needs have an origin, every building a builder. Here again, the mystic word. Verily, the word of God is the cause, which created the most great name. I'm being very brief. Ancient of Days. It kind of dovetails with our conference. Okay, next, please. That's by Blake in late 1700s. Bounded infinity. Okay, so this is a straight line going on infinitely. A freeway to nowhere goes on forever. It doesn't. When you get to 64, it becomes 1 again. But I'll wait and show you on the board. So this is a beautiful mine. There you see the lazy 8 right there. And I put 3 points on each side of it. So for a total of 6 of the axis, okay, which you'll be seeing. Yeah, I tend, so keep me posted what's going on. Okay, so there's the 3, 9, and 6. Okay, thank you, Lisa. There's a 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. Then it's back to 1, because that would have been 64, which is 10 is 1, 128 equals 11 is 2, 256 is 13 is 4, 512 equals 8, 1024 equals 7. I know it's difficult. 2048 equals 14 is 5. You can't leave this railroad train track. But there'll be other illustrations. That's the 0. 9 is an emanation. 9 never changes. It's just as 0 is always nothing. 9 is always everything. 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54. And with the toroid number map, what I have essentially discovered unity. I have proven that there is such a thing as unity that's perfect. So again, recursion, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, but I haven't explained it yet really that well. But there's a hand, 124875, this symbol. This is all the knowledge of the universe, past, present, and future, is contained in this symbol. The center here is off-center to the circle. That's very significant when you go into quantum field theory and you're trying to deal with vacuum fluxations and how they create mass. By taking this, it took me 24 years, and turning it into a torus, a donut, which is a surface topology. No one's ever taken in modern times. I'm sure this discovery has been made by endless beings of the past. But by turning it into a surface topology, it's never been done before, where I'm able to incorporate a time component, a sacred geometry, a geometric component. Let's go to the next one. But it's, okay, so this is a 2D computer with a 2D binary code of 1248, 1632, 64, 128. I'm saying this is a disruptive technology. I'm saying it's a game changer based on what the ancient knowledge, which I'll be showing you how it even relates to Egyptology, Baha'i faith. It's in every scripture. It's in the Torah, it's in the Bible. But I turned it into a repeating pattern from an endless highway to a horse track circuit, to a closed loop. Okay, next, please. So this is an application to processors that are being claimed. These are my colleagues and students. They need funding. They applied for a patent, 9B scalar wave next generation, okay, to make a processor up to 50 times, and it's probably understated, reduction of the power consumption. The whole thing about a torus is that it's a heat sink, our body's called the human torso, based on the word, again, torus, toroid, because it's based on in and out, compression, decompression. And a toroid has to maintain a constant temperature. It cannot go too high, cannot go too low, or it incinerates and self-destructs. That's the same as a black hole in the center of our Milky Way. It's bathing itself in planets and stars by imploding at the top, and as they turn into a hot gaseous plume of interstellar plasma and gaseous matter and shoot out a white hole at the other side where it decompresses, it's taking heat away from the core to maintain that black hole so it doesn't incinerate, so it doesn't self-destruct. We never finished this slide, which is how it replaces AI, colloidal cognitive intelligence. I've said so many things that isn't shown to you yet, but all motors run on toroidal coils. This is not a toroidal field generating coil, the Rhoden coil. It is a poloidal field coil. It's completely different. Most people don't even know. And it actually is a super coherent field, okay? And it's used in DNA. It's used in any coil. Our body's this mortal coil. DNA is made out of phosphates. Okay, that's the whole backbone of that DNA double spiral helix. Phosphates always have a negative electric charge. Of course, with any negative electric charge, there's always an associated magnetic field. The major groove, that gap space, if you go on Google and type in major groove, you'll see this big empty space. It's not empty, it's a flux field. And it controls, with it, you could end all disease, not externally, but by going inside and using it to control cellular communication. You could produce unlimited food. There isn't anything you can't do with poloidal fields. This is the how we all know.
The latest result in machine intelligence, the HAL 9000 computer, which can reproduce, though some experts still prefer to use the word mimic, most of the activities of the human brain, and with incalculably greater speed and reliability. We next spoke with the HAL 9000 computer, whom we learned one addresses as Hal. Good afternoon, Hal. How's everything going?
Good afternoon, Mr. Raymer. Everything is going extremely well.
Hal, you have an enormous responsibility on this mission. In many ways, perhaps the greatest responsibility of any single mission element. You're the brain and central nervous system of the ship, and your responsibilities include watching over the men in hibernation. Does this ever cause you any lack of confidence?
Let me put it this way, Mr. Raymer. The 9000 series is the most reliable computer ever made. No 9000 computer has ever made a mistake or distorted information. We are all, by any practical definition of the words, foolproof, and incapable of error.
Tesla said if you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6, and 9, then you would have a key to the universe. Next slide. So it turns out that I make a thing called the decocubit. It's a computer that is omnidimensional. It's the perfect hologram. It has superluminal speed of communication. And I'm still understating it. The saying is he who controls magnetism controls the universe. I say he who controls spirit controls the universe. Only magnetism can respond quick enough to respond. Spirit and magnetism are inseparable. When spirit is emanating from the center of mass, and it's from every single atom, it's a positive emanation. It's unique in that it travels in a straight line. That's why everything else is wrapped around it. That's why the universe curves. That's why everything bends. In science, that's called precession. And as that emanation goes out, only magnetism can give slippage and free play to it. By being able to use that magnetism in any way you want, once you have a magnetic field, you have unlimited electricity. This is a completely different way to create a magnetic field and to tap into it and harness it. So we'll keep going. I show the ratio. Say it again? Except you're supposed to go to the mic. The camera can't hear you, and I can't repeat your question. But walk up to the mic for 1 second. Your question's fair game. I want to hear it. Or you can save it. You already forgot? How do you make it? I already forgot.
How is magnetism created through this?
Apogee 9 is the control. It's not 369, it's 396. Remember, 3 can never touch 6, 6 can never touch 3. It's a total optical illusion that everything is a duality. It's not male, female, it's not black and white. I know that's ridiculous. Because there's always something in the center. That's the control. That's invisible. The 3 and 6 are the yin and yang. With this math, you can see that invisible energy. And you can tap into it and harness it. The yin and yang is a duality, okay? Except there's a third part inside it, which is the 9. It's really based on thirds. 3 doubled is 6, 6 doubled is 12, you're back to 3. 12 doubled is 24, you're back to 6. 24 doubled is 48, you're back to 3. It looks like a duality. You never see the hidden invisible 9. A half of 3 is 1.5 is a 6. Half of 1.5 is 0.75 is a 3. When 9 is negative, 3 and 6 are both positive at the same time. It's a big accomplishment to know the polarity. 3 and 6 are both negative when 9 is positive. Okay, we'll keep going. The 0 is a Stargate portal because where that 0 is the point of positive emanation, where spirit is coming from. It is the W-axis. I haven't shown you the other 3 axes, but I'm showing you the most important axis right now, which is the W-axis. I can't do justice to it. Even I cannot wrap my head around this discovery. I only have the slightest glimpse of what it is and how it works, and it took my entire lifetime. So we'll just keep going. But remember, separating the 396 from the 124875 changes everything. It's okay. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. The same image, different slide. Perfection realized. It's just saying angle and ratio. See, the binary code, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, what is it doing on a pyramid? Except it doesn't have a base. What is it doing being wrapped around a triangle as a spindle? Okay, this is actually the control of that. That's because of the fact that the binary code isn't binary. When you see it on the Tori number map, we haven't even gotten to that yet, when I discovered it, it was shocking that I was dealing, that binary codes can never come alone. They have to come in pairs. These circuits have to come, they're bifilar. Okay, next, please. Now, I know that this is Greek. I know I'm just throwing everything at you. The diamond, the hexagon, and triangle are all in phase. Same phase, actually. Okay, next one, please. Spirits, WX is the source of all motion, vibration, and time. Not making it up. Found the source of time. Next, please. That's what I already said. Circuits, there's two of them. One of them's positive one of them's negative one. They go in opposite directions diagonally. You'll see that soon. 3 and 6 respond to the 9. 9's the control. It's omnidirectional, the 9. Omnidimensional, it's omniscient, it's omnipotent. Spirit is irresistible. It penetrates everything. It's the source of all motion and time. The 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 is the material physical world. It's a concrete world. It's the world of mass. And it can be anything. We'll follow this pathway as it goes. It's a maximum acceleration. It can be electricity can superconduct. Air can superconduct. It can be any continuous medium. It can be water. It can be a solar system. Our solar system, as it accelerates and goes into the vortex at the black hole in the middle, everything is following this 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. Mitosis, everything in biology. Okay, next slide, please. Now, I know I'm abusing you because I'm just saying so much, okay? This is the great attractor in Lorentz butterfly. Looks, you see it's a match-up. The patterns match. This is a bounded infinity. Okay, next. Oh, do we have one other rug? The other one, is it in the car? Oh, I said only bring the 3 rugs. Okay. I forgot I had a 4th one. Guess we're not going to see it. It's woven because the purpose of our conference was to show to maintain the theme of what the ancients knew, of how it was lost information, or they didn't feel that it should be shared with the generality of the population because we would desecrate it. So it was kept secret. But I have a rug with exactly an antique rug with this information. They knew it. Yeah. It's a Persian rug, Afghani Persian rug. Okay, next slide, please. It's in the car. If anybody volunteers, I'll give you my key, but I can't let Brian leave. I need his help. Okay, the dandelion puff principle. This is the 396-693. It's because it looks like a spiral or diagonal, but there's a straight line emanation coming from the inside out, and it doesn't bend from the ID to the OD of the torus. And this is what I'm tapping into, and nobody's been able to see it, and there's no technology sensitive enough to observe it. Okay, next, please. I'm saying that spirit is God's neurons. I'm saying that what I found for the world of creation, God is omniscient, omnipotent, untrammelled, and I don't claim to have a grip or a handle on God. But what I am saying is that in the world of creation, the physical material world that we exist in, that I've been able to reverse engineer it. And in every world, there is an emblem, a sign of God's perfection, of his handiwork. And so I'm claiming that I've been able to tap into spirit. And okay, next. God's archetypal brainwave encephalogram pattern. So this is the first time you're clearly seeing the circuits. Okay, one's going that way, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. You can't really see it, can you? It's too little. And then it's going this way, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, and then you have the 3, 9, 6 over and over again, the flux field. There's nothing there. You leave it alone in between the conductors. And those circuits aren't wrapped side by side. They're gone in spires. They go many times around before they ever hit side by side. And it creates a harmonic insulation. And that insulation keeps the electricity from short-circuiting. Even though you can take two conductors that are not insulated, they don't have shellac, they don't have rubber, but they can be side by side and they will not short out because I call it an electron harmonic shear. And I'd have to explain it in greater depth, but I'm not going to take the time. But that toric map was shear 1. Again, prana, chi, tachyon, monopole, inertia, ether, soliton, dark energy are some of the many names for spirit. Negative numbers, black tiles, positive numbers, white tiles, because they're being created tangentially from the inside out. This is going to be pretty hard. This is the first axis. This wasn't meant to show it, but it's so easily shown, I want to show it. If you look at the black tiles, they're all going down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3. The white tiles are going up. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1. That is different than the tiles horizontally. There's no redundancy. If there's any redundancy, this thing would be wrong, and there cannot be any omission. So horizontally, it's multiples of 5. 5, 10, 15, 20. 25, 30. That's why you have a 7. 30 is a 3. 35 is an 8. Backwards, it looks like numerology, but in computer science, it's called decimal parity. 4, 8, 12. That's a 3. 16 equals a 7. 20 equals a 2. 24 equals a 6. 28 is 10 is 1. What is happening is I'm taking, what you're about to see, the polar number pairs or mates, and I'm showing that the universe has its own multiplication table, but it's 3D, whereas when we learned as children in elementary school was 2D and was incomplete, or worse, it was wrong. Okay, keep going, please. So again, I'm saying nature has its own multiplication table. Okay? So the dandelion puff principle is the 396693. It's so important, and this is the moment when it's rarefying, piercing the torus skin. So I'm being redundant, I'm repeating it a lot of times. Kinetic waves of 9. So this is going to be a pretty good demonstration. What is happening is you can take any number on this toroid number map, and it's essentially, it's the same as the classic physics book example, where you drop a raindrop into the pond, and it makes these waves reverberating, you know? And so what happens is whatever numbers you take around them will equal the number in the center. So and the point of this is that there's a kinetic energy in this map that can be harnessed. This is showing that there's a potential to do real work that nobody ever even envisioned and dreamed. When you say numbers are real, they say, what are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? Okay? I'm using numbers to pinpoint the fields of magnetism, the flux of spirit, and the electron moment so that I can get rid of friction and parasitics. And let me think for a second. And so you're going to see a demonstration now of shock waves. This is shock waves. So go ahead. So this first row around that 9, if you add them up, will equal that 9. Okay, go back. Well, it doesn't matter. Just do it. It's is it, okay. Is it working? Next slide, please. Oh, it's working up there. Thank you. Okay, so what you're seeing, I'm not blocking your image, am I? Okay, is add 6 plus 5 equals 11. You could then say 11 plus 7 is 18, but I'm just going to say 6 plus 5 equals 11 equals 2. And then 7 and 2 equals 9, 9 and 8 equals 8. 8 and 3 is 11 is 2, 4 plus 2 is 6. 6 plus 2 is 8, 8 and 1 is 9, and 9 plus the number in the center equals 18 equals 9. So it just made a wave, a shock wave. Next one, please. Oh, this is a worksheet for me to show it, and this is showing numbers of polarity. Oh, good. Okay, will it do it and then it just stop? So if we do the second ring around it, okay, and I add up all the numbers, they will equal 9 again. 9's always invisible, but and it'll equal the number in the center. That would have worked with any number you've chosen. And the important critical thing is, just as you see 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, if I have 20,000 9s, I must have 20,000 8s, I must have 20,000 7s. I can never have any one number more amount of times than any other number. That would be showing bias. And this has to be totally impartial. And it only works in a prime number squared based system, because primes in the world of mathematics, or the physical world, are the emblem of God, because they're indivisible. And this particular toroid number map, and there's 3 for mod 9 base 10, is perfect unity. And it's revealing, and it's indivisible, and it's completely perfect mathematically. You haven't seen my peer review, like from Microsoft yet, but it's unbelievable. They say, essentially, I've done something that they thought was impossible mathematically. I've found perfect supercoherence. Okay, so we can keep on going more rings. Do you want me to add up? I leave it up to you. Do you want me to add up that green ring or not? Or we got the point? Okay, next one then, please. Because we'll never get through all these slides, so we have to be expeditious. Okay, so this is showing the kinetic energy of the toroid map, and it'll be up there. That time That's Newton's cradle, and that's what those numbers are doing. They're all passing those shock waves. It's how I position the numbers. No number is, it's the only time that you've ever seen numbers positioned in such a way is that they have perfect uniformity to reveal an invisible energy. It's very hard to describe what I'm sharing. For me to find the right words is a huge challenge. Polar number mates. Okay. So 1 and 8, I'm sorry, the yellow's hard to see. Probably should never use it like that. Our number mates are on the same horizontal line. That has an axis down the middle. I'm about to explain you very important precepts and optical illusions. The optical illusion, because you can have a center line down the center, and the right and left are a mirror like a butterfly. It has symmetry. It's a key property of physics. It's called parity, bilateral symmetry. Okay, our bodies are based on it. Everything's based on it in physics. And it looks like a duality. That 1 and 8, that 7 and 2, that 4 and 5 are the same stratified horizontal line, but they're not a duality because they're separated by 3. To get from 1 to 8, if I go 1, 2, 4, 8, that's 1 to 2 is 1 step, 2 to 4 is 2 steps, 4 to 8 is the 3rd step. Everything is separated by 3, not by 2. It's all an optical illusion. Go backwards. A half of 1 is 5, which is 0.5. Half of 0.5 is 0.25. Yes, I'm able to do this in any form of math, including fractions. Half of 0.25 is 0.125, which is your 8. It was 1 to 5 is 1 step, 5 to 7 is 2 steps, 7 to 8 is 3 steps. Each one of those numbers that are horizontally aligned, like our eyes, because light is polarized, okay, and everything is polarized by this system, okay, is separated by 3. So you're not used to this kind of a multiplication table. This is how we should have learned multiplication series in elementary school. Multiple of 1s is just plus 1. But I'm not going to do multiple of 1s. It's too hard to see. I'm going to do multiples of 2. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I reduced it to a 1. 12, 14, 16, 18. So it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. But 2 plus 7 equals 9. And 7 is the last number before 9. So we go all the way over there to that 7. 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. I know 7 is going to be the polar mate because of the same distance from 9. And that's a tempo. There's a hidden timing in all our math that nobody taught you about. And that timing is critical for making free energy. And so now I go over to 7. 2 7s is 14 is 5. 3 7s is 21 is 3. 4 7s is 28 is 10 is 1. 7 times 5 is 35 is 8. It's just going to be the same pattern. 8, 6, 4, 2, 9. They're mirrors, separated by 3. Okay? because to get it horizontally across, you got to go 3 times around. 4 and 5 are mirrors. It's too light, it's hard to see. But it's 4837266159. Next one will be on the other side, 5162738849. I know I should explain it better. I think because they're so hard to see, I'm just going to move on.
Well, Marko, I think this would be a good time to pull up the whiteboard and draw this. What do you think?
I can't hear you that well.
I said, I think this would be a good time for you to draw this.
Well, okay, I'll jump into drawing something, but do another slide.
Did everybody get this? Show of hands who understands essentially where these horizontal, what Marko was saying about.
That's my old friend that we spend endless hours together. That don't count.
Draw it, Marko.
What, you want me to show him?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let me see the next slide before I show him.
Okay.
Just to see if I don't have any supporting, because I try and do it with boards, but I like to draw. Okay, next. Alice through the looking glass mirror. Next.
So then we're getting into the powers of 10.
Oh.
So before we get into the powers of 10, do this. Sorry to override you here.
He's overriding me. That's his role. I asked for it.
Okay, here we go, Marko.
Okay.
You got a little bit of time.
Command performance. Okay, by Beckett. 9, 3, 6. I could have done, instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, might as well make it as hard on myself as I can. Let's do 7. Multiples of 7. 1.
Start with the basics, Marko. Start with the basics. Start with 1.
No. It's too beautiful.
But not everybody's going to understand the beauty of it.
No, be patient. Be patient. I'm drawing. You asked me to draw. I'm drawing. 1, 7 is 7. It's very important that it's one step from 9. Because remember, 9's the axis and the control. This is the secret of the gyroscope. The gyroscope is another example of God on the 3rd dimension. So 2 7s is 14 is 5. So it's 2 steps. I really got 1, and I got 2. It's just that I'm doing 7 now instead of 5. You understand that?
Okay.
You do?
Yes.
The litmus test is you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. There's 3. 3 times 7 is 21 is 3. 4 times 7 is 28 is 10 is 1. 7 times 5 is 35 is 8. See how the number mates line up? 8 and 1. 7 and 2 are going to line up. And 5 and 4 will line up. Okay, so that was 7 times 5 is 35 is 8. 7 times 6 equals 42 equals 6. Okay, I could have written a little 42 there. This is a circle. 360 degrees divided by 40 equals 9. 40 degrees each number. And so that was 7 times 6. 7 times 7 is 49, which is a 4. There's your 5 and 4 mirroring. And 7 times 8 is 56, which is 11 is 2. 7 and 2 are mirroring. They make 9. Okay, but it's an illusion that we've actually changed anything, no matter what the multiples are, because there's an underpinning geometry to all this, where spirit is reticulating everything. That's embedded in everything, and it can't exist without it. So now I go 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8. Don't know why I did that. 8 to 7. Touchy. 7 to 5, 5 to 1. There it is. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. There's your binary code reduced to discrete numbers, 6 discrete numbers. Most importantly, there's your 396, which is another world and another dimension. There's your missing 0. That's what we wanted to do. And now he wanted me to do multiplications. I'll start with 1. Multiples of 1 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But that's 1, 2, 3. It just starts all over again if you're just looking for a number pattern. I'm only trying to show you a number pattern. What's the advantage of knowing the number pattern? Because you can create what's called a diffraction grating with number patterns. I call it a number interferometry. And you can actually then see the electrical properties of mass. You can see the higher dimensional flux fields through this diffraction grating. It's a tool that I developed. 1 8 is 8, 2 8 is 16, equals a 7. It's got to be the same pattern. There's 9, 8, 7, and there's 8, 7, so it must be a 6 right there. And 3 times 8 is 24, which is a 6. And 4 8 is 32 is a 5. No point in me writing it unless you can see that mess. 40 is a 4. 48 is 12 is 3. 56, 11, 2, 64, 10, 1, 72, 9. Same pattern, everything starting from the inside out. It's being created from the inside out. In other words, we're all tethered to the primal point. That's what it's called. That's what it's called in the scriptures. It's literally the epicenter. But it's off-center to the circle in the symbol. And that's very important. And it becomes XYZ in its cycles. It's unbelievable how this works when it's applied. I'm just going to stick with what Beckett wanted me to do. Now I got 4 and 5. I got a royal mess here, I know.
You want to reset?
Huh? What do you? You want to clean it up? Oh, okay. Sounds good to me. Where do I go to change my I'm already changed? I'm already changed. It's not supposed to be a dashed line. I'm just going too fast. This is one of my older boards. It was easier for me to move. I had to move it, so I did 2 things at one time and moved it and brought it here, and now it's going somewhere else. So he wanted me to do 1 and 8. Remember, we have something invisible here. Of course, you know this already. I make little BBs, little dots. Okay, so there's your 9, your 3, and your 6. This is the source of the whole thing. Okay, back to the other thing. Okay, so let's do, and I take, this is, so simple. Okay, and it's much easier understood when you know family number groups and when you understand what this is and why it works this way and what it is. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And this will be 8, 16, 24, 32, 40, 48, which equals to 12 is 3, 56, 11, 2, 64, 10, 1, 72, 9. The exact same pattern, everything starting from the inside out. But no one ever figured out that this becomes a non-Cartesian coordinate system that maps 3D space and the inverse square law perfectly, if you know how to use it and what to do with it. Man invented his own language. He invented calculus, he invented algebra. He tried to make it coincide with nature and physics. He never thought that we had the tools. So this is ancient civilization. We've had these numbers for a very long time, many different civilizations. And these numbers actually make a lattice or a matrix. That explains everything. Okay, I did what he wanted. I couldn't do 7 and 2. Do you want 7 and 2 too?
Yeah, do 7 and 2, and then we're at
Okay.
12:30 already. I'm going to ask you a question about where this stuff...
2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9.
Does
That was
everybody
the
see
x-axis.
how this...
This is the z-axis, which I have to show you how to see it. I don't know if he's going to let me get to it. 7, 5, 3, 1, 8, 6, 4, 2, 9 is the mirror of 2. And that's multiples of 7, 7, 14, 21, 28. And 4 and 5 we did before, but 4, 8, 3, 7, 2, 6, 1, 5, 9. 5, 1, 6, 2, 7, 3, 8, 4, 9. I need to get to the toroid number map. Next image, please.
So, Marko, we're at 12:30 here. So you've been up here for an hour. We're going to get you to the toroid number map. Got all that? Got it? There will be.
That's why Robert's going to hold a workshop. It's from 9 to 6. It's 8 hours long, because this cannot be done in this way. This
We'll
is
do-
why I typically don't do public presentations, because it's better to let the images stand on their own feet and speak for themselves. It shouldn't really be conceptual. Okay, where did I get this from? One, it's not up there? Is it working up there too?
We've got Chester Gold up
Catching
there.
up. So, where, powers of 10, they said we count in 10 fingers. We don't. I really didn't want to do this simple of a presentation. This is just too fundamental, but this isn't 10. There's an axis down the middle. I can hide one hand behind the other. Again, it's back to parity, bilateral symmetry. Powers of 10 have nothing to do with 10 fingers. What it comes from is this was a 1. I'm not going to write on this. I'm just going to keep moving. This was a 0.5. Remember 5 was over there? That's now 5/10. I'm going backwards. This is 0.25, 25 hundredths. 1 times 10 is 10, 10 times 10 is 100, 10 times 100 is 1,000. That's 0.125, or 125 is a fraction thousandths. You don't go around the circle. Thank you. There it is, 0.062. You go around the lip of the hole, come out the other side, you're inverted. That's why it's a mirror. It looks like an egg beater. It's an egg beater, okay? It's a cosmic grinder. That's how the universe works. It's a melting pot. And you come out the other side, down here, and now you're going in the reverse direction. First I was going this way, now I'm going the reverse direction, and from 0.125, it's 0.0625, or 625 10,000ths. What was that? That was 5/10. It's a colander, it's a sieve. It's sorting every mathematical function. It's the ultimate Turing machine. Tens are always at the bottom. No one ever thought that you could take every known function in mathematics, every known calculation, every formula, every equation, and combine them all together. It does exist. This was the legend for it. It's like the schematic. This is not it being applied. This is just, you might say, the most knowledge and information compressed in the smallest amount of space. When it's applied, it's in the toroid number map, which I call the decocubit. So we'll do one more example. 0.065 goes to 0.03125, which equals 11, which equals 2, or that's 3,125 what? 100,000ths, and there's 2,500ths. The hundreds are in the middle, and the ones are at the top. This went from 1 to 1,000 to 1,000,000 to 1,000,000,000. Again, I have a sieve. I have a cheesecloth, and I'm sorting out everything known in math.
So the same number pattern that Marko just drew when he was showing the 1 and going all the way around the number map is another version of that shown as fractions over multiples of 10. So when you have 1.125, it's in the same position as the 8. And when you have the 0.625, it's in the same position as where the, the 4 is.
Correct.
And yeah, so as you go around this, the same number map that he was drawing there is represented in this halving sequence on both sides. So I interrupt you here, Marko, but we have lunch coming up here, and I want you to say something about, we talked about this the other day, about how this does connect ancient civilizations. What structures, what things have encoded this? How is this utilized?
Okay, glad you asked. There's a tori in Japan. Again, Taurus, toroid, root word. Tor means hole. There's the hole right there in the dream catcher. This map and this hole needs illustrations. I'm not going to try to verbally or conceptually explain it. Conceptually is not, math should not be conceptualized, it should be seen. Let's keep going. The Great Pyramid, this was done by Professor Nelson. I'm going to be very brief on this, and it's impossible to be brief. J.J. Hertek said he was taken up by aliens in the Keys of Enoch and given a mathematical formula of 6 numbers. When he looked out the spaceship window, he was on a joyride. He saw ribbons of light going across the solar system and into the universe. And he asked the aliens, what is this? And the aliens gave him this 6-digit number code. And Professor Nelson, plant pathology, University of Hawaii, Manoa, recently ascended. He was my best student. I gave him a diploma. even though I don't got an education. And what he did was he said he cleared his mind. He took that code out of that book, and he'd learned this math so well, vortex-based mathematics mastered, we call it, that he was able to know what numbers went in between each number. You take the quad-ruled piece of paper, which is squares, you rotate it 90 degrees, it becomes what I call diamond quantum tiles. It becomes diamonds, which is accurate. You get 100% more data when you use diamonds instead of squares, but that's a subject in its own. And so go back, well, go anywhere you want. So what happened was he discovered that the steps of the pyramid are made out of the same circuits of the torus. There's a 396 in between the two circuits. This one's going to the right, this one's going to the left, but now they're horizontal, whereas on the torus they're a spiral or diagonal. It's a profound discovery because it shows that the pyramid and the torus are extremely 180 degrees opposite of one another, that there's a connection and relation, and they're both energy devices. Remember, I'm saying that with this math, you can use this, the pyramid or the torus, to go put it in a briefcase, go to any mountaintop where there's no infrastructure of wires or anything else, and you can have unlimited electricity. It's self-contained. You can go anywhere in the universe. You can use it as a spaceship because it's a nozzle, and you don't have to return back to Earth for fuel. It makes mankind intergalactic citizens. It makes mankind the custodians of the universe. And you see, and I'm an ecologist and environmentalist, so it's a scary prospect.
Okay, Marko.
Eye of Horus is this discovery. When you take each part, if you go to Google and you type in Eye of Horus and put 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, you'll see each part of the eye has a number in Egyptology. It was the most commonly found at archaeological dig sites talisman in Egyptology, okay? And that is the code that I've cracked and applied to hardware.
Looks like we've got a question, Marko.
Okay, but
yes,
here
sir,
we go.
I have a question, kind of relating to the Merkaba with this.
The echo's hard, so I'm coming over so I can hear.
Yes, yes.
He said the Merkaba.
Yeah, and I kind of wrote it down because I'm kind of trying to understand.
Look at them so they can see you.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand everything myself, and so under my limited understanding, what we just kind of went over.
A lot of people will be very grateful that you brought up the Merkaba.
Thank you.
So take your time.
Okay.
What's your first name?
Brandon Brooks. Do you see the doubling and halving sequences as numerical representations of the two opposing spin directions of the Merkaba? And if so, does the 369 axis correspond directly with the 0-point column, what some people call the pranic tube, that derives consciousness to ascension?
Okay. Just because I discovered this does not give me the definitive authorship to say what's true and what's not true, okay? But I don't mind trying. And so, no. Because you're looking at a triangle, two triangles counterspinning, there's two types of underpinning nested vortices. So remember, anything that, well, it could be. Well, see, the problem is I always associate the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 as the circuits and the 3, 9, 6, 6, 9, 3 as a triangle or hexagon or diamond. Okay. But what's so profound and fascinating is that the parallel to the binary code is these flux fields. This is what this thing has done. It's a perfect parallel, and it's profound. But the thing is, and there are always two circuits that go in opposite directions. The 396 actually is 6 numbers too. The 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 is 6 numbers. The 396, it's not 369, it's 396.
396, yes, sir.
If you just went positive numbers, it would look like 369 because every other number is positive. But The 369 is really 6 numbers too, because it goes 369, it's called palindrome, but it isn't really because it goes into the volume, into the inside of the torus. So you have 396, 693, and they're compressing and decompressing. And that takes us to vortices, an underpinning nested vortices. Everything in the universe is controlled. The spaceship is controlled by these underpinning nested vortices. I call them microvortices. And there's illustrations of them here. So what happens is we think of there being two kinds of vortices, compression, decompression, black hole, white hole. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm talking about on the torus, the underpinning nested vortices, the boundary conditions of them are staggered, herringbone. When we build a brick wall, we stagger it. But on DNA, the underpinning nested vortices align for mitosis, for information duplication and encryption in mitosis.
Yeah.
This is the secret of life. This shows that life is not random chance, haphazard trial and error. This mathematics shows that there's an all-coherent intelligence guiding evolution. And that spirit is God's neurons, that this is God's sensory feedback for our environment, for our physical world that we're existing in. Mm-hmm. And so those underpinning nested vortices in DNA, which are aligned, are completely different. They create DNA unraveling, duplication, whereas on the torus and here in the pyramid, they're all centered, staggered, and they focus where the hot spot is. And they take the heat and they dissipate it into the outer environment to sustain. It's literally a respiration. It's literally a breathing. In scriptures, it's called the living waters. So anyway, that's from J.J. Hurtek and Professor Nelson. Kyan helped me finish this document. And as far as the Merkabah goes, a lot of people here study on it, and I am not really that well informed on it. And it's very sacred and very important to everybody. And, you know, but that's just not, that's just not my background. It's not my strength.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate this. Thank you for your contribution to everything, sir.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Give it up for Marko Rhoden, everybody. Marko, we're going to wrap up here. I'm sure you will be around to answer questions. I know it's never enough time, but thank you. It's a gift. You're a gift to us. We appreciate all the hard work that you're doing. We appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you, everybody.
So if anybody wants to go to your lecture, there'll be an announcement sometime in the coming weeks with Robert Dakota, and
just contact
Mr.
Worldviews,
Dakota.
Robert Dakota. He'll book you.
Okay, here we go. All right, everybody, we're breaking for lunch. Thank you for sticking in there with us. It's a gift, and now we have about an hour and 15 minutes to eat. So get your food. Thanks, everyone. And shout out to you, Marko.
Thank you.
Peace.
Mm-hmm.
animation depicts the collision.
We're showing full battery still.
Yeah,
sure what you're referring to.
Talking about the shears. Yeah. Yeah, and how, so anyway, you see the feedback you got, people appreciated even the little bit that the wrangler helped wrangle you?
It was like sci-fi for everybody.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I think if we could wrangle you a little bit more, it'd get a lot out of it. Like cushioning the spirits with a fragile coil.
Well, cooling it.
Exactly. That's why I say you get all excited, you need a cool base. Where does this go? Where's your car at? Oh, is it right in the front, in the roundabout thing? All right, I'll take this one.
How's everybody feeling? Everybody had a good lunch? Everybody get tacos? Well, this next presenter I've been looking forward to all weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a researcher who is not afraid to challenge conventional narratives and venture into the unknown, both above ground and beneath it. Luke Caverns is an independent researcher known for his deep exploration into ancient sites, subterranean structures, and the hidden layers of human history, and continue to elude mainstream understanding. His work invites us to question what we think we know, and consider the possibility that advanced knowledge and complex civilizations may have existed far earlier than we've been taught. One of the most compelling threads in Luke's research is what he refers to as the Olmec enigma, a mystery surrounding the origins, knowledge, and influences of the ancient Olmec civilization. From the colossal heads to unexplained cultural connections and technological questions, this enigma challenges traditional timeline and raises profound questions about who the Olmecs were and what they may have inherited or left behind. By connecting these ancient mysteries with underground discoveries and global patterns, Luke brings forward perspective that is provocative as it is fascinating. Today he'll be sharing insights that may reshape how we view our past and what may still be hidden underneath our feet. Please join me in welcoming Luke Caverns.
Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing? Awesome. Well, like he was saying, there's few examples of where we can look at an ancient civilization that used to exist, and we know that this is like a truly lost civilization. And what I mean by that is, we call the Olmecs because when the Spaniards arrived in Mexico, and they are asking the Aztecs to teach them about the land of their empire, they point to the people who live in the Olmec heartland, where the Olmecs used to exist, but some 3,000 plus years earlier, and they call them the Olmecs, which is the rubber people. And so that's why we call these Olmecs the Olmecs. But that's not what the Olmecs called themselves. We don't know what the Olmecs called themselves. We don't know what language they spoke. We don't really even understand their government. We don't understand their religious or spiritual beliefs. We don't understand how their society worked. We understand very, very, very little about the Olmec world. And there's only a few other examples throughout the ancient world of ancient civilizations that are like this, that all the context around them is lost. We can actually see them, but all the context is lost. And I think that studying these cultures is like a blueprint, or should be a blueprint for people trying to find other ancient lost civilizations in the future. And so my journey in the Olmec world, this guy right here, his name is El Rey, and he was the very first ancient monument outside of the United States that I actually saw with my own eyes. And it was while I was on a trip through the Maya world with my professor, Dr. Ed Barnhart, and we're visiting this little Olmec park and in the city of Villahermosa, and I looked to my left, and sure enough, he's sitting right there, and something about that one day we spent with the Olmecs just captivated me, and since then, I think I've done like four expeditions and excursions across the Olmec heartland. So today, we're going to talk about the mysteries of Mesoamerica and the origins of Mesoamerica, which starts with the Olmec enigma. And I named this presentation after, if anybody's ever read Fingerprints of the Gods, when it talks about the Olmecs, the name that Graham uses for the chapter is the Olmec enigma. So it's a bit inspired by him. My name is Luke Aaron Caverns. I'm an anthropologist, specialized, I guess, in Mesoamerica, but I've just spread out across the world since then. But really, I have a focus on the Americas and kind of casting a light on this dark, lost world. So to start, we have to go back some 12,000 years when agriculture first begins in Mesoamerica. So I don't know if anybody knew this, but the Valley of Mexico is actually where agriculture and the growing of corn began. Now, today we have these corn stalks that are like this big, but back then it was just the size of your pinky. And I think that I don't even know what you would call it, paleobotanists. They think that the first stalks of corn were found up on a cold mountainside around the Valley of Mexico. So over the course of starting from some 12,000 years ago, over the next 6,000 plus years, people are slowly learning how to cultivate even more crops, not just around Mexico, Mesoamerica, but spreading down into South America. The Amazon starts blooming. Has anybody heard here about the man-made gardens that are being found in the Amazon with the terra preta black soil? So all of this just explodes. And we think that it starts right in Mesoamerica. For anybody listening, Mesoamerica is like North Mexico, maybe all the way up here to about where we're at in Arizona, but in New Mexico as well. There's some connections there, and cultural iconography that's very, very similar. So we think that possibly the southwest U.S. is the northern edge of Mesoamerica. But that goes all the way down from Teotihuacan to Mexico City, down into Oaxaca, Veracruz, Tabasco, Chiapas, all the way down into maybe El Salvador, Nicaragua. So that's the area of Mesoamerica where we are focusing on the origins of today. So the very first site is the Olmec site of San Lorenzo. So this is a drone shot that I got of the site, and that's our buddy El Rey. He is the largest head that was erected at the site of San Lorenzo. Now, on here I have this labeled 1800 BC. That's like the middle period of San Lorenzo. It goes back to, as far as we know, about 3000 BC. But the weird thing about the Olmec world is, okay, has anybody here ever heard this idea that, when the Great Pyramids are built, they kind of just spring into existence? There isn't a huge incline leading up to the construction of the Great Pyramids. It's just like the Egyptians arrive, the technology is there, and boom, the pyramids are there. Has everybody heard this idea before? Well, there's some discrepancies there. There actually is a couple centuries where it ramps up, but you don't see the technology, yada, yada, yada. There is room there for people to argue against the case. Well, there goes the Olmecs. In the Olmec realm, it is, okay, here we go. So in the Olmec realm, it's 100% the case. There is absolutely nothing in the archaeological record before the time that the Olmecs are erecting not only these massive heads, and in fact, these heads, I tell people when they join me on expeditions across the Olmec world, and maybe some of you in the crowd have been on me before, or been with me before, but one of the things I say is that your image of the Olmecs is always the heads, but by the time you leave here, you're not going to think of the heads anymore because there's so much more to the Olmec realm. But all of this monumental art, it's not really architecture, but these monumental feats spring into existence. There is no pre-era, there is no era of them learning how to achieve these things. We have absolutely nothing in the Olmec archaeological record before the full formation of their society, and these heads just arrive. In fact, it's probably the single best example in the entire ancient world of, there's so many civilizations where they say, oh, it's like this just appears and this just appears. But you really look into the archaeological record, you can see a little string of existence leading up to this massive explosion, right? You can see that all around the ancient world. In the Olmec world, it's just like the Big Bang. Boom, they're there. All right, so we should go through what has been found in the Olmec world. So we have the colossal basalt heads. There are about 17 of these gray basalt heads. And we'll get more into the transport, but they're brought from around 90 kilometers away as the crow flies. But it's not like in Egypt where maybe it's me, maybe I'm touching the cord too much. Okay. So, in Egypt, one of the hypotheses is that they're moving the blocks when the Nile is being inundated. So the river rises up, it's flowing even faster. So if you're quarrying blocks, you can somehow, by a means that's never been explained, get them on these massive barges and then just propel them straight up to northern Egypt. But in the Olmec world, you don't have anything quite like that. You've got some rivers, and they're quite hard to navigate, but you have these vast terrains of swamps, mountains, valleys, and then tight, narrow, winding rivers. It's just so much more complicated to transport monuments, not only in the Olmec heartland, but all throughout the Americas. And then so we have the largest head, the Lakobata head. Now, estimates, actually just a few years ago, I had to update this, a few years ago, the estimate of the head was like 40 or 42 tons. Now it's gone all the way up to 50 tons. I don't know who's doing these measurements, but 50 tons is just mind-blowing. And then we have the megalithic altars, which we'll get into what these mean. But again, I'm just showing you that there are more megalithic monuments than just the colossal heads. Now, this guy right here is altar 4. He weighs somewhere around 44 tons, but just sitting off to the side of these Olmec sites, we have these waste deposits of all the basalt that they're not using, so giant chips of basalt. And so what we know is that they are transporting the actual block before they begin carving it away. So look at the lips that used to exist on the right and on the left side. And there's also a lip in the front and a lip in the back. Imagine all that basalt that was taken away. So this thing is somewhere around 40 pounds. It probably would have been 40 tons. It probably would have been somewhere around 50 plus tons when it's being transported. But this isn't even the most impressive thing that they're moving. We have the column tombs. And not only are they just column tombs, but they're just basalt columns. And I'm talking, guys, I'm talking thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of basalt columns are being transported across the Olmec world. I mean, like, far dwindling the significance of the transporting of the Olmec heads with how many basalt columns are being moved. It makes them almost minuscule and completely irrelevant, the actual scale at which they're moving these basalt columns from the same quarries, the same distances. So they're using these to make these column tombs, although it's funny that we call them tombs because guys, please guess how many bodies have been found in these tombs. So here's another one. I think that this guy here, I did a rough measurement on it when I was standing there. I think he's like 14 to 17 tons, and I may have the measurements in here somewhere. And then we also have these mosaics that are created. Now, what's interesting about these mosaics, and we'll get into the details a little bit later on, but these mosaics are made into all different kinds of patterns, and they're using serpentine stones. But these stones don't come from the Olmec heartland. And in fact, nothing that the Olmecs use comes from their own heartland. You have the basalt that comes from the Sierra de la Tuxtla volcanic belt, about 90 miles as the crow flies to the northwest. And then you've got this serpentine green and blue stone, as well as their jade, but that comes all the way from the center of the Maya jungles, some 100+ miles away. So you have to think the Olmecs are so powerful. This is another mystery. They're so powerful that they're able to commission thousands of tons of these resources, maybe tens of thousands of tons of resources from around Mesoamerica, none of which are they quarrying and gathering and sourcing from their own heartland, and we have absolutely no idea what other civilizations around them got in return. But what I think that it is I think it's knowledge. I think it's ideas. I think it's things that are invisible to the archaeological record that are actually lost to time. But we see that the Olmecs they're a fully formed civilization long before the rest of Mesoamerica arises. And then when the rest of Mesoamerica arises, we see in certain ways that they're copying the way that the Olmecs behaved. And the evidence is, it's hard to spot, and each of these cultures have their own unique identities, but you can see those early seeds of the Olmecs throughout the rest of Mesoamerica. So what I think it is that it's like knowledge. It's esoteric knowledge, cosmological knowledge, knowledge of deciphering the stars. The secrets of the universe are encoded in the stars, as you guys have probably heard ad nauseum this weekend. But so these mosaics right here are very interesting because they're all in a different pattern. These that are on top, archaeologists think that they represent some kind of cosmic jaguar. A lot of that's just pure speculation. But what's interesting about these are stacked in 30 different levels. In each cache, so what you're seeing on the left when they're being excavated, that's just one layer. There's 29 more layers down it, and they weigh over 1,000 tons. And archaeologists and geologists who are there, it's easy to tell when a certain site was buried at once. Like a stratigrapher can see it immediately. So they know that these entire caches were created and all buried at the same time. It was never displayed for the public. Nobody could see it. It was something that was meant to be created and put into the ground. It's very odd. Then we have the oldest Mesoamerican pyramid. Now, nobody actually knows how old this guy is. They think that he's somewhere around a little over 3,000 years old, maybe up to 3,500. It could go much, much further back. When it comes to mounds, especially here in the U.S., it's hard to say how old some of these are because you just have culture upon culture upon culture coming through and creating new mound sites and burying things in the mounds or flattening them and expanding them. It's very hard to know, when the origins of civilizations really begin. But this is not only the oldest Mesoamerican pyramid, this is our first pyramid in North America, as far as we know. I mean, there are actually, I should say, there are sites in Louisiana that they think are like 9,000, 10,000 plus years old, but these things are like hotly debated, and you guys can probably guess if anybody's ever going to actually look into that to answer that question or not. Then we have monolithic monuments. So this is pretty interesting. This is an Olmec Sphinx. And we used a 3D model that one of our friends brought with us, and we modeled it, and we were able to take this, what you see at the top right, everybody can tell that that's like a weird sort of sphinx, right? And then on the bottom right, that's actually his tail with, we're not really sure what it is, but it's something draping down his back and his tail swinging around his side. Well, what's interesting is this guy that's here on the left, it looks like, he has this iconic sort of Olmec head, and on the right, it looks like the head has eroded away as if this, the right side of his head was in the ground or something and eroded away. No. This is hard, fine-grained basalt. It was carved to look like that. And what we think it is it's like smoke. And on the back sides of the heads, you can barely see it here, and I believe I have a photo later on here. He's actually grabbing his head and ripping his head in half. So it's a strange Olmec Sphinx here. But we took 3D models of them, and we put them together. And so the museum really needs to go back and try to put these monuments either side by side, or who knows, maybe they'll try to reconstruct it. But this is like a little bitty museum out in this obscure small Olmec town in the swampy lowlands, and they are very underfunded. That's probably never going to happen. So we have more monolithic monuments. At the top left, we have what is a tenon head, which is a mystery because most of the time, tenon heads are inserted into actual buildings that are made with stone. But what's interesting is in the Olmec world, we haven't actually found any buildings made out of stone. It's all these massive, compacted earthwork projects made out of like hundreds of thousands of tons of packed earth, but we have no idea where the tenon heads would have been inserted. Then in the middle, has anybody ever seen these basalt balls before? Anybody know where they come from? Feel free to speak up. Costa Rica, yeah, it's very interesting, right? So we see just one of these guys in the Olmec world. There may be more buried out there somewhere, especially now that we're finding more Olmec cities with using LiDAR. But what it shows us is that the Olmec's reach was very, very far and probably much further than people actually realize. And I actually think that's one of the great mysteries of the ancient world. We spend so much time looking for like lost ancient civilizations. Well, the other thing I find interesting there that I think is parallel to that is looking for the connections between the civilizations, right? Evidence that these people knew each other and were connected to each other, whether it was through trade or whether it was through, official administration of some kind, looking for the little pieces of evidence that these people knew about each other much further back in time than archaeology can prove. I should say archaeology has proved. So I think that's quite interesting. At the top right, we see the feathered serpent, which I'm sure most people who are familiar with anything ancient America, about the feathered serpent. At the bottom left, you see that bird with his head chopped off. We never found the head, but when I first saw that monument, I was so struck because it looks so Egyptian. Like when you're when you're in South Egypt and you're walking up into a temple and you see like these rows of statues leading into the temple, that looks like some kind of obscure bird that would be off to the side. And then at the bottom in the middle, you have an even more fine-grained basalt bird that's carved out. I mean, just look at the feather detail. It's insane what they were able to do. And at the bottom right, you have one of these more iconic Olmec, iconographic, like iconic art style of their faces with these downturned lips. We're going to get more into that. And then here we have a white andesite seashell. Now this guy is probably this big. I'm not sure. He might weigh half a ton. Apparently, it's really, really heavy from what the archaeologist told me. But to be able to make something like this is just so sophisticated. And again, I'm going to probably say this a few times throughout this presentation. The ability to create monuments like this emerges basically out of thin air. There's no precursor era leading up to this, not even an era that you could argue for, like you can with Egypt or Mesopotamia or the Minoan world or ancient China or whatever, where you can kind of see like the little spark, they're there in ancient times, and then boom, you have this explosion of technology and capability. In the Olmec world, there's nothing like that. There's not this shadowy early area. It's just they arrive with the ability to be able to do this. So then we have Monument 19. Show of hands, anybody seen this guy before? Ah, a couple of you Olmec fans in here. All right, so this is Monument 19, the first depiction of the feathered serpent, and they date it, again, this is like a middle date. Oh man, it says 900 AD. It's supposed to say 900 BC. But that's a very, very rough date, because if you actually go look at it in the Museum of Mexico City, it'll have a label that says, it'll say just what I said here, Monument 19, possible depiction of feathered serpent, range 1400 BC to 400 BC. So they have no way of precisely dating anything from the Olmec world. And again, I mean, who's to say that some of these monuments aren't just a little bit older than that? And I want to say this as well. Look at how good the art style is here. It is so timeless. It comes from like the primordial edges of early history. There's no precursor version of the feathered serpent that we're aware of. There's no depiction of the feathered serpent that's more ancient than this. They just arrive on the archaeological record, able to create something that's so masterfully done like this, with the aesthetics that are even pleasing to our eyes, that if I were to make a t-shirt or sell a t-shirt out there with this on it, probably a lot of people might be wearing it right now. So it's just that art style is so good and so timeless, and come up with at the very beginning of history. It's amazing, or the beginning of known history, I should say. And that's a phenomenon that's found all throughout the ancient world. Like the Egyptians, they figure out this perfect art style from the very beginning of dynastic history, at least. And they keep that art style for the next 3,000 plus years, and it's just timeless. It still looks good to us today. So then we have some of the enigmas, which I've already brushed over just a little bit, but we're going to get into it some more. So next is moving the head. So we have an unknown means of transportation. The mosaics weigh over 1,000 tons of serpentine stone for just one single cache. And of the caches that we know of, there are 5 that we know of, right? So over 5,000 tons of green and blue serpentine mosaic stone being transported from the Maya world. Then we have altars. Altar 4 weighed 50 tons before carving. We have heads that weigh between 6 and 50 tons, which there's something really interesting I'm going to get to there in just a moment. The basalt columns that I showed you guys that are about this tall, some of them are cut in half, or maybe they're broken, but they weigh anywhere from about 2 to 7 tons. But then you have the larger ones that are like absurdly large ones that are somewhere around 14 or 15 tons. And the only known form of transportation is balsa. So the balsa is the local wood there, balsa river rafts. So here's what I want to mention about that. So my mentor, Dr. Ed Barnhart, he had a nautical engineer join us in Mexico at the Maya Exploration Center. He joined us in Mexico, and he came up with some kind of algorithm, I'm not sure how do you explain it, but you could put in your hypothetical Olmec head. Say you want a head. What he did was he took a head that was 5 tons. And so if you had this hypothetical Olmec head, this algorithm that he created would be able to tell you how wide and how long your balsa river raft needed to be able to support that head above the water. But then he would have to take the size of that and make sure that that raft could actually go up and down the Coatzacoalcos river system, which is at the heart of the Olmec realm, which is like, we think of the Tigris and the Euphrates River as being the heart of the Mesopotamian world. We think of the Nile as being the heart of the Egyptian world. Well, the Coatzacoalcos River is the heart of the Olmec world. And what he found was that the minimum size of a raft to support a 5-ton Olmec head could not fit down the narrow stretches of the Coatzacoalcos rivers. It would have jammed up against the sides of the rivers and sunk. But the smallest Olmec head is 6 tons, and the largest one is probably just north of 50 tons. So it's a means of transportation that we haven't even slightly come close to solving. And this is something that all Mesoamerican archaeologists just kind of quietly know, and everybody just doesn't really look at it, right? And then so here's this means of transportation. Now that's just kind of a rough idea of how they think that they would have transported it. So what is that? Yeah, it's around 90 miles. Another idea is that they took them north into the Gulf and then brought them back down into the river. but we just don't know. What I think that we should do is there should be some kind of radar, because if they're moving this much, and they're moving it through water, we should have some kind of sonar radar and just go up and down the river systems like the Coatzacoalcos River. And if you just ping that thing down there, you're going to be able to see some 30-odd plus ton Olmec boulder sitting there at the bottom of the river. And if they pulled those out, I mean, the basalt probably isn't going to erode as much as many other types of stone, and we might be able to solve a mystery of their transporting. Now, this is a fun theory that somebody floated within the last couple of years to the Maya Exploration Center, and there was this idea that they were moved by magnets. When you go to the site of San Lorenzo, in the Red Palace, there is a cache of about 5 to 7 tons of these little magnetite cubes that you see up here to the top left. And I think that they have like a very small magnetic signal. But what people have hypothesized is like maybe they were used for armor, or maybe that they were used for fishing nets, or maybe it was a type of currency or something like that. But none of that stacks up, because if it was armor, we'd find it all throughout the Olmec world. If it was for fishing nets, we'd find them all throughout the rivers. If it was for currency, we'd find it everywhere in the Olmec world. And these things were only found in this cache in the Red Palace at the site of San Lorenzo, buried some 3,000 plus years ago. The only other place we actually see it depicted in Olmec iconography is around this guy's head. As you can see here, these little cubes there. And we don't have a lot of like Olmec jewelry that is kind of like circular square made out of jade like this. Later on, thousands of years later in the Maya world, they have some depictions that look like this, and we know that it's jade jewelry, but this isn't that. This is something completely different. And so somebody floated an idea that that the reason that the royals or whoever it is that's in charge of this society has this massive cache of these magnetic cubes is that maybe they're using it somehow to displace the weight of the heads as they're being transported. I would not even be able to begin to explain how that's possible, but there are some people that have reached out to us that are very certain about it, and they're running experiments with it. And Dr. Barnhart and I think like basalt isn't that expensive. You can get you can have a 5-ton Olmec head made for you, and somebody should just test this out. Maybe I'll have to test it out. So here's another picture of it. You can see our friend standing behind it. That's how massive these things are. So then we have elongated skulls, were-jaguars, and ancient kings. So one of the big mysteries here is who is the were-jaguar and the were-jaguar child? Is he a king, is he a shaman, or is he both? On the left, we have the shaman emerging with a child. He's like emerging out of a cave. These are in those altars I was showing you. Notice that his head is elongated and he's wearing that hat over it. But on the right side, we have what we think must be an Olmec ruler of some kind. He's wearing the helmets that you see, which a lot of people think that, and I don't think it's a bad thought, that the helmet represents the fact that he was a ball game player. Now, some people, this is what we do as Westerners, because we inherit our logic from the Greeks. The Greeks are very categorical, right? You want to divide things up into nice, even cubbies that are simple to us, right? And so we look at that and we're like, oh, that's not a ball game player. But think about it this way. Who here is familiar with the Roman Emperor Commodus? He's played by Joaquin Phoenix in The Gladiator. Well, the way that the real-life Commodus commonly depicted himself was as a gladiator. Even though the gladiators were slaves and they weren't meant to be people that were idolized, you just couldn't help but idolize a gladiator because they're so badass. You know, you see a guy just slaughter these people in the ring and everybody thinks it's cool. That's why we're all overwhelmed when we watch like UFC or some kind of sport or something. We see an athletic activity, everyone is compelled to enjoy it. This is the same thing. This guy is probably an ancient ruler of some kind. We don't know if he's a king or an emperor. I mean, we have literally no idea. But he had to be a very important person, and we know that these are portraits because every single Olmec head is distinctly different than the other, and they're all wearing this helmet. And so what I think is probably the fact that he can commission this and have this portrait of himself made is an indication of how powerful he is, and the helmet is a display of how cool he is. You know, he was a great ball player or whatever. Maybe even if he wasn't actually a great ball player, because Commodus would like poison his opponents and then slaughter them in the ring, right? So it's a display of power and admiration. And also notice that the Olmec heads are not elongated. So then we have the shamans emerging with the child. So what's interesting about these is people always say, I don't know, I hear a lot of archaeologists with ideas about this, and Don't agree with them. What they'll say is that this depicts some kind of mythology, some kind of origin myth or whatever. Now, what I think that these monuments are is that they are actual screenshots of time. So you see this guy on the left? That is the same monument as this one. We're just seeing it from the left side, looking inward. What I think we're supposed to do with these Olmec monuments is unravel them. You know, you kind of like take a cube, and like a paper cube, and you unravel them, flatten it out. It's one continuous scene. And so what I think that we're seeing here, and again, notice the hats on these guys. Also notice the hat on the left looks so similar to the, it's either the crown of Upper and Lower Egypt in Egypt, and then notice that the hat on the right has the uraeus, just like the Egyptians do. So we see a lot of similarities here that are kind of compelling. So what I think this is depicting here is some kind of procession of Olmec children being brought out of a cave, multiple of them at the same time. They're all emerging from the caves, and they're being carried by shamans. And notice that the children have the downturned jaguar lips, and notice that the shamans, or the older people that are with them, they also have these downturned lips that the Olmec heads don't have in the same way. This guy's kind of grimacing, but it's not the same sort of downturned jaguar lips. And I think as I show you more and more and more, you'll be able to differentiate as well. So who is the were-jaguar child? Was he touched by the gods? So this is something that some pieces I fit together. I have never, ever seen another Mesoamerican archaeologist ever propose this theory before, and they would probably all disagree with me, but they're wrong. So the were-jaguar child. So I was thinking about this. I was reading the conquistador accounts when they first arrive in the Aztec world. And now the Aztecs are pretty much, they just like absorbed the culture of Mesoamerica. The Aztecs aren't even Mesoamerican in a certain sense. They came down from possibly this area of the US, they came from somewhere north of Mesoamerica, and they were kicked out because they were just like savage marauders, right? Savage mercenaries. So they come down into Mexico, they're looking for a place to live, yada, yada, yada. They conquer so much of the Mexican Valley, establish their empire, and 150 years later, they've absorbed everything good and bad about Mesoamerica, and they're the predominant culture of Mesoamerica. So the Spaniards arrived, and they're taken to Moctezuma's castle. Now, what's really interesting is there's a lot of Star Wars that's inspired by Mesoamerica, and people look at like, does anybody here know that Yavin 4 in Star Wars is just the Maya city of Tikal? Has anybody here ever seen that before, where the Millennium Falcon takes off? Well, there's more. Jabba's palace with all the weird creatures in it, that's based on Moctezuma's palace. He had all these deformed people living in his palace with him, like people that the Greeks would look at when they were born and go, oh, and they'd leave them up on top of a mountain, right? The Mesoamericans don't see people this way. All throughout the Mesoamerican world, people with deformities or people who are different are venerated, and they're seen as being touched by the gods. There's something clairvoyant about them. Has anybody here ever had a legitimate conversation with somebody who has a learning disability, and you almost see that they're like clairvoyant in a way? They're like totally, completely pure, and they exist in a way that none of us exist in, right? Everybody's had an interaction like that, right? I think that Mesoamericans saw these people the same way. They saw them as being special. And this was something that puzzled and amused the conquistadors. But I thought that's really interesting. So I take that idea and I go back to the Maya world, and we see the Maya venerating dwarves, and we see them venerating people with disabilities. Well, you take that back and you start looking at the Olmec world, and we see these traditions being carried through time. And so when you start looking at the Olmec world, I start thinking about, well, there are a lot of weird depictions of people in the Olmec world with these downturned lips, and you see statues of babies, like full 3D dimensional statues of babies, and you can tell that the baby may have something like Down syndrome or something like that. And you see other depictions of different babies with these downturned lips and fangs, but then you see some depictions of babies that look like, anatomically what we call normal, right? So we see some differentiation here, and actually more acknowledgement of what seems to me of deformities than any other ancient culture throughout the world, let alone Mesoamerica. So my wife is a dentist, and I've been going back and forth with her a lot about this. And in the 1970s, there was a scientific consensus done among the indigenous children of Mexico, and what they found was that these kids that were living in these small villages had a disproportionate amount of them were born with a a defect called ectodermal dysplasia. And essentially what that is sometimes it comes with learning disabilities, but usually it doesn't. And my wife has seen, so my wife's a pediatric dentist. She regularly, I mean, it's not that often, but regularly sees kids come in with this deformity, and often they'll do implants and things like that. But the kid has no learning disability. He's fully there, just like every other kid. But what they will have a lot of times is 2 fangs in the front. Sometimes they'll have fangs in the bottom. And so I began wondering, when we see so many depictions of what's clearly here a baby, we see all these other depictions of babies born with deformities, I wonder if these primordial people living in the jungles of Mexico aren't seeing something special about these kids. And what is the most dangerous animal in Central and South America? Jaguars. So clearly people are seeing that there's some kind of connection here. Like, how many of us, when we were kids, would talk about, oh, my spirit animal is a wolf, my spirit animal is a tiger, blah, blah, blah. We are inherently infatuated with dangerous animals, and we're fascinated by them. And ancient people even more so. So continuing on, and we might touch on that a little bit more in the future. So who had elongated skulls? So these are 2 elongated skulls that I photographed in Veracruz, Mexico in March of 2024. And these guys are all over the place. And in fact, actually, you don't ever see Olmec skeletons because their soil is so acidic, but they just opened up, or they gave us permission to go into a museum in the western edge of the Olmec world at a site called Chalcatzingo. And there's the one preserved because it's a much more arid and dry area, not like these swampy, acidic soils that will just completely disintegrate a body, I mean, bones and all. Because Chalcatzingo is so much more dry up in the higher elevations of the western Olmec heartland, this body was preserved. And I just saw him a few months ago, and he too had an elongated head. So we know that the Olmecs were elongating their heads as well. I mean, we know that for a fact. We see it in their iconography. Now we found the bodies, and we can see the bodies, and we know that that's the case. So who had elongated skulls? On the left, we have what's really interesting here. This is like a screenshot of the Olmec world, like a procession, an actual event taking place. Super, super rare to find anything like this in the ancient world. Can anybody think of an example of an ancient site or something that they've seen that's a piece of art that is actually depicting a moment in time? Not really. It's usually like these ethereal concepts and ideas that you see depicted in ancient times, but this is an actual moment in time. Those are 6 stelae standing behind this procession. You have all these men gathered together. If everybody can see, there's kind of like there's a figure in the center in the back who's facing the rest of them that's made out of a different type of stone. I believe it's like a red sandstone. And then you have people walking in front of him. It may not be as clear here, but it's a procession that's taking place. But we have no concept of what is actually happening in this. But it's a very interesting screenshot of an ancient moment in time. And then I showed this is the smallest head that's here on the right, and I wonder, like, is that guy elongated, or is it just he just couldn't afford the big stones like the other Olmec rulers could? So who I think had elongated skulls are definitely the were-jaguar people. Whether the skulls are natural or whether they're skull binding, I mean, I think archaeologists would say that they're binding their skulls. I've heard a ridiculous idea once before that they're elongating their skulls to make it look like a corn stalk, which is absurd. I don't think that that's the idea. What I do think is that, ancient people do so much in the name of their religion. Like, they erect all around the ancient world. I mean, look at Cambodia, Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Greek world, the Minoan world, the Roman world. I mean, gosh, you can go to China. Everywhere, people erect so many monuments in the name of their gods. And I just don't agree with this idea that ancient people were naive and they were just imagining these things, or that they were created to be social constructs meant to confine and restrain and manipulate people. I just don't think that. I think that they somehow, their pineal glands or whatever are not as calloused as ours, and they were much more in tune with the natural, spiritual, cosmological world that's around them. And the missing key here is obviously psychedelic substances. I think that they're leaving this plane of existence, and through one way or another, they're having these collective experiences that form religions. And so I think it's the shamans that are possibly seeing things in these nether realms. And I don't know, maybe they're seeing beings with elongated skulls. I want to be like that. I mean, that's what I think that it is. It's this longing to be like something. And so they elongate their skulls. And I think that they are purposely creating a section of society of people who are engineered, or I should say, like selected with these deformities to be born with the were-jaguar. They want people born with ectodermal dysplasia. That is you are born with the right of the passage of the were-jaguar, the power and the knowledge of the were-jaguar within you, and your sacred right is the fact, or is when these shamans would gather these children together, take them into the caves, perform some kind of ceremony, because we found these caves in Guerrero, Mexico with the paintings on the wall. We know that the Olmecs were making migrations out of their homeland to these caves in the west, and they're performing sacred ceremonies with these children, and when they go into the cave and come back out, they're imbued with the power of the were-jaguar. And I think that these monuments here, because we know that shamans would sit on top of them and teach in their, like cults and mystery schools, whatever it actually is, we know that they're sitting on top of them because we see cave paintings of them sitting on top of the altars. But what I think that this picture is, it is a proclamation of the were-jaguar's power in itself, and the shaman that was meant to sit on top of this altar, the baby that's below him, that is him as a baby. It's a screenshot in time, right? The Olmecs are one of the only ancient cultures that actually give us actual literal screenshots in time. You can see actual moments of their civilization. And then on the right, this is a Olmec monument that's like, its entire body is spinning and contorting. It is obviously a still stone statue, but it's in motion. That head is spinning around. On one side of the head, you have a totally anatomically normal person. On the other side, it's a person who now has the cheeks and the fangs of a jaguar and the eyes of a jaguar. So it's his head like contorting and spinning around, and he's becoming some kind of new creature, maybe under the use of psychedelic substances. So then they also have unique headdresses adorned with snakes in the front, so we showed this as well. That one on the right, you guys haven't seen that yet, but that's on the other side of this monument. So then, where are the headdresses and helmets? This is this very similar mystery to the Egyptians. All those iconic Egyptian crowns that we've all seen before with the uraeus, the snake on the front, we have never found even a single one of those before. Well, it's the same mystery in the Olmec heartland. We know that these guys dressed very well. They had some swag, and all of it is gone. It just disintegrates into time, and we've never found one article of their clothing. So then we have unknown Olmec heads. They just found the site. It's like a mile-long raised causeway that was found at a site called Aguada Phoenix a few years ago by LiDAR. And I still think they haven't ground truthed it and actually gone out to the site. But that site almost certainly has Olmec heads that we've never seen before. Now, when I was in Mexico, you have these, as you can see, this little museum at the side of La Venta is kind of like thrown together with this thatch roof on it. And it was meant to just really get these monuments out of the rain, because anything that's not made out of basalt just disintegrates over time. Now, these are 3 distinct, massive, colossal heads that are made out of some kind of like volcanic sandstone. It's like a volcanic glass basalt sandstone. I had a geologist with me, and he told me that it's not just sandstone, it's something more unique than that. But these heads are actually much more massive and much thicker than most of the basalt heads. And so there's probably even more of these guys around. But what's interesting is that these heads don't depict the actual Olmec people. There are like trace drawings that have been made of them where they press the paper up against it and you can really get the form of it. And these are actually depictions of were-jaguars, but they're not made out of basalt. So there's some kind of like cultural divide here where the were-jaguars can make colossal heads, but never out of basalt. Only this must be a divine or ruling class that does not participate in the cult of the were-jaguar is allowed to make heads out of basalt. So there's like this dividing line between anatomically normal people and the whole class of were-jaguars, which I should say were-jaguars probably vastly outnumbered the Olmec people. And that's why I say when I bring people through the Olmec world, by the time you leave, when you think of the Olmecs, you're going to think of the were-jaguar rather than the heads. So we have civilization in isolation, question mark. So we're kind of getting to the Americas in a broad sense here. Now, has anybody here ever heard the story of when the conquistadors are exploring the Caribbean, they start talking to They start talking to native people who had seen dark-skinned tribes sailing in from the east. Has anybody ever heard these stories before? So when Columbus arrives, he interacts with some of these native Caribbeans, and they, through some kind of means of translation, start telling him about these dark-skinned sailors that had sailed in from the east, and they were trading them metal spear tips, like an alloy. And so that's obviously what the conquistadors were looking for. They're looking for wealth and riches. So they start asking them, well, where did you guys get this? And so he tells them that, I'm just going to read it here, it was given to us by dark-skinned tribes sailing up from the southeast sea, so southeast of the Caribbean. So what they would call it is guanine. They would call that metal alloy guanine. Well, what's really interesting is linguists have studied this mystery, and they've actually found that there are some ancient and obscure languages on the western coast of Africa that refer to the same metal alloy as guanin. So you have guanine in the Caribbean, you have guanin off the coast of Africa. And so, but I should clarify here, the Olmec heads actually do look like the indigenous people. I know that, we can paint with a broad brush and be like, well, the Olmec heads have, they got the fat noses and big lips and this, that, and the other, and they look like they could be African. But the indigenous Olmec people don't look anything like, when you actually go there and visit them and talk to them, they actually don't look much like the Maya people to their east, or the Aztecs to their west, or the Oaxacans to their south. They look very, very different. And as you travel more and more throughout the Americas, you'll realize that Inca people down in South America look a lot different than Amazonians. Maya people look a lot different than Oaxacans and Olmecs and Aztecs. And you come all the way up to, you meet people who are descendants of the Apaches, or people who are descendants of the Comanches or the Cherokee or the Iroquois. They all look different than each other. Their genetics are incredibly diverse. So the Olmecs actually do look like their heads. And this one time I was on a plane, and this big, thick man comes and sits right next to me. And it's like he was like the size of like a Samoan, wrestler. And he sits down next to me, and I look to my left, and there was a human embodiment of an Olmec head sitting on top of him. Like, he was an actual modern-day Olmec man. And I wanted to take a photo of him, but I was a little scared, and I didn't know how to ask, like, hey, you look like these giant fat heads from 3,000 years ago. Can I get a photo and use that? So I didn't know how to ask that. Now, all that said, there actually is a monument from the Olmec world that they call, you can see it there on the plaque, it's called El Negro. And this is what the Spaniards and early colonists, or I should say the early explorers, this is what they called it. And I have to say, it actually certainly doesn't look like any other Olmec person that I have ever seen before, especially with like the raised hair and that widow's peak. I mean, it's so iconically African, right? I'm open to the idea that there were people sailing across the Atlantic Ocean, and if African traders 3,000-ish years ago, give or take 500 or 1,000 years, if they stumbled into the Caribbean, we know that the Olmecs have these trade routes going all the way down the Yucatan, down to Belize, all the way to Costa Rica, as we've seen earlier. Well, it's very possible that they're also in contact with the Caribs, and that the Caribs know about them. So if they stumble in, they're going to be ushered toward the predominant empire of this area. And, this could be, this monument could be like a cameo of an African who was shipwrecked in the Americas. I mean, the likelihood is that he was never able to make it back. But, I'm open to the idea that we see cameos of people from the old world finding the new world. And I just kind of think it's crazy that, I know we say that Columbus has discovered the new world, but certainly there were people crossing the Atlantic Ocean. Whether they made it back, I'm a little dubious of that. But so then we have Phoenician visitors. I know I'm kind of dwindling down on time. I got a lot more slides. So this Phoenician visitor is something important that we should talk about right now. This is Monument 13 at the site of La Venta. Now this guy that's here on the left, you can see that he's got a turban, like a wrap that's draping down his back. He's holding a flag. He's got a beard, and he's got tall boots on. Absolutely none of that is Mesoamerican or Native American in general. Native Americans don't wear turbans. They are well known for not being able to grow big, thick beards. Anybody here ever seen Wild West photos of Native Americans? Have you ever seen them with a beard? No. And then they didn't have boots that come up to here. They were wearing sandals, but it's a different kind of shoe. And also flags that are carried like this, not banners, is actually an old world phenomenon. Flags come from the Nile Valley during the early pre-dynastic era. You can see on their pottery that they had these reed riverboats with a pole and a flag on the end. And that flag was obviously to help you get up and down the Nile, but it was also a symbol of where you were from. And so from there, the idea of, you know, hanging a piece of cloth off of a long stick like spreads throughout the old world, but it's not in Mesoamerica. And then in the middle, we see what I think might be a clay interpretation of this same man or some kind of visitor here. But he's got these really narrow cheeks. He's got the little beard. He's got the little mustache. He just doesn't look iconically Mesoamerican. And so something that's really interesting is if we look at in the early first millennia BC, the Phoenicians are launching expeditions. I mean, they're the seafarers of the ancient world. The Phoenicians were probably, maybe, had something to do with the sea people that are sacking all of the Bronze Age and led to the collapse of the Bronze Age. But they're leading these expeditions around, these sailing expeditions around the coast of Africa. Well, there's been independent explorers and like experimental archaeologists who have sent these boats just a little too far out of the Mediterranean. You go a little bit too far west and you get carried by these Atlantic currents down into the Caribbean, straight into the Gulf of Mexico. So again, as I was saying earlier, if you were to come into the Caribbean, into the Gulf of Mexico, during the height of the Olmec period, you would eventually run into the predominant empire of that realm, which is the Olmecs. And so there's this possibility that Phoenicians, you know, maybe it was one Phoenician ship, or maybe it was a couple, went just a little bit too far west, and they get pulled all the way down into the Caribbean, into the Gulf, and then meet with the Olmecs, and the Olmecs honor this person, or they commemorate this moment in time as meeting this long-distant visitor on this Monument 13. And what's really interesting, the thing that sort of backs all this up, is to the left of him, to the left and to the right, we have very early Mesoamerican hieroglyphs. And to the left of him, that little foot that's angled downwards, if everybody can see that, even Olmec archaeologists themselves call him the traveler. That is the only way that we know that this guy, that's the only way we know to call this guy. And that banner, just like in the Nile, is a symbol of who he is and where he's from. And so I think, again, it's another screenshot in time. It's an actual moment of something that really happened. Whether he came from Phoenicia or wherever the heck he's from, we don't really know. So then we have Amazonian origins. And it's possible that it's vice versa, but I think it's actually Amazonian. So we have were-jaguars not only in Mesoamerica, but we have them down in South America as well. On the left, you can see all these different depictions of Olmec were-jaguars. And on the right, we have South American Andean were-jaguars. Has anybody ever seen these South American were-jaguars depicted before? I see one hand. So these come from the sites of Chivin de Huantar. Some of them are Olmec, some of them are Moche, some of them are from Tiwanaku. I'm sure some of you guys have heard these names before. All of these carry this symbol of the were-jaguar, this human and were-jaguar hybrid. But again, they are separated by thousands of miles, but they exist at the very same time. And these are two of the most powerful civilizations living at the time. And I think that it's possible that through one means or another, they actually are connected to each other, whether that's by trade route or whether they directly knew of each other. Well, it's a great mystery. If you were to follow land, it's an immensely long journey that would take you through the Darien Gap, and I don't think that's what was happening. The Olmecs, they're in that Gulf Coast, but they also have their territory going all the way down to the Pacific Coast, and I think it's very possible that they're sailing and trading back and forth with people in South America. I mean, when the Spaniards arrived, the western Mexican coast, the Pacific Coast Mexican civilizations there, they were aware of the Moche and the Inca in South America. And I think there's actually a tomb in Oaxaca. If anybody here has ever been to Monte Alban, there's a tomb there called Tomb 7, and it has gold artifacts in it that are 100% South American, either from Ecuador or Colombia. And the archaeologists don't acknowledge that because it creates some kind of, it creates a friction like, well, whose artifact really is this? Whose field of study is this? And so they kind of separate them. But it's very, very clear that, that Mesoamericans are aware of South Americans. So let's continue. Reaching through time and space, this global connection, right? This idea that we can see similarities all throughout the ancient world. I mean, what really is behind that? So the immortality key, which I'm sure people have read that book. I'm just kind of throwing a fun call out to it. So these are effigies of mushrooms that I found at a museum in Mexico. And we were with the local archaeologist, and I asked him, do you think that these are depictions of mushrooms that the Maya would have consumed during their ritual? Oh, no. And that's the response that I get. The reason is that, the Mexico is very Catholic, right? They're very, very conservative, very traditional. And so that inherently, like the human aspect, like everything, bleeds into the profession. That's not just archaeology and anthropology, it's literally every profession. And so you have, I should say, old guard archaeologists who are sort of, I think that they're inhibited, maybe in the same way that people my generation are, in some way that I just fail to see, but they're inhibited by their preconceived ideas of the way that the world should be, and that bleeds into the archaeology and clouds the way that they interpret data, which is it's just the human reality, right? And so you have all these cultures around the ancient world that are seeing and doing same things, and sometimes at the same time. What I should say before I get to this handbag thing, which everybody has seen these handbags before, right? Can I get a show of hands if you've seen them, everybody? So one of the things I've always wondered is if ancient people, rather than knowing each other, rather than being connected like this, like say here's the globe and all these ancient cultures are connected like this, everybody has seen the similarities between the Peruvian stonework like at Sacsayhuaman or in the city of Cusco or at Machu Picchu, Ollantaytambo, Pisac, it goes on and on. Everybody has seen the similarity of that gray andesite stonework to the stonework in Egypt, right? You see the similarities. You see how these things work together. You can see the similarities of ancient religions and beliefs all around the world. Well, one of the things I wonder is if rather than trying to connect the dots around the world like this and connecting the cultures to each other, does it make more sense if the cultures are all connected like this? They're all tapping into the same source. They don't have to be directly connected to each other because they are all connecting themselves to the same thing and being influenced by many of the same things, which I think that the path through which we study this more is probably through ancient mystery cults and psychedelics, things that they were taking part in. And that's a frontier of research that some people have dipped their toes into, and some people spent their whole lives studying it and found nothing. But I just feel very compelled that is one of these necessary frontiers of archaeology that really needs to be dived into, studying these cults and the esoteric cosmological knowledge that they had of their world. And is that the key of why so many of these cultures do such similar things? So we get to these handbags. So this Olmec guy, he's about 3,000 years before present. Then we have the Mesopotamian handbags. These are about 2,800 years before present. And then we have the Göbekli Tepe handbags, which are about 11,500 years before present. Now, these Göbekli Tepe handbags, they're a little different, right? You can see the similarities of how these other guys are facing towards their right. They're holding these handbags here. They've got a hand up or a hand down. But the ones that are at Göbekli Tepe they're not the same, right? And so a lot of people have suggested that they're not handbags. I don't know. I just don't feel that super confident about them. And I thought, well, if we could just find one more example of a handbag out there, maybe there really would be something to this. And so I was in Mexico 2 years ago, and I came across the fourth handbag. This comes from the site of Cacaxtla. This is dated to around 900 AD. This is the site of Cacaxtla is like a Mesoamerican Pompeii. It was destroyed by an eruption of a massive volcano, completely buried the city. Like it's all in situ. The paint is still there. The architecture of the city is still there. I mean, it's crazy walking around it. You're in the Mexican Mesoamerican Pompeii, and one of these sections of the market walls was cut off, where they had the stucco and the paintings depicting everyday market scenes. And one of the men walking into the market, walking into town, is what we see here as like what we think is like a shaman. He's carrying his magic bag, right? It would have psychedelics or something inside of it that is involved with these mystery cults. And he's got his hand up just like this. And as you can see here, it's exactly the same. And so what I think that it is it's symbolic of, I don't know if I want to say knowledge, it's carrying awakening, right? It's carrying the profound realization of the purpose of life itself. That's what I think that so many of these cults were about, and that when people would take part in these psychedelics, they would die to themselves. Like, I'm sure some of you guys in here have played around with them. Hopefully not played around with anything too serious, but how many times do you experience ego loss? You lose this sense of who you are, your pridefulness, and you begin to become very compassionate for the people around you, and you have a much greater sense of humanity. And I think that so many things in the ancient world are alluding to this idea. Anybody here ever wonder where the hell dragons come from in the ancient world? Like, why are they everywhere, but we don't actually have dragon fossils or anything like that? Well, I think that the dragon is I could go back, but that feathered serpent around he's right here. That feathered serpent that's around him, that's a dragon as well. And what I think that dragon is imagine most snakes are born in the ground. They're born in the underworld. They come up into the midworld, right? And eventually, once they master this midworld, they're able to grow wings and fly. The reason I say this is because has anybody here ever heard the term of the Mesoamerican feathered serpent called Quetzalcoatl? Anybody here ever heard that? Or Kukulkan in the Maya world? Well, he is a feathered serpent. And if I were to go all the way back, this depiction of this Olmec serpent that's here, he's got these feathers, he's got these wings coming off of his head, right? Why the head in particular? Because there's a bird called the Quetzal bird in Mexico. And it has this really long tail that's like this long, and this little bitty body that's this big with these two wings coming off of it. And from the traditions that still exist today, the indigenous traditions, they know that this is a bird now, but the thought is that in ancient times, they would see this bird fly by, and they're super, super rare, always have been, even in ancient times. And it looks like a snake flying through the air. So what they interpret is that you have the only being in this whole pantheon of species that is born in the ground, comes to the midworld, and then one day somehow it grows its wings and conquers all three planes of existence, right? So it's the underworld, the midworld, and the upper world. Well, I think that that's why dragons exist. Human beings are creating this embodiment of this awakening, this ability to harness all three realms of existence and then conquer them. That's why the Chinese emperor was the only person who was able to wear the dragon pendant on him, because he was fully awakened and the conqueror of all three realms of existence. And so that's what I think psychedelics are like at the core of ancient civilizations. And by ignoring them, we're ignoring a huge part of their very existence, what they saw and thought of the world around them. So here's the fourth handbag. And then here's a similarity. And then this is the site of Kakashla. You can see the paint that's preserved underneath all the ash. Really, really an amazing site. So then we have the last frontier. This is lost cities in the jungles of North, Central, and South America. This is what I specialize in. LiDAR is getting more and more affordable, and these massive projects that we're taking on in the next couple of years are going to blaze some trails that universities wish that they could move fast enough to do. And I think that these are some of the last frontiers, really the last frontier of archaeology. The jungles of Mexico, Central and South America, even some of the forests here in North America and the United States, even in Canada, there's some sites that really can only be discovered by LiDAR. We just found a site south of Moundville that nobody would have ever known was there without LiDAR. The other last frontier that I think that exists is the world of Polynesia. There are so many jungle-covered islands with vast ruins on them that are just basically impenetrable. If you don't know exactly where you're going. And so we're going to be running LiDAR out there starting in 2027. So here's a photo of me in the jungle. You can see how dense the jungle is, and you can see how the jungle just eats away and covers up these ancient sites. It's really quite spectacular. They kind of create a new piece of art themselves. Sometimes I'm saddened when I go to an archaeological site and they've excavated the whole thing, pulled all the vegetation off, because it's like, it's already a ruin, and the nature forming over the site and reclaiming it turns it into a new piece of art. And I think they should just leave it that way, right? It's much more evocative than building a kind of hacked version of what you think this ancient site would have looked like. So this is a site that I found outside of the modern day Mexican city of Chetumal in Quintana Roo. And so we were flying drones as we were going down these little countryside roads, and you can see it's just town after town after town after town. Like Mesoamerica and the Americas in general, if you're leaving one major city and you're just walking to another city, which I should also specify, there are not beasts of burden in Mesoamerica or in any of the Americas. There's no cattle to be pulling these megaliths. There's no horses to ride. They're walking everywhere that they go. Every monument that they move is all 100% manpower. So as you're walking from city to city, you would not really recognize a separation between two populations. I don't know if you guys have ever flown across the northeast coast, like from New York down to DC or something like that, and it's just like you can't tell the difference between all the major cities when you're looking at it from a plane. It's just continuous. That's what all of the Americas were like, maybe except for the Chihuahuan Desert that kind of separates Mesoamerica and North America. But other than that, it's just continuous civilization. So underneath here is a massive pyramid complex that we explored beneath the trees. And you can just see, as you would drive right by and you'd see this little forest next to you and not even know there's a massive pyramid complex just sitting beneath that. And that's our car, and it's me standing down there. These are they call these the Great Pyramids. This is this is outside the city of Nuevo Palestina. These pyramids sit off in the jungle. Everybody can see that pretty clearly, right? These are these 3 pyramids sitting off in the jungle that have never been excavated, and they sit on private land. You can get out there. You might be able to grease some hands and go check it out. And there's a stele over there. A stele is like a large stone billboard that kind of gives the history of the site. And there's one that's laying over there, and there's some blocks like that tumbled and fallen on top of it. But it weighs probably 10 tons or more or so, and it's never been lifted up to see what's on the bottom side of it, to know the history of the actual site. But again, there are so many of these sites. Actually, I would venture to say that Mesoamerica is the true land of pyramids. Somebody tell me how many pyramids are in Egypt. Anybody know? There's about, did you say 125? That's close. It's very close. It's somewhere around like 125 to like 140-ish. And some of the pyramids have been fully quarried away. Somebody take a guess how many pyramids there are in Mesoamerica. I would estimate somewhere north of about 20,000. That's what I would say. Yeah, there's about 20,000 pyramids. And if anybody has ever driven along the back roads, whether it's in the Yucatan or whether it's in Guatemala, everywhere I've been, it's just, you just look off in the woods and it's like, oh, there's a structure. Oh, there's a pyramid, oh, there's a pyramid, there's another pyramid, and you just realize it just doesn't ever end, In fact, there are archaeological sites in the Yucatan is one place that I can, because the Yucatan is so well traveled and there's so many roads out there, it's not as common to see this in less, urbanized places that I've been. But in the Yucatan, you can have 2 different archaeological sites that are a 30-minute drive from each other. But as you're driving from one site to the other, you never see a time where there's not buildings around you. And then when you get to the next site, you go, oh, this whole time I was just at one archaeological site. It's just divided like it's 2 and presented like it's 2, but it's all just one. So I'm trying to convey to you the massive scale of civilization in Mesoamerica. Here's something that's really, really interesting. We've been talking about the connections, the invisible connections between civilizations, whether that's in trade routes, and then we've been talking about the invisible connections between civilizations, whether that's taking part in psychedelics, right? Being influenced by many of the same things. There's another invisible level to the Mesoamerican world. For a long time, archaeologists could see that the principles of sacred geometry were being included in the architecture of the Mesoamerican world. But they couldn't quite figure out, what is the premise by which they are working? And ultimately, I could do a whole nother lecture on this, but ultimately, a man, I believe his name is Christopher Powell, came in, and he was a sailor and he was an engineer. Or I think he was a sailboat fisherman in Alaska, and he was an engineer. And he comes in and starts getting involved in Mesoamerican archaeology, and he realizes that the story that's told in the early Mesoamerican like origin myths is like the gods used the stretching of the cord and folding it in half to create the earth. They realized that the Maya people in the indigenous villages today use these cords and stretch them out to these sacred proportions that are in line with the principles of sacred geometry to still create their homes today. And one of the common things that grandparents will tell their children is that they'll say the flowers are in our houses. And what they mean is that these flowers bloom in geometric patterns. Like everybody's seen this before, right? They bloom in these geometric patterns, and they use the patterns of the flowers to create their houses, and you take those and you extrapolate them to their architecture as well, and it's all included. So he was able to see this method of the inclusion of sacred geometry in the Mesoamerican world where nobody else could, and the professor of my professor, her name was Linda Sheely, and she's passed now, but what she said about him was that he was able to solve this perennial mystery of sacred geometry in Mesoamerica because he hadn't learned enough to confuse himself yet. He wasn't so indoctrinated into the way that you're taught because it forms the way that you think and process ideas, right? That's why people are able to come in from the side and make discoveries that no one else could see because you're viewing everything in a different way. And that's not something that should be, despised. It's something that should be welcomed, right? But again, it's that human element, that gross human element that permeates and poisons the well of archaeology. Now, what's really, really cool is this is the pyramid of inscriptions at the city of Palenque. This was actually the very first pyramid I ever saw. I walked in the city with Dr. Barnhart. It was an early, misty morning, and the top of the pyramid was like just emerging above the mist, and it was just such a cool, profound experience. And in the 1950s, an archaeologist named Alberto Ruiz, over the course of 3 years, he excavated this pyramid, and he found this like secret trap door up at the top temple. He lifted it up. He realized it had all been filled with rubble, so they had to excavate every bit of rubble, throughout this huge pyramid that has the stairway that comes down, it angles the other way, and then it has a subterranean chamber at the bottom level of the pyramid. Finally, after 3 years, they get in, and they actually find, I think it's the biggest megalith in all of the Mesoamerican world, which was the sarcophagus of Pakal. And I mean, it's massive. Like it would crush this entire stage if you were to put it here. But when they were finally able to push the lid off of the sarcophagus and they started examining Pakal's body, it's fascinating because we don't see this written anywhere else in the Mesoamerican world. It was an invisible part of their society, and the royal people who were initiated into these mystery cults, had to study what must have been the sacred and divine aspects of the universe, all the secrets of the universe that are encoded in the stars, right? What's very interesting is of all the things that Pakal could have been holding in his hands, if you look at his hands, what's in it? A sphere and a cube. Nowhere else. He was squaring the circle. Nowhere else in the Mesoamerican world have we ever found anything like that. And it's just amazing to me that the most powerful, most famous, most successful, and prolific Maya king of all time chose to be buried with a sphere and a cube in his hand. And what that tells us is that there's this invisible lower level of the Mesoamerican world that permeates throughout their whole civilization that we can only see the shadows of it. We barely understand these people. So, getting down now to the very end, this is the city of Bonampak, and I think what this does, and I think that these next few slides are going to illustrate, is this idea of just how little we know of the ancient Americas, and I think you'll get what I mean. So, does everybody see that little road that's curving down to the southeast that comes down towards Bonampak, up towards the north of this satellite image? Well, that road right there is about 10 or 15 miles. And I think that road kind of symbolizes what we understand about the ancient Americas. But south of that city of Bonampak is everything that we don't understand, which is in this jungle here. This is the actual full scale of the Lacandon jungle. And just that little square is what I think that we understand about these Maya people. Now, the Lacandon jungle is a massive, massive jungle that the Maya inhabited, and there's certainly still lost cities and archaeological sites in there. But it's nothing compared to the Petén jungle that many, many different lost cities of the Maya exist within. I mean, 1,000 years of archaeology could be performed just in these jungles, and we hardly understand any of it. But again, these jungles are absolutely nothing compared to what is potentially another planet worth of archaeological discoveries to be made in Amazonia. Just a vast, vast, open world of mystery, and everything that we are captivated with in the search for Atlantis and trying to figure out, like, what did Plato really mean? Is it really based on something? Is it an allegory that's based on many different civilizations that rose and fell? Is he being literal? It's these juicy mysteries that we love, and there's just as much, if not so much more, to be discovered in the Americas. So that's my presentation. Thank you, guys. Now, I didn't know, I thought, I knew I wasn't going to be able to be super swift with this, but if we have a couple minutes for questions, if anybody would like to ask them. Yeah, I was just going to say, why don't we take maybe 1 or 2 questions? You guys go with the mic real quick. 1 or 2, so sprint up there. Push people out of the way.
Thank you for their presentation. It was great. Kind of as a farmer and a soil nerd, I had a question about the terra preta and the acidic soils since you've been down there. Did the native indigenous, they created the terra preta in order to grow because the soils were so acidic, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, so they were able to basically build the Amazon jungle?
Well, so that's something that's, I think, like headlines take it and they're like, yeah, the Amazon is man-made. But what it actually is as you're going through the Amazon, it's like this green hell, right? Everything in the Amazon is meant to kill and survive, right? And that's including the plants, is including the soil, including the animals. But what will happen is you'll hit a pocket, this massive pocket, which is like a farm inside the Amazon, that has this black terra preta soil where the Amazonians were growing things like fruit and vegetables that could be consumed. And so these pockets are found, they're like gardens, right? They're found all throughout the Amazon. And the modern indigenous people today know where they are, and so they'll go and they'll live there for a season, consume everything, and then they'll pick up and leave and head to the next one. And these pockets have been around for like at least 10,000 years, maybe more than that. But yeah, it's not that the entire Amazon was cultivated. It was that probably thousands of pockets of the Amazon were cultivated with that black soil. And I just think it's crazy that, we look at these people as being like primitive or simple or whatever. They invented a type of soil that anything can grow in, and modern people have not been able to recreate that soil and figure out how they did that. It's
It
amazing.
actually inspired me, the terra preta story that I saw, to start making my own soil with biochar as a
cool.
base. Yeah. So thank you for your presentation. It was phenomenal.
Thank you very much for your question.
Hello. Just to kind of add to that, I just wanted to ask you with the Amazon and how much we know about the Mayans and the Olmecs and everything, do you think that possibly the Amazon was home to the greatest civilization in at least Mesoamerica or South America?
I think it's very, very likely. There's a, Percy Fawcett, he was looking for something that may or may not have existed during his time. If everybody here is familiar with Percy Fawcett and Lost City of Z. And he was relatively in the realm of the Xingu River, which Teddy Roosevelt would later go down. And in the 1970s, there was a site there that was discovered called Kiriguyu. And it had so many, I don't think they've even run LiDAR over it. Projects like this is super expensive and not much money out there at all. But the estimate of the population of just that one city alone was 1 million, which is the same size as the height of ancient Rome. So yeah, it's extremely likely. And also I should say that when I talk about that were-jaguar, where we actually see that were-jaguar emerge in South America is at a site called Chavin de Huantar. And all those were-jaguars, the tenon heads that are in the building, actually face east out towards the Amazon. So it's obvious that the Andean people are actually being influenced by cultures coming out of the Amazon. And all those cultures that we see, like Tiwanaku and the Inca and everything else, all that, the seed of that culture was planted from Amazonian culture. So I think it's very likely that the greatest civilization of the Americas actually hasn't been found. I've never actually put that into words before you asked me that, but yeah, I do think that.
And then I guess my next question, you're saying that pyramids could have possibly originated from, Central America or South America.
Yeah.
Is it true that the one in El Mirador, is that the actual biggest pyramid that we know about in the world?
Well, I think it's funny how we play with these pyramid stats because,
Right.
I think I think this is what it is we think of the Great Pyramid as being the largest pyramid, but actually the Pyramid of Cholula, which is out near Mexico City, outweighs it by mass.
Yeah.
But the Pyramid of El Mirador is larger than the Great Pyramid, and people ignore Cholula, so they say the Pyramid of El Mirador is larger. But yeah. Pyramid of El Mirador is definitely top 3. It's weird because it's not so much. It is a pyramid, but it's actually like a pyramid with two pyramids up here, and then a third pyramid coming up down the back. And the bottom level of the pyramid is where the whole main market of the entire city existed upon.
Right.
So, it's just like incomprehensibly massive. But yeah, you could easily put it within top 3 largest pyramids. Actually, it's the oldest Maya pyramid too. So. At the very beginning of Maya civilization, they create the largest structure they'll ever create, and it's never achieved again.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
So I'm from South America, and I want to speak of the bags. So my ancestors are Incan and Mayas.
Okay.
So I was gifted a bag from the Mamo tribe in Colombia, and what they share with me, the knowledge is that they indeed, it is for the cosmic knowledge. They carry it.
Really?
And the woman weave, they go into meditation and weave patterns. They see into trance. So they download those patterns into the mochila, representing the path of the person, of the soul. So when we women carry, and also men, but the mochila represents the womb of the womb of the cosmic. So anything that you put in there is about being mindful. What are you creating, and what are you holding in your creation? So with it, they carry a lot of medicine. So yes, mushrooms, rapé, etc., medicine in the bag, because the remembers of the plant realm, Mother Earth, are allies to our consciousness. Through the elemental wisdom of the plants, we can access more dimensions within our own consciousness. So when we access that's why the shamanism, when we access the consciousness of the plant, is accessing our own in a more expanded, less limited way. So my question is, have you considered doing the plants to resolve some of your questions when you see the patterns are called archaeology? Do you find value in also trying some of their ways to access information like they did?
Yeah, I get that question a lot, and I think the simple answer is that I'm just scared to. It's something that was clearly so important and so baked into the very existence of not only ancient Americans, but ancient people all throughout the world. And I think that certainly certainly those things are powerful enough to permanently alter the way that you perceive yourself and your interactions with the people around you. And you're probably aware of this, and maybe some people in the crowd, that when people go into the Amazon specifically, they will often have interactions with like a goddess, or they'll have interactions with a huge anaconda or a boa constrictor that will wrap them up and speak to them. And I had a buddy who told me when he was in the Amazon and he took ayahuasca, this snake like wrapped itself around him. It was whispering in his ear, and it was like, imagine the snake on like Harry Potter or something, the way it would speak. And it was telling him, I love you, but I'm going to kill you now. And it was like, it's this idea of like even the cult of Eleusis, it's this, this death before death, right? Like when you step into that realm, everything before that is going to die. And I know that just being as primed as I am, as curious as I am about the Native American world, one day when the snake calls me or whatever, and I step into that, I'm probably going to have profound realizations. But I think the reality is just that the snake hasn't called me yet. And I'm a little hesitant too, just because I know that there's no going back after that. But yes, I have considered it a lot.
It is a death of the ego.
It's a death of the
only
ego.
to remember who you truly are beyond who you think you are.
Yeah.
So thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you
and
for-
that's pretty interesting, that your ego is not actually you. It's like your mask, right? It's your,
It's a tool. It's a tool of the
Yeah.
mind to navigate this dimension, and that's why these spirits come support that, because they do exist. It's just a different overlapping dimension.
yeah. And you mentioned something just a moment ago when you were talking about the bags that they make, and they're like textiles in a way, and the patterns that are written into them. That's another thing that I didn't talk about in this presentation, is the patterns. Has anybody here ever seen the squared circle patterns throughout the ancient world? That is found from Ice Age Siberia all the way around the Old World, down into the Americas, into the American Southwest, all the way into the mound builder world, all across Mesoamerica, and deeply into South America. It's literally everywhere. And I've been all throughout. Everywhere I go in the Americas, the story that I'm told is that is the cyclical pattern of existence itself, like the staircases and the winding, the repeating of the cycle of life itself. And everywhere I go, whether it's like the Oaxacans or the Inca or the Moche, whatever these existing cultures are, they have a slight variation of that. But everywhere I see, it's like this cosmic cycle of existence itself. So, anyways, thank you very much for your question.
Thank you.
Hey, Luke, thank you, man. You're an eloquent speaker, and thanks again. I was just a brief little aside on the handbag. So I just stumbled across the town of Giraffe in Iran has a cache of life-size stone-carved handbags.
I think I've seen this.
That's another one. That's all I was going to say. So.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have one more right here? Okay.
Hi, Luke.
Hello.
Several years ago, I was exploring the, I don't know if you want to call it the temple complex of Monte Alban.
Right, that's an amazing place.
It's amazing. And what I learned was that one of the indigenous tribes was the Zapotecs. And so my question to you is, when I started to look into it, there were people, some of the locals, who said that the Olmecs were the progenitors of the Zapotecs. In your research and studies, what can you tell us about that?
That might actually be true. Yeah. So we don't really know too much about the contemporaries of the Olmecs. Like, we don't know exactly who they're interacting with. We know that the Maya are around, but they're just beginning. But actually, there is a place called the Pyramid of San Andreas in Oaxaca. I think it's in one of those northern valleys. And I've been to it. You don't see it published anywhere. It is the first pyramid in all of the Mesoamerican world. It's the first pyramid that's built out of stone, and not just stone, huge megaliths like this big. You never see it published anywhere at all, and it's a Zapotec pyramid. And that site was explicitly influenced by the Olmecs themselves from trading with the Olmecs, and they became so wealthy by giving they were trading obsidian with the Olmecs from those Oaxacan mountains. And it's the same means by which the Maya later became wealthy, because they were trading the serpentine and the jade to the Olmecs. But it's maybe not so much that the Olmecs are the origins of Zapotec culture, but the Olmecs are like this mother culture that fostered civilization itself throughout Mesoamerica. And by them being so wealthy, producing so much grain, having so much fish that they're selling throughout the Mesoamerican world, they spread wealth throughout Mesoamerica and essentially gave birth to that civilization. So yeah, I mean, in some ways, yeah, the Olmecs, people kind of ignore that and don't really realize that, but the Zapotecs can trace their origins deeply, and their origins are very well connected to the Olmecs. So thank you very much. Well, thank you guys. Okay.
Mic right there. We're here. You grab this one. We can just sit right here on.
Yeah, sure.
Luke, that was amazing.
Thank you.
We've heard a lot about the Olmecs tonight. I just have one question for you. So I live in the great state of Florida. I don't know if any fellow Floridians here, but there's always construction going on around Northeast Florida, and it's not uncommon that they'll uncover ancient Indian burial mounds within the state of Florida. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think some of your work has taken you to Florida and done some LiDAR work around there. What can you tell us about that?
There is a lot that's going to come out about it. So Florida was one of the very first places when I got access to this. Like proprietary LiDAR data of the United States, it was given to me by someone who was working in comet research, and they were trying to map out like comet impacts and impressions throughout North America. So one of the places that I started was where I knew there was a lot of like soft, swampy land, right? So obviously it takes me to Florida. So I was looking at the Chattahoochee-Cola River, which is in the Panhandle, and then I started just searching throughout the entire state, down in the Thousand Islands region, in the Everglades, in central Florida, and in northeast Florida, and then kind of getting up into Georgia and South Carolina. Man, there are so many sites out there that aren't listed on any publicly available maps. I've found geometric earthworks that look like something out of a sci-fi movie. I mean, actually blew my mind. If anybody wants to see an example of what I'm talking about, look up Tony's Mound in Florida. I found more sites like that where you can see that they're like causeways and highways with these concentric circles and half circles that must be pointing off at astronomical phenomena. I mean, I've mapped probably 50 different sites in Florida of mound sites that I can't find on any publicly available map. And man, there's so much that's going to come out about there. Ponce de Leon, the conquistador that I was exploring around Florida, looking for his fountain of wealth, he describes finding a city that was about a mile off the coast and where he had dinner and was a part of this festival. And I found a site that's enormous that's exactly a mile off of the coast. And so we're going to go ground truth it later this year when it cools down a bit and the water moccasins aren't as active. But yeah, so there's a lot to come out in Florida. And I mean, we're doing this project across the entire East Coast. I'd say the northernmost area we're going is, we're going to be doing the LiDAR project on Roanoke, Croatoa, the colony. We're going to be scanning LiDAR there and doing something on it. So from there, all the way down to Florida. And then we've got the project in the Amazon as well.
Well, I cannot wait to see all that footage and see all that work. It's going to be amazing. As someone who lives in Florida, excuse me, it's Sunday. As somebody who lives in Florida, I can't wait to hear about all that. So thank you so much for your work. And
thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our final speaker. I'm so excited to introduce Billy. Billy is somebody who can connect ancient technology, current scientific technology, peer-reviewed papers, the UFO phenomenon, ancient sites. He's an author. He's a tour guide to these ancient sites all around the world. It is my great pleasure to introduce Billy Carson.
All right, how's everybody doing? Thank y'all for coming out. This has been a great weekend. All right. So, we're going to talk about ancient Egypt today, but we're going to talk about some encoded mathematics left behind in the pyramid and also at the Giza Plateau. I'm also going to connect what the most important part of this ancient wisdom and knowledge is to this current era, to this current time, and to ourselves as divine spiritual beings. But I really want to get into some of the hardcore math behind this, and so forgive me if it gets a little bit dry, but I think it's really, really important to understand the secrets that have been encoded and left behind for us, the people sitting here today, okay? And so, as I've learned so many times when you're doing these presentations and lectures, always get the shameless plugs out of the way in the beginning. So, of course, you can scan this QR code. You can come on tour with me all over the world. I take people on VIP exclusive tours. So does some of the other people here as well. You know, I really love our tours. We do a very, very good job. And we have a very good private access to a lot of the sites. A lot of the times when we show up, there are no tourists there because we pay for the VIP access. And we do some things that regular tourists just can't do, like climbing all the pyramids in Mexico, which nobody can do anymore. We're going to go inside the pyramids at Teotihuacan, which nobody can do. And of course, we have my Egypt tour coming up very soon. I'll be going to Egypt in the third week of June into July, my 12-day tour, which is amazing. I call it glamping because we stay at the Four Seasons, got to have the four in there for forbidden knowledge. We go 7 days on the Nile. I give 2-hour lectures every day going down the Nile. And then we have our brand new tour buses so that when we dock, we only have to ride 30 to 40 minutes, at the max, maybe an hour and a half to get to our destinations, all right? And this is my best-selling book, Compendium of the Emerald Tablets. I wrote this book 8 years ago, long before AI ever existed. You got to point that out these days. And the reason why I say that is because a couple things. The mathematics that are in this book, which we're going to be going over tonight, I had calculated those mathematics about 10 years ago, put them in the book 8 years ago when I published it. And then also, page 34 of this book is where I predicted the massive underground structures underneath the Giza Plateau. And I even rendered an image of columns going down where Thoth says the halls of Amenti actually exist. And I said that they go on for miles. Then I also included a quote from Herodotus on that same page, where he talked about how what he witnessed underneath the plateau of Giza, underneath the bedrock, rivaled anything that the Greeks could ever build. So he had witnessed this with his own 2 eyes, what the underground area beneath Giza looks like. So we know that we're talking about ancient cultures, and what we often find in ancient cultures is that they mimic the sky to the earth, as above, so below. They mirror it, right? It's a mirror. And so much of this has been done. We even talked about it a little bit, briefly inside of our panel discussions over the last few days, where we were hypothesizing about the Sphinx, and even some of the archaeologists on stage were hypothesizing that maybe it could be the second Sphinx is in the sky, right? And so it's a great possibility, because why? These ancient cultures really revered the stars and the heavens. They understood it in a way that we are just now beginning to finally comprehend. And we're just at the very, very beginning of that stage. They knew so much. So we're going to be talking about going on a journey through the precise astronomical alignments embedded within Egypt's most magnificent monuments. This presentation examines the archaeological and astronomical evidence for stellar orientations of Giza and Saqqara, which is going to reveal how the ancient Egyptian builders encoded the cosmos into the sacred architecture. And just kind of going back, we know that the Giza pyramids demonstrate extraordinary cardinal accuracy. And this was done in the 1800s, and 1880s technically, by Flanders Petrie. He was able to discover that the cardinal points were perfectly aligned at the Great Pyramid. And this is in the 1880s, which technically was a very scientific era, by the way, for those of you who didn't know. Matter of fact, scientists did a study, and they were studying scientific advancements in the 1800s. And the Arabs were advancing so fast, they said if it weren't for the Inquisitions, they would have been the first people on the moon, potentially before the 1900s. The Inquisitions, the paper, the religion, actually slowed down the process. As you know, the popes ordered the slaughtering and killing of over 80 million people as far as the empire could reach. Over the course of 700 years, 80 million people were unalived. But that slowed down the progress, because if you had technological knowledge, advancement, the ability to make advancements in science, you were considered demonic or a witch, and then, of course, that would be suppressed and oppressed, and that's why we didn't move far beyond. But again, that was just us, mankind, waking up out of a deep sleep, trying to remember something that we already have known. And we also discovered the simultaneous transit method, but they knew about this thousands of years ago. Kate Spence's groundbreaking 2000 Nature paper proposed that builders use the precise moment when Kochab, which is Ursa Minor, and Mizar, which is Ursa Major, cross the meridian together to establish a perfect plumb line pointing true north. And this peer-reviewed paper made headlines, And what's really important to understand is that Ursa Minor and Ursa Major are perfectly aligned with the shafts at Giza. And so those shafts on particular processional periods, as we're getting a flourishing here of lights and dark, I guess the spirits have entered into the room. But those alignments are amazing because those alignments were done thousands of years ago. So the Great Pyramid's star shafts. We have 4 mysterious channels known as the air shafts or star shafts, which extend from the king's and queen's chambers towards the pyramid's exterior. And these alignments are made with several star systems. Now, if you take a look at the way Giza was thousands of years ago, you will see that the Nile River ran right up close to the pyramid complex. You'll see that it was a very lush and plush area. It wasn't just dried out, sand, Sahara Desert like it is right now. And there are dried tubes underneath the pyramid complex, which I've actually went down and stood in. This is the aquifer area where water used to flow. And when you move water, flowing water at high speed underneath that type of stone, it creates physiostatic electricity. But you can also see an area where water was channeled up into the pyramid area, but down into the queen's chamber. When you take a scan and look at the queen's chamber itself, you begin to recognize that it kind of resembles not only a filter system, but potentially if you have the right conditions, you can create electrolysis. And electrolysis will do what? It will extract, when you put electrolysis on water, H2O, it'll extract the hydrogen atoms. And I personally believe after researching this and getting heads-up advice from real good engineers that potentially, it's a potential that the Queen's Chamber could have been a hydrogen generator or potentially a tool used to extract hydrogen atoms from the water. Now, why hydrogen? Hydrogen because, first of all, most people, a lot of engineers believe that the Great Pyramid could have been a power generator as one of many functions, just one of many. But also, when you see how those shafts are positioned, it seems that with the design and the right pressure, hydrogen can be released from those shafts. Well, why would you want to do that? Right now, today, in 2026, we send frequencies out into space on the hydrogen frequency. Why? Because we're trying to communicate with ET. We have scientists on a daily basis sending out, why hydrogen? Because it's the most abundant element in the universe. And they figure if there's another intelligent species out there, they will pick up the messages on the hydrogen and decode it. So we're sending data packets on hydrogen. I believe that potentially in the past, this may have happened as well. And why would I believe that? Why would they want to communicate with other star systems? Now, this is where you have to stretch your mind a little bit. If you really dig into a lot of these ancient texts and tablets and papyruses, cylinder scrolls, and you start piecing together the picture of the puzzle, you realize that, of course, in looking at all the artifacts with the Pleiades on them, that there is a reverence for the Pleiadian star system throughout the North Americas, the South Americas, throughout Egypt, throughout the rest of Africa, all throughout, what would have been Mesopotamia, now Iraq, Iran, Tehran, and all those places, Turkey. Also, you can also see a lot of artifacts with the depiction of the Pleiades all throughout Asia. I mean, it's really incredible. And even down in Australia, where I just came back 67 miles hiking in the outback with the Aboriginals on a walkabout, where they took me to sacred stones and rock croppings where they have the Pleiadian star system etched into the side of cliffs. And what their verbal handed down history is from the Aboriginals is that there was a war in the Pleiades and that they were seeded on this planet by Pleiadians. The Hopi tribe say they're star brothers from the Pleiades, seeded them on this planet by Pleiadians. And then the other cultures talk about these great wars that existed in that sector or region of the sky. And in some of these, in the Sumerian texts, you realize that they understood that there were actually 7 visible stars on a dark night. Now, that goes back thousands of years. Why? Because one of those stars has actually ran out of fuel and turned into a white dwarf, so we can't see it with the naked eye anymore. Unless they had some kind of revolutionary telescope, they knew it and understood it when there were 7 stars glowing in the night sky. Now we can only see 6 on a clear, dark night, but the 7th is still there, the seven sisters, right? Made it into Greek mythology and so many other cultures. So it's really interesting that according to these texts that this war broke out. And in this war, they were using weapons that can destroy even planets. Brahmahastra, the Brahmahama Astra, all these different types of crazy weapons which could have potentially created a lot of debris in that sector. And my hypothesis, again, this is my hypothesis, is that if you're living on a planet or a habitable moon where debris is floating and flying around, massive chunks, if it strikes your planet, you're toast. If it strikes your habitable moon, you're toast. I believe that those who had the capability got into their skyships and left. And these people that I'm talking about, I'm not talking about little green men with antennas on their head. I'm talking about people just like us. My personal belief is that our true origins are from that region of the sky, of the Milky Way. I don't believe that humans originate on Earth. That's just my personal opinion, based on the things that I've read. I really do believe that we're seated here. Our circadian rhythm doesn't even match Earth's orbit on its own axis. It's actually better tuned to Mars's spin on its axis than it is Earth's. And we are really kind of the only species that kind of goes against nature here. So I don't know. But what I'm telling you is that these aliens that we've been looking for are us. And I'm going to show you more about why that's my hypothesis in a little bit as well. But I think this created the first space refugees. People looking to flee a sector of the sky where there was raging wars to go inherit Ursa Minor, Ursa Major, Sirius A, B, and C, the Orion star system, Aldebaran, and many other star systems. Earth, I believe, is just one of many potential breakaway civilizations that mankind spread out amongst the stars out of necessity. Just like right now, we're looking to try to find out how can we spread out amongst the stars. Earth is not going to be here forever. Now, we have so many different things that could potentially happen here on Earth. We have, of course, we have geological catastrophes like Randall Carlson always talks about, right? Those happen. Right now, we happen to be living in this tiny sliver of a window of time where we have peace and quiet, so to speak, and we can actually flourish. So in 100 years of peace and quiet, we went from a horse, buggy, and carriage to putting remote control cars on Mars to having Voyager 1 and 2 go into interstellar space. In only 100 years. Imagine with 500,000 years of geological peace. Imagine 1,000,000 years of geological peace. We could have risen and fallen on this planet dozens and dozens of times by now, right? Because this planet is billions of years old. And what's really intriguing to me is that we've come to a point in time now where in that little period of time, we've gained so much wisdom and knowledge technologically. So we've kind of gone to become a technocratic civilization instead of a combination of spirituality and technology. We've kind of divided the two. And that's kind of why we're here now. We've got to bring those two things back together. Because some of the oldest texts that you read, you realize some of these people that were quote unquote the gods seem to have spiritual technology and mastery over the ether of space-time itself. But these space refugees, you know, they were just looking for another place to call home, and I believe that human beings are doing the same thing right now. We keep reaching out to Mars. We spent trillions of dollars collectively as a planet, trillions of dollars trying to get to Mars. They keep saying it's a cold, dry rock, but now all the science data has come out, it's not a cold, dry rock. The hottest temperature on Mars at the equator is a bombing 99 degrees. And at night, yes, it will drop quite a bit, just like it drops here. I was freezing last night in this desert. Okay, I was ice cold out here. Can there be a 100-degree temperature swing? Absolutely, but there are the same on Earth. I remember a couple of years ago, Chicago and Wisconsin were colder than Mars. There were news headlines, USA Today. The Midwest is colder than Mars. Chicago is colder than Mars today, right? Pretty interesting. They also found localized magnetic fields on Mars. They discovered that because Mars' spin on its axis is so fast, 23.5 hours, that it creates something called bow shock as it moves around the sun in its orbit, which bends the cosmic rays and the radiation from getting too low to the surface. They also discovered ample amounts of methane being created on a consistent basis, emanating up to the upper atmospheres. Methane's created by life. They also discovered ample amounts of oxygen being created and rising to the upper atmosphere. Yes, some is escaping, but there's oxygen there nonetheless, and all the other requirements for different types of gases. And so it's pretty interesting that we find that Mars, according to the last big press release, the soil there is better for growing crops than it is on Earth. So they're seeding the information like the Salt Bay, and they're letting us know where they're going next. They're going to create a breakaway civilization on Mars, which I personally believe they've already been working on for quite some time. And it'll be hand-selected people that will be able to participate in that endeavor. But these star systems are aligned, right? And we know that the Great Pyramid complex there, the three pyramids at Giza, on a particular precessional time frame are aligned with Orion's belt. And I think these alignments were very important. They understood Earth's tilt on its axis. They understood it so well that they even encoded the angle of Thoth's staff in a lot of the imagery of him to the same angle as the tilt of the Earth. They were always sending these secret messages. They understood the great year. They understood all the precessional cycles. In a lot of the ancient texts, they would rule in different precessional periods. And this takes a great amount, 27,000, 25 to 27,000 years of observing before you can now create your kingship stages of who's going to rule in which star system, come on. These people knew the precession before the 25,920 years. Why did they know it? Because they had significant astrophysical knowledge. So they started encoding. Someone, and this person we're going to talk about in a minute, and I do mean person, decided to encode secrets into the structure of Giza itself, into the plateau, into the pyramids. So they aligned the King's Chamber South with Antioch, which is Orion's belt. They aligned the King's Chamber North with Draconis. They aligned the Queen's Chamber South with Sirius. And they aligned the Queen's Chamber North with Kochab, which is Ursa Minor. So the beginning stages of laying out the foundation and how we're going to create this amazing structure, it started with the stars. It started with understanding we're going to let the people know in the future who we are and where we came from. We're going to encode this wisdom like a time capsule into the structure itself so that at a point in time in the future, the people here will discover their true heritage. So if you look in the Animal Tablets of Thoth, in tablet number 1, Thoth says, "Builded I the great pyramid, patterned after Earth's force, burning eternally so that it too might remain through the ages." He says, "In it I builded my knowledge of magic science," that translates into advanced technology, "so that it might be here when I return from Amenti." That's the halls of Amenti that he's talking about beneath the structure. He says, "While I sleep in the halls of Amenti, my soul roaming free will incarnate and dwell amongst men in one form or another." Hermes the thrice born. And what he's talking about there is the fact that he had the capability of transferring his consciousness into different avatars. I know that sounds wild, but that's exactly what's going on, which is what I wrote about in my book 8 years ago. You have the 2045 project, Ray Kurzweil. What has he been working on? Transferring the consciousness of animals and insects into computers. They did a monkey already back in 2015, and they just recently made an announcement of how they transferred a fruit fly into a computer. Its consciousness exists in a computer. Without any training, without any coding, the digital version of the fruit fly came alive inside the computer and started looking for fruit, started running around and doing what a fruit fly does, right? They've already mastered that. The next phase was to transfer human consciousness into a robot. Well, DARPA already did that with the Avatar project, which I wrote about in my book 8 years ago, where they make a symbiotic conscious link between the soldier in an underground bunker and a robot or a drone in the sky. And they control it through consciousness, a conscious link, so that when that thing blows up or gets killed or blown up or destroyed in the field, the soldier's still alive. Just like the Avatar movie, a symbiotic conscious link. And then the last phase by 2045 is to be able to just clone an avatar or a digital version of yourself, like almost like a living, walking hologram, and transfer your mind into that. Sounds crazy, right? They can now take a skin cell from you, one skin cell. Just scrape it. Take that skin cell, put it into a culture that skin cell into a stem cell, culture that one stem cell into a group of stem cells, and then they can take that group of stem cells and they can actually put it into an artificial womb and grow it into an actual copy of you. They're doing this already. Google it. Now, they claim that they are terminating these embryos, these synthetic embryos. They call them synthetic embryos. They're terminating. Now, you and I both know that there's a laboratory somewhere underneath the mountain where they have full-grown people walking around, right? And they're experimenting on them. They're prisoners wherever they are, unfortunately. So let's take a look here. We can calculate so many incredible things from the Great Pyramid. I kind of briefly talked about that the other day on the stage show, and I actually was going to talk about something a little different, but I saw how intrigued people were, so I wanted to get into this much deeper. So we can calculate the mean distance to the sun through the Great Pyramid's measurements. Half the length of the base diagonal multiplied by 106 is theorized to be the equal average distance to the sun. So if you take half of the diagonal of the base and multiply it by 106, you end up finding out the average distance to the sun. Why the average? Well, because the sun isn't always at the same exact distance, because we don't orbit the sun in a perfect oval. We orbit it in a very strange elliptic orbit. And then you can also calculate the mean distance to the sun. So the pyramid's height multiplied by 109 is said to represent the mean radius of the Earth's orbit, which is 1 AU, 1 astronomical unit, which is the distance to the sun on average. How do you get the mean distance to the moon? That's the average distance from Earth to the moon. The length of the Jubilee passage multiplied by 7, and that's inside the pyramid. The length of the Jubilee passage multiplied by 7, and then by 107 equals the mean distance to the moon. You can calculate the sun's radius. Now think about this, the sun. You can calculate the radius around the equator. Twice the perimeter of the bottom of the granite coffer multiplied by 108 is said to match the sun's mean radius. And then Earth's polar radius. The sacred cubit length multiplied by 107 is going to represent the polar radius of the Earth. That's talking about from pole to pole. How much is that? What size is that? Right now we would do that with a polar orbiting satellite. And then you can calculate Earth's polar radius again. The pyramid embodies a scalar ratio of 1 by 43,200, which Randall Carlson talked about last night. Multiplied by 43,200 precisely matches Earth's polar radius within 11 miles. The Great Pyramid is a representation of Earth itself in a tetrahedron format. So the Great Pyramid is encoded with the distance to the sun as well. Again, there's different ways to do this. They did this over and over again, so we wouldn't believe in any kind of a coincidence. So the Great Pyramid is encoded with distance to the sun. The sun's parallax, the size of the Earth as viewed from the sun and expressed as an angle generally taken to be half the diameter of the equator, is going to give you the solar equatorial parallax. That's 8.9008091 seconds of arc. That means we're talking 91,848,817 miles as the mean distance to the sun, and 3,963.4914 miles as the equatorial radius. Now, the distance between the mean socket level and the height of the level bedrock at the pyramid is 8.9008 pyramid inches. So we're talking about understanding at the pyramid site itself, the mean socket level and the height of the level bedrock will give you 8.9008, and we understand that's the same as the equatorial parallax. So one of the most amazing anomalies is right here on Earth. You can calculate the tropical year, which is the length of the base side, which is 9,131 pyramid inches, measured at the mean socket level, which is going to give you 365 days in a year. They encoded all this into the structure. you can get the perimeter of the base divided by 100, which equals 365. You can calculate the tropical year. The length of the antechamber used as the diameter of the circle produces a circumference of what? 365. The tropical year can be calculated. Again, another way. The ratio of the length of the grand gallery to the solid diagonal of the king's chamber times 100 equals the number of days in a tropical year. And then the sidereal year. The length of the antechamber of the king's chamber times pi equals the length of the sidereal year in pyramid inches. Again, this is no mistake. This is on purpose. They're literally taking all this wisdom and knowledge and they're encoding it into the structure so that we can discover this today. The mean distance to the sun, half the length of the diagonal of the base times 10 to the 6th power will give you the distance to the sun. The mean distance to the sun. The height of the pyramid times 10 to the 9th power represents the mean radius of Earth's orbit around the sun. So now you can find the mean radius of how we encircle the sun itself. On average, what distance are we on our orbit? The sun's radius, twice the perimeter of the bottom of the granite coffer times 10 to the 8th power is the sun's mean radius. And also the sun's radius again, twice the perimeter of the bottom granite coffer times 10 to the 8th is the sun's mean radius. And you can even calculate Earth's polar radius another way. The sacred cubit times 10 to the 7th equals the polar radius of the Earth, which is incredible that you can do it that way. And then Earth's polar radius, again, the pyramid embodies a scale ratio of 1 by 43,200. The height, 43,200, equals 3,938.65 miles, which is the polar radius of Earth to within 11 miles. I mean, there's so much math I can go on for hours on that stuff. I can even tell you how much mass is in the Earth underneath the surface crust from the Great Pyramid. If you want to find out how much mass actually exists inside, we're only sitting on top of the skin. So there's so much here. So I'm just going to give you a couple of these, and we'll get into this. But we can calculate the precise size, shape of the Earth. The escape velocity is also programmed into the Great Pyramid. What is the escape velocity to get into space from Earth? Well, it's a secret behind the 33rd degree Masons. To be a 33rd degree Mason, you have to understand the ultimate goal is space travel. That's why you have runway number or space pad number 33 in Florida off the Space Coast. Unless you fly 33 times the speed of sound, you cannot break Earth's gravity. And that's also encoded into the Great Pyramid. The golden ratio and its connection to the mass of the sun, the neural points of gravity between Earth and the sun. So they understand the neutral points of gravity between Earth and the sun are also encoded. And what they found at these neutral points, they meaning NASA, they discovered something called X points. These diffusion regions around Earth at these points, and these X points, they call them portals. Look it up. And at these portal points, these actual portals open and close every single day. Some extend from Earth to the moon, some to the sun, some to planets even beyond. They're not stable, they're unpredictable. They call them X points and they open and close on a consistent basis. What were they trying to tell us? They were trying to show us that these X points exist thousands of years ago by encoding it into the Great Pyramid. The speed of light can be calculated, which is the longitude of the Grand Gallery leading up into the King's Chamber. The metatonic 19-year cycle of the moon's orbit around the Earth. The mean distance to the moon, the mass of the moon, and so much more can be calculated from this structure. It's almost unbelievable. But the math doesn't lie. The math is the language of God, and it's all there. There's a short video here, and I was able to shorten this down a little bit to get it to within maybe 4.5 minutes or so. And what we're going to do here is we're going to look at a diagram that I did years ago, maybe, 13, 14 years ago now. But I'm connecting lines on the Giza Plateau. I'm connecting the different temples and the pyramids, alignments on the actual plateau. And I want to show you what was discovered.
Forbidden knowledge.
Well, that's bizarre. Okay.
So it's the time to...
It's not supposed to have sound.
Code.
Witness the wisdom of you can tell I made this a long time ago. This ain't your normal AI voice.
Thoth built the Great Pyramid and designed
Maybe this isn't the other one that I wanted.
temples of Giza perfectly matched to designate this image of our solar system. The map is a perfect match right down to the astronomical units, which tell you the distance each planet is from the sun. The orbits are precise, and the planet sizes are perfect scale relative to the pyramid or temple in the diagram. Watch the full video from Forbidden Knowledge and witness the wisdom of Thoth the Atlantine and his handiwork.
Okay, good. This is one with no sound. Okay, I sped it up a little bit. So we're drawing these lines, and we're connecting lines from the eastern side of the pyramid. We're connecting with the northern edge of the other pyramid. And we're going to go again with another line connecting over one parallel line to one of the temples there and coming down to the edge of the northern edge of the pyramid and going back across to the northern edge of the pyramid. And the corner's right there, and we're going to bring it back down into the rectangle. We're lining up all the edges of the pyramids that exist right there at Giza, as well as some of the temples that are also there. In case you didn't know, there are temples out there. They call them temples, but they were just really like workstations. They've discovered so many things there, like payroll records. So throw it out of your brain that slaves built pyramids. Ain't no slaves didn't build any pyramids. So you can begin to see at this alignment now, we bring in the structures based on the grid pattern, riding lines off the edge of these structures.
Mark the time positions and orbits. Mercury. Venus. Earth. Mars. The Sun.
Let's see what astrophysics has to say about this.
Compare this to NASA's version of inner orbits to scale. Flip horizontal view from the other side. Now rotate 107.7 degrees. Mark the major axis of Mars' orbit. Mark the major axis of Mercury's orbit. Merge visible.
This matches down to the AU. That's the astronomical unit, the distance of measure from Earth to the sun. call it Thoth's Time Temple. Did NASA exist thousands of years ago? I'm just asking for a friend. Where do you think NASA got their mapping from? They got it from the ancients. They had this wisdom encoded into the plateau, in my opinion, at least 36 to 40,000 years ago. That's my personal opinion. That's how I feel. That's how old I feel those structures are out there at the Great Pyramid site at Giza. I believe they're around, at least another processional tube period behind where we are today. But regardless of whenever they did it, 2,500 years ago or 36,000 years ago, you can't deny the precision of these alignments of these inner planets in our solar system and understanding the distance. It's one thing to stand on the ground and look up at the stars and go, wow, I can track this star and I can tell you where it's going to be. It's a whole other ball game when you can tell the exact distance to a star or a planet in the solar system. That's a whole other level of knowledge that we just can't figure out how in the hell they were able to do that. So, as you know, Giza has an underground complex. I've explored a lot of them. And you got to really want to do this kind of work because it's not easy, okay? It's not easy because I'm 6'4", okay? I've seen little people have a good time in there, but I do a lot of crawling. I mean crawling too, bear crawling. I bear crawled 1.5 total miles inside of shafts and pyramids inside of Doja before. It's a lot of work, a lot of upper body work, a lot of core work. But it's fun, it's exciting, it is. But you get the understanding that this wasn't built for somebody just to go on a stroll. Like these structures and these shafts, they weren't built for people. They weren't built for you to just kind of casually say, let's go have a stroll inside the pyramids today. It just didn't happen. These shafts are part of a machine, okay? This would be like an exhaust pipe on your vehicle, all right? This is not something that people just casually walked into. And we know a lot of the science that came back from Filippo Biondi and Armando May and those guys in reference to what they discovered underneath the pyramids in terms of their data. Now, their data, if their data is accurate, if it is, these columns go on for miles beneath the plateau. If their data is accurate, it definitely describes something that Thoth talked about having underneath the pyramid structure. If their data is accurate, the giant megalithic boxes discovered at the bottom of these magnificent tubes going down, these gigantic shafts, each one can hold approximately 64,000 people. That's how big they are, if they're there. The data says they are. If it's real, it's mind-boggling. It really is mind-boggling. This is my book, again, from 8 years ago, Compendium of the Emerald Tablets, where I rendered some images of shafts going down beneath the earth and talking about, the quote from Herodotus and saying that they go on for miles. That's in my book, Compendium of the Emerald Tablets. And I remember when I first published this book, a lot of the people who were, quote unquote, kind of like, against the Emerald Tablet information and so forth, and they were saying that I was a pseudoscientist, I was making up lies about Africa, lies about Egypt, lies about what's underneath the Giza. There's nothing underneath the Giza Plateau but dirt and all that. You can go look at the old comments. So, but now I've been beneath the Giza Plateau. I've gone down the subterranean shaft, 60 meters in one direction, 30 meters in another direction. I know for a fact that there's other areas that you can get to, but they've blocked them with stone. And that's beneath the bedrock. I've seen the bedrock where it's been sliced open, where you could tell that in some way they must have used it to open up the entire plateau, and then they put it back together. That itself is more magnificent than the pyramids itself. So, what the ground scans reveal, uniform column spacing, these megalithic columns, pre-dynastic dating, these are obviously not done by the dynastic era Egyptians. Matter of fact, most of what's there from the more ancient times was inherited by the dynasties. Now, did they build? Yes, they built. But as you come forward into dynasties, you begin to realize they're kind of gluing the rocks together. You go there and you see megalithic columns and you say, oh, they sliced it here and put another piece on top and put another piece on top. It wasn't one solid piece. But the further you go back in time, you see one-piece megalithic columns. You see one-piece diorite statues that weigh 1,000 tons. I mean, it's just crazy stuff you see. And you're like, wow. The further back you go, the more single pieces. The further forward you go in time into the dynasties, the more cut up pieces kind of stacked up. So the technology or the understanding was beginning to get lost. It was still magnificent and it's great, it's phenomenal. But the further you go back in time, the more magnificent the actual stonework is. And energy conduction hypothesis. So that is that the granite composition positioned and aligned with the piezoelectric charge in some way could channel energy through the bedrock. And also suppressed research, obviously. This has been heavily suppressed and the question mark is still out there on it. They've done a lot of scans of places where people know exactly what's beneath the structure, just to show that their data is accurate. And when they show the data of what we know is underneath something that exists in the world, and then we show the scan of something, obviously, from a place where we don't know, we have to now kind of say, well, maybe this data might be fairly accurate. Is anything in this world 100% accurate? Not 100%. But I think that they've gotten pretty damn close to giving us an idea that we need to look a lot closer into what might be under the plateau, what might be under the bedrock. We know that the Egyptians really engaged in understanding the stars at a very, very early time frame. And one of Egypt's earliest star maps exists at the Seminut tomb. That's tomb TT353 in the 18th dynasty. And this is learned knowledge carried into the dynastic era. This one has survived the test of time, and you can actually go there and see it. When we go on our tours to Egypt, we take people to see these star maps. When you're looking up at some of these ceilings and some of these amazing tombs, you're looking at real star maps. It's not like you're just looking at random art. They didn't do a lot of random things. Everything that they did had a particular meaning and a purpose. And then the royal tomb as a cosmic guidebook. The tomb of Seti, KB-17, a very famous tomb, New Kingdom tomb. It's beautiful. I don't know if anyone's been there before. Has anybody here been to KB-17? Okay, you got to come on my next tour. I'm booking you right now. Sign up. It's incredible. When you go down there and you get into this tomb, it's like going and walking into another world. And you begin to realize the significance and the minds of these great artisans and the vision that they had, the architectural prowess that they had was just so incredible to create these elaborate underground tombs that really had good function and even flowing air. But also what you notice is you don't see any soot. You don't see any soot in those tombs. Why? Because there's no torches being used. Why are there no torches being used? Because in my opinion, they had light bulbs. They had some form of artificial lighting, let me put it that way. Some form of artificial lighting so that they wouldn't destroy the work that they're putting in. Can you imagine putting in the elaborate work and energy and effort it takes to make these tombs and then destroy them because your torches were burning so you can breathe? Or so you can see. If you can see, the torch takes away the oxygen so you can't breathe. It's a catch-22 situation. Do you want to breathe or do you want to see? I believe they had artificial lighting down there. Again, that's my personal opinion. The Naturu and the ancient star maps. The Naturu were the gods of the ancient Egyptians, the ancient people of the land of Kemet. They called them the Netters. They say that there was a time of Zep Tepi when the gods came from heaven and turned mud into a kingdom. They're talking about turning mud into a kingdom, but that mud they turned into a kingdom was after the Great Flood. That's why there was mud. Prior to that, there was already a high-level civilization in that land and other lands beyond. But what the evidence shows is that the Egyptians encoded astronomical knowledge into sacred architecture. Star maps appear in tombs and temples from the Old Kingdom onward. They had the decanal systems and circumpolar stars which guided their religious practices. So they turned star gazing into an actual religion. And the solar and stellar orientations follow Egyptian cosmological principles. So they were heavy, heavy, heavy into the stars. Just like most of these cultures that we've researched and studied all around the world, and I've been to a lot of them. I've been around the world now 25 times. I spent 9 months in hotels in 2024. 2025, a little bit less, because I had to do a little bit less traveling, but last year was 6.5 months in hotels. This year I'm already going to approach, on this, the rate I'm at now, I'll be back up to 8-9 months again. But that just tells you I'm out there in the field, I'm traveling nonstop, I'm sitting with wisdom keepers, sages, pyramid priests, temple priests, Aboriginal elders, You know, I'm going for walkabouts in the outback countless miles, sitting underneath, you know, trees at the edge of mountains in a valley, just sitting there to hear and learn the star lore directly from the mouths of the people themselves. Not to guess, not to Google search, not to go on ChatGPT, but to find out for ourselves what the truth might be. Also at the Serapeum in Saqqara, oh, I went too far here, let me go back. Here I am standing at the Serapeum in Saqqara, another amazing place. The Serapeum, in my personal opinion, could be one of the halls of Amenti talked about by Thoth and some of the other Sumerian gods. They talk about these areas underground, which this is underground, that have these halls. And in these halls are these giant boxes where they would put bodies. They would put bodies in them to rejuvenate. They're called rejuvenation chambers. According to Thoth, for example, the ancient Egyptian god, he said he would put a body in a rejuvenation chamber and leave it there for 100 years. And he claims they have done this 100 times 10. We do it 100 times 10 plus the 100 years of time of the body sitting in the box. The time frame is astronomical. You're talking 100,000 years. Is it accurate? I don't know. I'm only quoting what I read inside of some text. But what is important to understand is that these megalithic boxes are sitting in these halls and these alcoves in this carved out underground tunnel system, which used to be lined with electrum. The electrum has been stripped away now. These diorite boxes, these crystal diorite boxes, are still radioactive. So I go down there with a Geiger counter, like again last year, and I measure higher than background level radiation on these diorite boxes. I even took our tour and our guides into another room that's closed and locked. Matter of fact, we didn't even have the key that day, even though we got permission to go in that room. And so we made a phone call, and they gave us permission to smash the lock. So we smashed the lock. And they said, just replace it. So we, of course, we're going to replace it. We don't want you hunting us down. But we went into this room where there's a 1,000-ton diorite box. And on that lid, there's a radioactive symbol. And we took a picture. I had to stand on a ledge, and I still was barely able to see inside of this masterpiece. These are not sarcophagus for human bodies. They're not for animal bodies. They were for some other purpose. Not one thing has ever been found in any of them, and we can't open the ones that are sealed. The only way we can open sealed boxes is if we blow them up with TNT, which we've done. Not me, but people have done. The ones that were open were already opened. Once they're sealed, it's like they're hermetically sealed. What an incredible way to protect something very precious and important by creating a megalithic lid that can't be opened unless you have the secret key or the secret understanding of how to actually open them. But when you stand inside the Serapeum and you look down this incredible hall with all these alcoves or all these megalithic boxes, you have to understand each one weighing anywhere between 70 to several hundred tons can't be navigated down the narrow pathways to get inside. You can't say, well, maybe they built them in there, because you have to have a third more to sometimes almost a third and a half more mass of stone to get into that spot to then carve it in that location, which means something bigger definitely wouldn't even fit into the alcove. So how did they do this? In some way, they had to create these boxes, these works of art, and I don't know, there's no other word I can say other than teleport, manifest, I don't know. But they got them in there. It's miraculous how these things got in there. If we were to try to get them out of there today, the easiest way would be to blow them up into pieces or take a special type of a saw, a diamond saw them into pieces and try to recreate them on the outside. But you would be able to tell that they were damaged. Oh, by the way, let me go back. I'm standing next to this massive megalithic one here, this diorite stone box. I'm on the back side. There's warped diorite there. You can barely tell, but it's warped like water right there. And there's a video of me when I turn completely around away from that warped diorite and look at the direction of the wall behind it. There's a hole in the wall the same size as the warped diorite on this box, which is like some type of rare, exotic energy might have come in and hit this box in that spot. Again, that's my own hypothesis. Diorite, if you try to warp it like this, it just cracks. This would have not been left here if it wasn't done to perfection. So it wasn't an imperfected piece, in my opinion, and the etchings in it go along with the warping, which is incredible. So you can tell that this was etched when it was a perfect 90-degree pitch, straight up, straight down, level. They etched this, and these lines are called sabas. It's the only one that has sabas going all the way around. And what is a saba? According to the ancient Egyptians, it's a stargate. This is known as the stargate box. And this box has a hole in the wall directly behind this warped diorite that seems like, almost like an energy signature. It's wild. And the Serapeum numbers, we have 70 tons per box on average, plus, because some are way more. 30-ton lids. The tolerance level is impeccable, 0.0002 tolerance. We're talking about perfection on the inside of these boxes. Still perfectly level, by the way. We take the level, and perfect 90-degree angles on the inside of the boxes. Smooth as a baby's bottom. 24 boxes found, mostly empty. Here's the one I was telling you about. They had the radioactive symbol on it. I'm standing up higher than everyone. I took this photo. That's why I'm not in the photo. I took this photo of my group as we're standing next to this crazy 1,000-ton diorite box. The lid is, you can kind of see a slight corner piece of the lid. The lid is crazy. It's megalithic. No understanding of how they would even open this thing or close it. They tried to move some of these things, and they were completely unsuccessful. And this is wedged into a very tight corner with maybe 3 feet on each side. That's about it. So let's get into more knowledge about the stars, because clearly that's what they were all about. This is the 2 trillion Hubble Skybook. This was taken by the Hubble telescope in space. And they found 2 trillion galaxies in the size of the tip of a needle. So if you can take a tip of a needle and look at the tip of a needle and look up in the sky, with the right technology, you can discover 2 trillion galaxies. That's bananas. That's insane. And we're thinking that we're like the end-all, be-all, the pinnacle of all creation. We're the new kids on the block. We just got here. We literally just got here. There's so much out here in this universe to see and understand. It'll take 10,000, maybe 10 million lifetimes to figure this whole thing out. You know, right now, our lifespans have been shortened. We're supposed to live to 120. We're barely making it to 75 because of all the toxins and poisons and all the stress that they've given us. By the time we wake all the way up, we go right back into the cycle, right? And we come back again as a different form of energy. If we can live to the old ages, we're talking about Sumerian, Old Testament ages at least, getting into the thousands. Maybe, just maybe, if we were in a peaceful state of mind and not a warring race, we could figure some more of this out. But we have figured something out, something that is going to blow your mind, because the ancient Egyptians knew all about this. This is where we're located in the Milky Way galaxy, that little tiny dot in the suburbs of the Milky Way on the outer arm, just chilling. All right? Because the closer you get in towards the interior, towards that supermassive black hole, things get really bad. I mean really bad. You have objects moving at crazy speeds. We're in a nice area, a nice spot. We picked a nice place to manifest ourselves. But what's interesting, though, is if you ever look up in a dark night, if you go outside tonight in a dark night and look up and you see that swath of stars going across the sky, and we go, oh, wow, the Milky Way is beautiful tonight. We've been wrong the whole time. All the astrophysics books in the universities have been changed. Why? Because that's not the Milky Way galaxy we've been seeing all this time. We've been looking at the arch of the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. Astrophysicists and astronomers have discovered that the Milky Way galaxy is in the process of absorbing an entirely different galaxy called the Sagittarius dwarf. Not the constellation of Sagittarius, that's something totally different. We are swallowing up the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, and the point of absorption is exactly where our solar system is located. So now these astrophysicists have figured now, based on computer modeling, that we aren't even from here. We're not from the Milky Way galaxy. The origin of the planets in our solar system originate from a completely different galaxy altogether. So we are the aliens, no matter whether you like it or not. We don't even belong in the Milky Way galaxy. We were implanted here. We got absorbed into this place. So the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy is what you're seeing when you see those stars. It's not the Milky Way. And all of this just came out within the last 6 years, and the process of changing everything over had begun. And it's like revolutionary information. The fact that we're not even from the Milky Way galaxy. This process is actually normal. It happens all the time. If you take a look at this short video. This animation depicts the collision between our Milky Way galaxy and the Andromeda galaxy. Hubble Space Telescope observations indicate that the two galaxies, pulled together by their mutual gravity, will crash together in about 4 billion years from now. Around 6 billion years from now, the two galaxies will merge to form a single galaxy. This video shows the Triangulum galaxy, which will join in the collision and perhaps later merge with the Andromeda Milky Way pair. Courtesy of NASA, the European Space Agency, and F. Summers. Simulation credit, Columbia University. Gonna collide with Andromeda. Say hello to Andromeda. 7 billion years. Now what's interesting is the sun, our sun's middle-aged, but in 5 billion years, it's going to become a red giant. This is the importance of finding another planet to live on. This is the importance of creating a breakaway civilization. This is the importance of becoming a spacefaring race. Why? Because as our sun runs out of fuel, it's not big enough to have a supernova, but it will shrink down and expand to a red giant. Just a little fluctuation and turn to a red giant. It'll just expand out. And as it expands out, it will absorb Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, and the next planet after Mars, which hardly anybody knows about, called Ceres, C-E-R-E-S. There's another planet there. Small one, but it's there. They will be completely incinerated in 5 billion years. So by the time this complete, full merger of Andromeda and the Milky Way happens in 7 billion years, this solar system will be long gone. Where will we be? Where will humanity be? The importance of these star maps and this star knowledge and this wisdom that has been left behind and encoded into ancient structures for us to discover today, in my opinion, is just a little bit of a glimpse of a message left behind for us to let us know we need to be seeking our birthright, which is the stars. The stars are our birthright, and that it's up to us to be able to figure it out, to become a spacefaring race, and to move out into space, move out back into the stars from whence we came, because I don't believe that we originated here on planet Earth. Again, that's my personal opinion. So here I am in the temple of Seti at Abydos. I took this picture back in 2014, and I'm pointing up at the very special hieroglyphs that people have talked about for so many years that have said, Mel, these have been debunked. These aren't real. There's a mistake going on here. They accidentally carved these hieroglyphs again and made them into technology. But when you go there and you sit there with real homegrown archaeologists, they tell you straight up that those glyphs have actually never been touched. Not only have they never been touched, they were told to say that to the general public, but they also exist in 5 more locations in that temple, which I've seen. Now, what is the significance of this? When Seti I passed away and his son Ramses takes over the Temple of Seti, the first thing that a new reigning pharaoh does is they order an artisan to go in and change all the cartouches. Put my name here everywhere. Wherever my father's name was, it changes to my name. This is my place now. So an artisan takes the job, goes in and begins changing these cartouches. This is a very important job. Like your life literally depends on this job. You go in and you begin doing the work, and then, oops, my bad, I accidentally made a helicopter, a tank, an airplane, and and then you don't repair it. You don't take that down and put up another one, or fill that beam in, which they knew how to do, and then put a new glyph on top, make the cartouche properly, and then repeat the same mistake 4 more times inside the same temple. And then the pharaoh comes to inspect the cartouches and inspect the work, and the pharaoh's just going to say, well job, my good son. I'll take care of your family. No, he's going to off with your head. You're done. You make a mistake like this, you're done. They'll get another one to come in and do it the right way. How come that didn't happen? That would be the ultimate level of disrespect for a pharaoh. These pharaohs, they were pretty brutal. I mean, I know people want to think that they were these were hardcore people. I mean, if you were poor, you had to walk around butt, bungy ass naked. You were walking around swinging. Why? That way they know you didn't steal anything from the kingdom. So when you hear people saying, we was kings and queens, well, there were 2 kings and queens. Everyone else was underneath that. There's a structure. There was some kings and queens, but it was like a pyramid. 2 at the top, at the bottom were the masses. And so this, in my opinion, was not an accident. In my opinion, it was done on purpose. What is to represent? Is it to represent technology? I have no idea. All I know is that if you have it in 5 places in the ancient temple where you're supposed to go in and change the cartouche to the new pharaoh's name, and you don't get the job done right, and by the way, all the other cartouches are perfect. Just these 5 are, and this one here and the other 4 are not right. To me, that spells on purpose. A lot of crazy alignments, again, between Earth and the stars. And I only pointed that out because I believe that in some way they had advanced technology. Was it alien technology or our own technology? I can't answer the question. All I know is I believe they had to have had advanced technology to create some of the stuff that we've seen and even some of the wars that we've heard about in some of these ancient texts. Now, what we're looking at here is an ordnance map that I downloaded from the UK. If you go on Google and type in download the Avebury UK ordnance map, you will download this image. It's free, doesn't cost you any money. But I downloaded it because I noticed a very strange alignment with this map and a structure or structures on another planet called Mars at a place called Cydonia. And at Cydonia, we have the famous D&M pyramid, which is a 5-sided pyramid. We have the famous face, and we have these other structures that they labeled or they quote-unquote nicknamed the city. We also have these incredible angles and these alignments. Well, when you take this ordnance map and you scale the image of Cydonia from the NASA.gov to the size of the ordnance map, it lines up perfectly with the anomalies, the pathways, and the mound that's located, several mounds that are located, man-made mounds at Avebury in the UK. Again, this mirroring from heaven to earth, this as above, so below, somebody on Earth, not too long ago, had advanced knowledge about Cydonia long before we were able to even build a space probe to even go there and take a picture of it. And what does Cydonia mean, by the way, in ancient tongue? Cairo. This is from an airplane flying over Deir Allah, over Jordan, on Earth. You will see the face on Mars there. You can only see it from the sky. That's how big it is. Just like you can only see the face on Mars from a satellite image. Coincidence? Maybe. It's very interesting because in the ancient text, it talks about this being the face of Alalu, a person that tried to overthrow the king on the ancient planet named Nibiru, escaped, made it to Earth. Anu and them eventually made it here as well. And he eventually, long story short, got into a fight with Anu to battle for royalty. In that battle, he ended up losing the battle. And when you lose the battle, the consequence is not death. But while he was down on his knees, he decided to bite off the manhood of Anu and swallow it. No diddy. So, whew, that's pretty tough. So he got sentenced to death, rightly so. Okay? And these faces are supposed to be a recognition of the tomb of Alalu. That's what they said. Anyway, so there are so many underground shafts and areas. The Osiris shaft, it's a multi-level enigma underground. The Osiris shaft is really incredible. It goes down 3 distinct levels. I went down there and I got just as far as the water table, and I was like, I don't want to go down into this water. But the water rises and falls in certain heights, different times of the year. But it's a complete subterranean system that exists. And these tunnels and shafts that go underneath Giza and these other areas, they go on, some of them, for hundreds of miles. All this data is all coming out now. I'm currently working on a scanned map of the tunnels and the tunnel systems that exist under most of these ancient sites within that region, and I'm aligning them to star maps. So not only did they build these sites on Earth to mimic the stars, but the tunnels connect the star systems. Incredible. Can you imagine trying to keep a level line to connect with a particular star alignment underground by 50 feet and not veer off 1 centimeter to the left or right? Because if you're off 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, by the time you get to your goal of your endpoint, your destination, you're off potentially by hundreds of yards, maybe even miles by then, depending on how far you have to go. It's got to be almost like laser guided to make sure you stay on point. So the Osiris shaft, level by level. You have level 1, the surface access. Level 2, the intermediate chamber, which is a more refined masonry. Evidence of ritual use. So much later, someone decided to use that chamber for ritual use. Originally, it's part of a machine. It's not for ritualistic use. Level 3 is completely submerged. The deepest level is water-filled. It's a granite sarcophagus on an island platform. That could be one of those halls of Amenti sarcophagi where he said he would put a body and let it sit there for 100 years. Again, that's a hypothesis. Pillar construction, it rivals surface monuments with its precision. It wasn't made for a dead body, and there was no dead body found inside. Again, more tunnel networks connecting all the pyramids. The subterranean tunnel network goes on for hundreds of miles. There's a tunnel going from Giza all the way to the ziggurat of Ur, almost 300 miles away. I saw Mr. Beast go take a visit to the Sphinx, and he was there, and he's jumping around with Zahir Watts going, guess what, guys? There's nothing underneath the Sphinx. I don't know how much he got paid to say that, but there's a lot underneath the Sphinx. Huge tunnels, and fortunately, I get a chance to go down and look into some of those tunnels and shafts. Do I get to go and explore into them too deeply? No. But I take people to the Sphinx. I open up the hatch. I go down the little steel rod ladders and take a look around with the light. There's tunnels all over the place down there, all over the place. He just straight up lied. And the Sphinx is just an amazing, enigmatic structure. According to the Emerald Tablets, about a mile deep, there's a structure down there. Well, years ago, when I was doing a keynote at the Conscious Life Expo in LA. It was a post-conference lecture. I was talking about an object potentially being beneath the Sphinx. According to the tablets, it says that Thoth said he left his sky ship down there. He says, because far in the future, an enemy will come from the deep, and he who can release my ship will defeat them with ease. And as I got to the end of my talk, a gentleman in the front row stood up and told me, do you remember, because I had mentioned in my talk that there was a Discovery Channel documentary coming out about a live documentary, like live feed, as to what they discovered beneath the pyramid, and it got cut. Right as it was going to air, it said, this show has been canceled. And the gentleman who was the producer was sitting in the front row of my conference. And he gave me his business card, and he said, I was the producer. They gave me a gag order, but all I can tell you was there was a massive megalithic thing down there about a mile deep underneath the Sphinx. And he says, by now, they might have tunneled to it and disconnected it or taken it apart or taken it out of there. But he said, they told us from that point on we can no longer do this work. And that was back in, that was 2017. Crazy stuff. What's the big deal? What do they have to hide down there? There's something down there. Hopefully it's still down there. They might have already gone and taken it. They read these tablets and these things too. You know, Hitler was scouring the earth for ancient texts and tablets and knowledge and wisdom, all the way up into the mountains of Tibet. I mean, he went into the jungles of the Amazon looking for information on this ancient knowledge. So the halls of record hypothesis. Of course, we know that Edgar Cayce talked about it in 1930. He described an Atlantean archive beneath the Sphinx containing the records of humanity's forgotten past. The GPR anomalies show multiple independent radar surveys detecting rectangular voids beneath the Sphinx's paws, consistent with constructed chambers. And of course, access is denied. We're not getting any access to any of this stuff, which is why I need to become a billionaire as fast as possible so I can pay everybody off. I'm dead serious. I'm paying everybody off. I'll buy a whole government if I have to. We're going to get this knowledge. I guarantee it. Hypothetical expansions beyond orthodoxy, right? The Atlantean archive, the pre-flood knowledge vaults, the crystal energy storage. So many hypotheses have been kind of put out over all the years as to what these underground chambers could have been used for and what they were for. But my personal opinion, the ancient of ancient version of these sites is machinery. Okay, I believe this is machinery, to move energy around these stone structures to create an outcome of some sort. Like I talked about in the panel conference the other day, these sites had different levels of access if you had the knowledge. So if you're on the lower level, right now I have a laptop. This laptop is running a PowerPoint presentation. Maybe I can run a PowerPoint and I can check my email. Maybe that's my complete level of knowledge on how to use a laptop like this. But this same laptop, laptop has 64 gigs of RAM. That's pretty big. Somebody can come in right behind me with more knowledge. They become a graphic designer and create the images that are showing up on my screen. I can't create the images, but they can. Somebody can come in behind that person and they can use a computer-assisted design program to engineer an entire city, a street grid, an aquifer. Somebody can come in behind them and they can design a rocket that could take us all the way to Mars, right? Mazel tov. So what does that mean? Imagine that this laptop is an ancient site. We approach it with base level knowledge, we're going to get healing. That's the fundamental basis of all these sites, is healing. You will feel better. You will feel more energetic. We've had people test their blood pressure goes down. People with injuries, the pain goes away. All kind of weird health anomalies happening around these sites. Health is the bare bones basic level, no knowledge needed. Just show up and be there and experience it. But above that requires more wisdom, requires more understanding, requires more ancient wisdom, requires you to be an adept initiate. And with those higher levels of knowledge, you can access these sites and these tunnels with a different perspective and understanding as to what they were used for. When I stand inside the king's chamber, I feel like I'm standing inside a cleaned engine. Imagine taking your engine block out, cleaning it, maybe it's brand new, right? You just step inside of one of those piston chambers. That's what I feel like. I'm inside of a machine, you know? I believe it's a fusion generator amongst many other things. And the Saqqara labyrinth is incredible. I've been there as well. It goes on for 5 miles. I went into Saqqara. I go down beneath the step pyramid, which they try to claim is actually older than the Great Pyramid. I don't understand the logic behind this, but whatever. I go down there. It's the first time it was open in like 18 years. And I get down there. I'm one of like the third or fourth person to go in to the underground area with a special permission. And I go down there and I'm going through all these, and we've got a guide and stuff, but I kind of get sidetracked. And I'm making videos and I'm exploring this labyrinth. And then I get lost. And I get lost for like an hour. And now I'm like walking in weird circles, reaching dead ends. I'm getting a little nervous because walking like this for an hour is pretty tough. My back's hurting. And then I bump into the guide, and the guy's like, come on, I'm going to get you out of here. Then we get lost together. For like another hour, we finally got out. But going back and just thinking in my mind's eye, this labyrinth and the way that these shafts and these underground tunnels are all set up, they had a purpose. They had an actual function. It wasn't done because, hey, guys, let's make 5 miles of chambers underneath this pyramid for fun. No, this was part of a system, part of an actual functioning machine. Saqqara has 5 miles of underground tunnels, granite plug doors, tons of false chambers, and lots of these blue shimmering tiles that were laced around everywhere. Unfortunately, a lot of people have been picking them off the walls down there in the shafts. But you can only imagine what it would look like going down and seeing these blue shimmering sapphire in these tiny shafts as you walk bent over as far as the eye can see, going on all these twists and turns and all these staircases going down. It had to be magnificent at the time. That's a duplicate slide. What time is it, by the way? Thank you. I'm checking because I got to race to the airport when I get done here. Bosnian pyramid tunnels. Again, more tunneling systems. Now, the Bosnian pyramids are aligned with the stars, the solstice, but also it's a pyramid valley in Europe. And the Bosnian pyramid, the Pyramid of the Sun particularly, they have this ravine tunnel network, right? And so Samir discovered this tunnel network. He discovered the pyramid itself. Luckily, he has a lot of control there, and he does tours at the Bosnian pyramid, there's another tour coming up in a few weeks at the Bosnian pyramid. But they discovered something incredible down there. They discovered this huge crystal inside of one of the actual shafts leading to the Pyramid of the Sun. And this crystal is called the K2 megalith. Big crystal. On the side of this crystal, somebody etched into the crystal some writing in the runes language, R-U-N-E-S. And it's deciphered, and it's very easy to decipher runes. It says, "We must stand in defense until we can open the Stargate." That's wild. So whoever wrote that in some way thought that there may be a Stargate located in that area somewhere in one of those shafts or underneath the pyramid or whatever, or the pyramid itself. And the time frame that would have been done in, by just bare estimates, could have been around the time of the Second Pyramid War. And this could have been utilized as a way to escape. These wars, to me, these are Atlantean wars. I believe that Atlantis wasn't just a ring city, but that was one of the most beautiful, obviously one of the most grandest places, but that it kind of extended out around the planet and became this planetary civilization. And for some reason, man, these wars, oh God, we got to get this out of the DNA, pull out of the genetics. This warring thing is just out of control. As far back as I go, I see times of peace, but something ruins the peace. It always goes back to wars again. And in some way, shape, or form, we've got to eradicate this out of our gene pool. We got to get it out. But again, this could have been one of those wars that were ravaging and people were trying to escape. They came here, in my opinion, because of wars, to create a new breakaway civilization, and ended up turning this planet into a giant warring planet. And I personally believe, after studying the research and studying the science and studying the images, that this war extended from Earth to Mars, to Earth to the moon, and even to Mars, and why Mars is called the god of war. When they did a scientific study of Mars's atmosphere and Mars' soil, they discovered abundant amounts of xenon in the soil and in the atmosphere. But not just any kind of xenon isotope, weapons-grade xenon. And how do you get weapons-grade xenon on Earth? Nuclear warfare. It's a side effect of nuclear warfare. So could it have been that Mars truly was known as the god of war because it was a real war that happened? An extremely destructive force hit Mars. Mars is tilted 45 degrees on its axis. It may have shifted even twice. It has 2 crustal shifts of the crust of the planet itself. This is why when you look at Mars, you can clearly see there's a global flood that happened. You can see water, massive megalithic water displacement. You can see megalithic amounts of erosion all around the planet, and you can see what looks like potential tumbled over, weird, strange anomalies all over the place, and a lot of anomalies that appear to be sticking up out of the mud. Now, they have discovered a lot of water on Mars recently, liquid water, by the way. Even a lake, they discovered a lake. This is official NASA press releases I'm quoting. They discovered oxygen, methane, like I said before, magnetic fields, cloud, weather, all that exists on Mars, which is why they want to go to Mars and create a breakaway civilization, if they haven't started to begin that process already. So, independent science teams have recorded readings inside the ravine tunnels that defy conventional explanation. Negative ion concentrations. Ion inside the tunnels measure up to 40,000 per cubic centimeter, comparable to pristine mountain air, with far exceeding the surrounding valley's air. That is very strange. Where is this air coming from, and how is it becoming so clean? What is filtering the air? They've also found electromagnetic anomalies. Specific chambers exhibit unusual electromagnetic signatures, including focused beams of energy measured above the pyramid's apex at 28 kilohertz, a frequency not naturally occurring in geological formations, and is still giving off that energy today. And then also, again, healing frequency claims. Visitors and researchers report measurable psychological changes inside the tunnels, reduced blood pressure, altered brainwave patterns, and accelerated recovery from inflammation, and multiple clinical studies are underway right now today. They've already started studying this phenomenon. This is incredible. Now, it didn't surprise me because Russia took a pyramid structure utilizing similar materials, and they built a huge pyramid, man-made, hollowed out in the middle, and they planted shrubs and plants inside the actual pyramid structure, and they planted the same ones on the outside, same soil. The study showed that the plants on the inside of the pyramid structure grew twice as abundant as the ones on the outside. So it's something about the tetrahedron shape specifically that has these healing powers. And that was just a rudimentary example of the power of the pyramid structures. If it can do that to plants, what can it do to our bodies? They understood this, which one of my dreams is to actually build a pyramid-shaped house. So I don't know if my girlfriend's gonna like that, but we're gonna be living in pyramids, babe. So the Bosnian tunnels, underground energy grid potentially, maybe a cataclysm refuge, or an ancient transport corridor. I think it's all three. I believe originally underground energy grid, moving energy to and fro throughout the valley for a particular purpose that we might not be able to understand today. A cataclysm refuge, common sense. I mean, if I'm in New York City and there's some kind of cataclysm happening, a lot of people are gonna run to the subways. We're gonna utilize the subways as a place of refuge. It's just common sense. Ancient transport corridors, moving things around. Let's say you want to move without being seen. You don't want your enemies to know that you're moving, your cannonball machine or whatever they had back then, right? So you move it underground, moving supplies underground, maybe even storing supplies underground as well. I believe that this could have been utilized for all three over time. Teotihuacan, subterranean systems, the tunnel beneath the feathered serpent. Now, Teotihuacan, a very interesting place, first of all. I've been there, I've done meditations on the top of the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan, which you can't do now anymore, unless you go on tour with Billy Carson. I'll take you to the top of the Pyramid of the Sun on my private tour. No tourists allowed, it'll just be us up there. We're gonna go inside the Pyramid of the Sun as well. We're gonna go inside this year in October. But I've been up there. The moon, you can only get to a certain level. You can't quite get to the top because of a little bit of erosion. But the Pyramid of the Moon is 8 pyramids stacked on top of each other, that number 8 again. and the Teotihuacan pyramid is exactly 50% the height of the Great Pyramid at Giza. The base is the same exact size. They're both built on top of aquifers, and both sites are aligned with Orion, the belt of Orion. No coincidences there. No coincidences. We're talking about the same master architect. Again, no slaves built any of these structures. When you have a slave, you don't teach him anything. You're not going to give him advanced astrophysics. You're not going to give him astronomy. You're not going to give him calculus. You're not going to give him engineering knowledge and construction knowledge, because you got to have a slave has to be ignorant so that you can keep it a slave. If you educate a slave too much, well, then they realize, we don't need you. And we'll get rid of you and we'll build our own kingdom for ourselves. So slaves didn't have anything to do with building these structures. The tunnel beneath the feathered serpent was discovered. In 2003, a sinkhole opened up near the temple of the feathered serpent at Teotihuacan, revealing what would become one of the most extraordinary archaeological discoveries of the 21st century, a sealed tunnel system that was untouched for over 1,800 years. They put a robot down there, and the researchers penetrated the tunnel and found chambers containing thousands of artifacts. But it was the tunnel's constructions that stunned the scientific world. The walls were embedded with pyrite crystals, and mercury lined the floor. Now, I don't know if you know much about mercury, but you kind of just don't play around with mercury. It's very deadly. Can you imagine? When I was a kid back in the 70s and 80s, we had these mercury thermometers. It was like commonplace. And we'd play with these things and stuff, yeah, not knowing we're about to give ourselves brain damage, right? Mercury is really deadly stuff. Don't play with mercury. That's why they put it inside the vaccines, unfortunately. They know what they're doing with it. But anyway, that's a whole nother podcast. Mercury, now why mercury? Okay, now they're trying to say it's for rituals, but let's take the technological mind instead of the ritualistic mind. And let's see what it could be used for technologically. So mercury is a liquid metal. It's called a ferrofluid, F-E-R-O-O, a ferrofluid. When you look into the Indian Vedas, they left behind flight plans and designs of something called vimanas. Now, according to that text, these vimanas ran on something called a vortex engine, a ferrofluid vortex engine, an engine that ran on mercury. So if you take mercury under the most basic scientific conditions, if you take mercury and put it into a steel torus, and then you magnify that torus and also use a magnet on the outside to get the mercury up to an RPM of about 60,000 RPM, and then you pressurize the torus to about 250,000 atmospheres and you electrify it, you will get anti-gravity properties. Don't kill me, Mr. Government. Rudimentary basic science. Basic science. And it's amazing that we're still walking around here without this technology as an everyday use. Like any one of us in this room can make a small template of this at home on a weekend. Literally. It's that easy. And so you're not going to get zero gravity, but you get to reduce the weight of an object. So in that case, with that being said, could it be that this mercury served a more technological use and not a ritualistic use to give ourselves brain damage and stillbirths? I mean, that's the only other purpose it could have done. No, this was technology, which is why it was in such a secure, safe area, away from everybody, and sealed properly, so that probably only the elite of the elites had access to extract it and understanding how to actually handle this deadly material for whatever scientific or technological purpose they were going to use it for. What's the connection to pyrite? Pyrite crystal is most likely for insulation. So what was found below? Mercury pools, pyrite mirror walls, embedded in the tunnel walls, which created reflective surfaces, transforming torchlight into shimmering celestial environment. So I believe it served as both. Of course, you're going to have this, if you're thinking from the ritualistic mind, look how shiny this is, but really it had a technological function, more like insulation. They found a lot of mica in these tunnels as well, which is also insulation. The mica came from hundreds of miles away, by the way, so they had to bring the mica to this site. And symbolic underworld river, and to me, that's, of course, the underworld, Shobaba. We're talking about now we're talking about the time when the Mayans get there and the time when the Aztecs get there, even much later. They inherited what was already there. They teach this in the University of Mexico, that the Mayans and the Aztecs didn't build anything. They inherited what was already there. They understood that these previous culture named the Teotihuacans, and what does Teotihuacan translate into? City of Tahuti. And who was Tahuti? Thoth from ancient Egypt. He's known as Tahuti in Africa. We're talking about the same person in Africa and in Mesoamerica. Angkor Wat, hidden corridor, grids, and water labyrinths. Angkor Wat is an incredible place. Beneath the visible splendor of the Angkor Wat in a surrounding temple lies an invisible hydraulic masterwork. LiDAR scanning in 2012 revealed what centuries of jungle growth had concealed, a vast grid of underground corridors and water channels with substructures extending far beyond the known temple boundaries. And I did some very simple, basic mathematics on the actual moat going around Angkor Wat. So Angkor Wat has this megalithic moat going around. It's the largest temple complex in the world. This moat goes on for miles. If you add it to the size, it's like a few miles. But it's about 13 feet deep. So you take the square meters of the water and the depth, and all of a sudden, the cubic meters, now you come up with a mass of soil that had to be removed to create the moat. Now, before we get into that, think about this first. The moat had to be multifunctional. They wanted the moat to capture water from the mountains. They wanted to fill this moat for security purposes for the king, but also they wanted it to be sent out into the fields for irrigation up to several miles away in some places. So that takes a lot of foreknowledge. You really have to have foreknowledge on the planning and the design and the layout for something this megalithic. You can't be like, let's take the resources of our entire civilization and see if we can get these fields some water. The mass itself is more mass than the Great Pyramid. So the moat around Angkor Wat is more spectacular in the feat of art and work than the Great Pyramid itself. And nobody even knows this. And then to be able to get it to where it can sustain a certain level of water and then send water out into the fields for irrigation is mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. We're talking about a very advanced culture. And they try to claim that this one king built this, but he died at the age of like 47. He would not have been able to complete Angkor Wat and this moat in his lifetime, which tells me he only inherited what was already there and put his stamp on it. So I'll take credit for this too. Clean this up and put my name on it. I don't believe this king had anything to do with the construction of Angkor Wat whatsoever. The indigenous people there have a legend, a star lore legend about Angkor Wat. They say that it was built in a day and a night and it was poured into place. That's what the people who live on the land of the jungle right there where Angkor Wat exists, that's their star lore. That's incredible because it looks like it is poured into place. So with that being said, this is, again, a shameless plug to my tours. I would love to have you come on tour with me all over the world to my ancient sites. Cambodia, Angkor Wat, Peru, Bolivia, Turkey, Egypt, just Mexico, Belize. So many ancient sites that I go to all around the world. I definitely would love to have you come on one of my tours. You can scan that QR code and find out more on my website, or just go to forbiddenknowledge.ai. And I want to read this last quote from Thoth, the Atlantean priest king, also known as Hermes, thrice the great. He says, "The last words of thrice the great Hermes, wise words, although written by my decaying hand, remain imperishable through time, imbued with the medicine of immortality by the All-Master." He says, "Be unseen and undiscovered by all those who come and go, wandering the wastelands of life, but be hidden until an older heaven births human beings who are worthy of your wisdom." He's talking about this secret, sacred knowledge of the secrets and all the ancient wisdom that we're all uncovering, and everyone here who has come up here today to uncover and teach, and although all of you have become researchers out there, this knowledge has been encoded for a time for people being born under a new heaven, a new sun. We are those people. We are the new ancestors. We keep talking about the ancestors, what they left behind. We are the new ancestors now. So we have to realize, what are we going to leave behind for future generations? What work, what mark are we going to make on this world? And so it's important for us to understand that this work is so sacred. It's not just for fun and excitement and making money. This work is sacred work. Because I see the work, I see the faces of all the incredible people we've had here all weekend, the experts on the stage, and how passionate they get when they talk about these topics. Whatever lane that they're in, they're so passionate about that lane. Why is that? This is everything to them. This is their life, you know? I started Forbidden Knowledge back in 2011. I didn't earn 1 penny until 2017. I didn't monetize anything. I just came to the realization that if I'm going to do this full time and travel around the world and spend millions of dollars of my own money with no sponsor, at some point I got to feed the engine, or I'm going to be living underneath a tree, talking to homeless people. So at some point I really had to do something. But at the end of the day, this is my absolute passion. My absolute passion. And so I believe it is for everyone else. And all of us need to take this understanding of the mission that we've all been given, because you're not sitting here because this is a hobby for you. You're sitting here because you're also passionate about this information. And it's up to all of us, and for you to take that calling that you have for this kind of knowledge and wisdom and to continue to research it deeper, to connect dots, to find out places where I might be missing something and connect the dots for me. I don't know everything. So what does that mean? Every single one of us is like a stone block at the Great Pyramid. All those stones are completely unique. There are no two stones the same. All 2 million blocks are individually different. That means it's an interlocking giant piece of a puzzle. And all of us here are like a stone from that pyramid, an interlocking piece of the puzzle, each and every single one of us, to create a big picture so that we can figure out what happened in the past so that we don't recreate that problem in the future. The secret of the past is that the past is prologue. In all these ancient civilizations I've studied, there seems to be these cycles. Even in our current era, we have these cycles of rise and fall in all the different levels of our society. Everything from education to finance to the stock market to politics, all these things have rise and falls, right? No empire can persist forever. Where's Rome? Right now, some say America's the new Rome. Well, we won't persist forever either. If you think America as its way it is now is going to last forever, you haven't read any history books. And that's not me going against anything, not going against America. It's just basic science. Here's what we have to get as a civilization. How many civilizations exist in the known universe that have gotten past the caveman era, the geological disaster era, that have gotten past all the all the flus and all the other diseases and illnesses, right? All the plagues. How many have gotten past the Renaissance era? How many have gotten past the beginning of the technological era, the fight for technology or you're going to be burned at a stake? How many have gotten past the religious era? How many have gotten past the nuclear era? How many are going to seek space and not turn space into a war location, another place of just endless wars exist? How many can get past space and get to another planet and create a breakaway civilization that actually succeeds? We're talking about the progression into golden ages. We're talking about getting past the stumbling blocks that facing mankind. Right now we have a lot of them. Everywhere we turn, we're seeing these stumbling blocks. It's not that things are getting worse. They're only becoming more obvious because everyone's waking up. I've been talking about this stuff since the 1980s, all by myself, with a small group of people, trading VHS tapes. I've gone from talking in the bushes to 2 friends, to trading VHS tapes, to trading cassette tapes, to trading CDs, to trading DVDs, to trading and getting online and talking on web forums, to blogs, to websites, and now I'm on hundreds of TV shows and thousands of podcasts. The progress is happening. So we're talking about the cycle, now it's going up. We're getting towards the awakening stage. We're headed into the age of Aquarius now, we're here. But the ultimate goal that I believe in the universe, the ultimate mission, the ultimate test, how many of these civilizations have gone to all these different levels and gotten to a golden age, and how many have went back down the cycle again, back into another bronze age? How many have actually sustained a golden age? Maybe the ultimate goal is to sustain a golden age. Maybe the ultimate goal is to have so much wisdom and understanding and knowledge about the past that we create a better future. Not a future that's temporary, but a future that can actually sustain itself, where mankind can actually collaborate, that we move from a competition mindset into a collaboration mindset, where we go from competition to collaboration, where we go from barely trying to make it as a species and falling for all these divide and conquer tactics to become a unified race, to becoming a race of people that can excel beyond the stars, and then build our own megaliths and technologies on other planets, but in a peaceful way. Not to go and dominate, not to go and take over, but to just go and extend ourselves into the stars, because we have to if we want humanity to persist. Humanity will not persist on this planet. It's just not going to happen. 5 billion years sounds like a long time to you because you live to your 75, 80. It's a blink of an eye on geological timescales. And so I would say to everyone here, keep working, keep grinding, keep studying, keep researching. Find it in your heart to have more empathy for your brother and sister. I would say, understand that at the end of the day, what are we all? We're all the same one entity trying to figure itself out. If you understand that the universe itself is a divine consciousness that has divided itself literally into Googles of people. Google is a number, not a search engine, believe it or not. And Googles of entities are existing as fractals of this one divine consciousness, so that it can experience life subjectively through each and every one of us in this third dimension. And the ultimate goal is to figure out the mystery of this ultimate school that we're in here. Ultimately, I believe the ultimate plan and the goal here is to bring heaven to earth. To realize first that we are already living in heaven, and we aren't even aware of it. We bring heaven to earth by alchemically converting darkness into light. That's my presentation. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. All right. Yeah, what time is it now? 5:20. Okay, I got 3 questions and I got to go to the airport.
Okay. If anybody else got a question.
3 questions and I got to go straight to the airport.
Go to the mic and you have a few questions for Billy. Not. John, I got a question for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Check 1, 2. Billy, I got a question for you. I love that you intertwined the topic of Mars, right? So the purpose of this conference is the quest for ancient civilizations. And we have a ton of evidence, and I stress the word evidence, right? Because we need to get boots on the ground there, if we haven't already. But we need to get boots on the ground there to really find out if there is actual anomalous structures there, active microbial life, even though there's evidence for this. My question is this: if there were boots on the ground tomorrow and we discovered that they were anomalous structures, where'd everybody go?
That's a great question. Mars is an incredible place. They have discovered, as I predicted so many years ago on so many podcasts, Sean Ryan Show podcasts, oh my God, so many podcasts, Concrete podcast. I'm going back several years now. You know, my first appearance is Sean Mikey Kelly's podcast, digital podcast. I talked about the fact that they would announce life on Mars in 2025. And in 2025, they announced life on Mars. I said it would be microbial, bacterial, viral. And they announced it at the same exact moment on a live stream on TV that Charlie Kirk was unalived. That's when it aired. It aired at the same exact moment, which is impeccable timing. I almost can't believe it's a coincidence. You can go and find and go to the sites and download the actual. But what they've done is they've known this since the 70s. The original scientists that sent the science kit to Mars on Viking already knew that there was life on Mars, and they fought him, and he fought tooth and nail to try to get it out, and they suppressed his information. And the reason why I believe is because they want, again, the ultimate control and domination over resources. But if life were to officially say, look, we saw more complex life on Mars, if they told us that tomorrow, that would be really hard for me to believe they'd just come out. I think it's going to be in a trickle-down process. In other words, We know we got the bacteria now, right? We got the microbes. Eventually, maybe in another few years, we're going to get something a little bit more complex. Maybe we get insects. We're going to get more complex weather patterns. And then maybe eventually, because people are landing there, we go, oh my God, I can't believe there's these things that are kind of like rodents here or whatever, you know? It'll be this phase-in process. They won't just come and hit us all at once. I do believe that these anomalies that are there are also of very high interest to the governments, because these anomalies, some of them that we've discovered, we meaning my united family of anomaly hunters, we've made TV, we've made mainstream news, CNN, Fox News, Huffington Post, we've been on Ancient Aliens. Some of these anomalies are unquestionable, and letters have been written by the mainstream to NASA, to Caltech, to JPL, to Washington.edu to find out what is this? No answers come back, but what I can say is, militarily, they would love to go there and find out how they can, of course, extrapolate potential ancient knowledge, wisdom, and technologies that they can eventually probably utilize for monetization, and of course, always their main objective, weapons. This is why it's so important for us to take back control of this planet. We have to get back and infiltrate all these systems and all these government agencies, and we have to take back control.
Well said. Well said. And those photos are.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask you, Billy. You mentioned the portals, the star portals. Do you think, and as we know, Germany and everything was searching for artifacts and all kinds of stuff. Do you think the wars or the conflicts that we're engaged in have anything to do with that?
Oh, absolutely. I believe that a lot of these wars that we've seen happening over the past decades, not all of them, of course there's resources involved. It's always a great excuse to go to war. But some of them, I believe, had to do with remnants of ancient technology. For example, something that I have firsthand knowledge of is the war in Iraq, right? So what's the first place they go when they go to get revenge against 9/11? They go straight to the museum. They go to the museum and blow the doors off. I know people that were there when the doors blew off. I had one of them on my podcast the other day. It's in editing right now. When they blew the doors off to go to the deeper levels of that museum to get artifacts. This is how we're getting revenge. I think they were going after remnants of ancient technology, because Saddam Hussein had threatened that he was going to release this information to the world and prove that the origins of high tech and high civilization originated in ancient Mesopotamia, aka Iraq. And then the Minister of Transportation came out with a public statement from Iraq saying that this is the location of the first airports, the first high technology, and all of it existed here first. That was a public statement that he made years ago. And then also, they went to the Ziggurat of Ur, and at the Ziggurat of Ur, where my other friend was in deployment, he said they went inside the ziggurat and they took this object out that kind of looked like the thing you saw in the movie Stargate. He said, not exactly, but kind of. He said he had no idea why they would want to take this stone-looking thing with some steel pieces on it out of there. They put it into the back of this truck, put a tarp on it, and it sailed off into the sunset, never saw it again. The purpose of it, nobody will ever know. But again, I just don't think that all these wars are purely over resources. Some of these WMDs could be remnants of ancient technology or artifacts that they want to decipher and in some way learn how they can maybe utilize for weaponization. Thank you.
I'm thinking of when you were speaking about hydrogen. So when I think of hydrogen, which has 1.008 mass, I think of the frequency of 9, but also I'm connecting it to the mala beads, the meditate, that has 108. So the 9 for me represents wholeness, and also I have been guided to drink a lot of water, which increases our frequency. And that's what I'm wondering, is there any connection of that hydrogen to our water content, to our connection and our evolution connected to what we're finding?
Well, I can speak on hydrogen is very important for the human body in terms of consumption. If you have illnesses, inflammation, different types of diseases, if you drink extra hydrogenated water, which you can increase the hydrogen and water content through special filters and electrolysis. There's even electrolysis mugs about this size now that can also increase the hydrogen content in the liquid. And you drink that, it has a lot of health benefits to the human body. So if it's helping the human body, it's also helping the mind. It's also helping the synapses in the mind. It's helping the body's energy overall, which gives you a better direct connection to, your third eye, your spiritual antenna, and everything else. So hydrogen is very, very important.
Hello, Billy. I'm wondering why mercury was considered the elixir of life when it's poisonous.
So that's a good question. I don't think it was called the elixir of life. The elixir of life technically was a combination of colloidal silver, monoatomic gold, and THC oil. That was actually the elixir of life. So those three things, somebody said, hallelujah. It must be Dan Richards somewhere in there. I can hear his voice. I can't see him. That's funny. So that was the actual elixir of life, right? So, this was for the heroes of old. They said it was for the heroes of old, the savants, the mighty men. And they would utilize that to heal their bodies, heal diseases and illnesses, and even their mind. It would speed up the synapses between the nerves in the brain.
Because I know Isaac Newton was drinking some, and I think he was trying to, live longer.
Yeah, he made a big mistake. Yeah, Isaac Newton was playing with the wrong cup of tea. All right. He was trying to do the alchemy thing, and he got twisted with that. I don't know why, but it's deadly, very deadly. Thank you, everyone. I have to leave and get to the airport.
I have one last question.
All right, let's do it.
It's
Sir, you earned the right to have a question.
It's regarding the emerald tablets.
Yes, sir.
Apparently, you have had access to the emerald tablets with your own eyes.
No.
How do you have it? Could you explain to us how you've had access to those?
That's a very good question. How do you have access to the emerald tablets? Well, the emerald tablets, if you read my book, in my book I have the emerald tablet of Hermes, which is a singular tablet located at Cambridge. Anyone can go there and see that on display. That was deciphered by Sir Isaac Newton. But also, versions of it were deciphered by and books were written about it by Sir Roger Bacon, St. Thomas Aquinas, the Queen of Sheba, of course, Sir Isaac Newton, Michael Doreal, and several others. So this has gone through the hands of a lot of different people over the centuries. And according to Timothy Hogan, who's a Knights Templar, who's been on many documentaries, is official, really verified Knights Templar. He's been on my podcast as well. The original version of the emerald tablets are located in the Vatican archives. And now I have a connection, and just maybe a few weeks from now, actually, when I'm in Italy and going over to Rome, I have a very special connection, and I'm getting some private access to the underground archive at the Vatican. This is going to be monumentous. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big time stuff is getting ready to happen. I told you, I'm paying everybody off. Y'all think I'm joking.
Let's give it up for Billy. So it's 5:30. I think we're about to do dinner outside. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Have a great dinner.
Everyone give a special round of applause for Robert, man, and brother. You did a great job as well. Thank you. This has been great. Thank you, man.
Yeah, also, we wanted to thank all the volunteers and all the people that service you, and of course, everybody who joined us. Thank you all. We'll see you out in the hall.
I got to find Randall